It is trade deadline day. Hey, everybody, welcome to the show. Welcome in from Talking Habs and from Don't Puck with Media. Today we're just gonna kind of bullshit all day about what the trades are, and we'll talk about trades that have happened. To do that, I have so far 3 people with me, and that is right below me is Cam from the High Bruin Nation podcast. Below him is Eric from the Flyer Gonna Flyer Up podcast. Both of those are on Don't Puck with Media. Next to Eric is Steve, also from the High Bruin Nation podcast. How's it going, boys?
Very good, very good.
Very good. Excited. Favorite day of the year.
Let's hope.
Favorite holiday.
There have been a lot of trades so far, so let's hope there's stuff happens for the Flyers had a trade happen, and that was Habs guy, and the Bruin guys are waiting our turn because a lot of action. The Sabres, man, are they going for it or what? That's Mark Bergevin, by the way, in action. What you're seeing over there by the Sabres, the kind of guys he brings in is exactly it.
I mean, yeah, a lot of kind of like lacking trades, or not lackluster trades, but a lot of medium tier trades that have happened. I mean, probably the bigger one today was Bobby Brink to Minnesota for David Jiricek. Straight up, I thought that was a good deal for both teams. Good hockey trade. Not an overpay, not an underpay. A little bit more of a risk for Philadelphia, but I think with the direction that team is going, I think it'll benefit them in the long run for sure. And then like a couple other things, last night, Logan Stanley and another player head to Buffalo. A lot of respect, towards the Buffalo Sabres right now. And they're a team
Luke Shen was the other guy.
Yes, you're right. Another team not to look out for necessarily the trade deadline, but just who they've become since I think the turnover the new year. It's just spectacular.
Yeah. Anybody? Any other trades that happened so far? Well, you know what? Before we get into that, let's just say hi to everybody out there. We got Habs Guru. Hey, Guru, how's it going, buddy? Any blockbuster trades gonna happen? Let's start with that. That haven't happened yet, because nothing blockbuster, I would say, happened yet.
Well, I don't know. Like, were you guys kind of shocked that John Carlson got moved?
No.
Yes, actually, yes.
I was like taken back by that one. I was like, hold on a second. Like they're only in ninth. They're like a couple points out of the wild card. Like the fuck is going on?
They've already decided I read something where they've decided that they're not going to make it.
I was surprised a little bit that John Carlson would go. I thought more of like the Anthony Beauvilliers would be more of the targets. Maybe they want to try and get Carlson one more cup. That makes sense. But, just with what he's done for that organization, that's what really shocked me for John Carlson. I mean, good for him. I want him I wish him the best.
Maybe he wanted to go. We don't know.
Well, maybe, but you know what? They're like, but I guess you know what? Like, actually, just looking at the standings right now, like they're actually 4 points behind Boston. And Boston has 2 games in hand, and even Montreal has like 3 on them also. So you know what? Maybe, and like Columbus is right there, right? Columbus has 72 points. Oh, they're only 1 point behind Boston and they're tied in games. So yeah, maybe like Washington saw like the writing's on the wall for this season, and you know what?
Everybody else got the answer. Apparently, he's 37, which I was going to say he's old. So
yeah, he's old.
But if he wanted a 4-year extension at 37,
it's a lot for a guy like him in his injury history.
You know what? It kind of reminds me of like a Marchand last year, right? Where the guy wanted an extension. He's older. They didn't want to go. They didn't see him going that direction, and they try to hook him up, right? I mean, you want to get something in return. You want to get something from nothing, especially if you're a GM, where it's like, okay, if we're not going to agree to this extension, he's going to walk, and at the end of the season or next year, whatever it be. But you want to get something out of nothing, and you kind of want to do right by a player where it's like, all right, you go to a pseudo contender, see if they can make it and they can help out. I think it's a good deal. I wasn't surprised because it is a seller's market right now. And I mean, I think 20 teams are sellers, and it really comes down to 10 teams that are, actually considering buying to push for a real Stanley Cup contention.
Also, he's, at his age, he's like a mentor over there.
Mm-hmm.
So, he's got a good role. I mean, I would think for a guy like that, if he's going to be traded, somewhere like Anaheim would be, somewhere where they'd want to go. Plus, in Anaheim, they need the experience.
Yep.
You need a veteran with experience.
But they have a second, too. They're second behind, what was it? Is it Vegas?
Yeah, Vegas. Yeah,
they're second behind Vegas. So they're there.
Did you see Vegas? Yeah, they beat, I don't know what team. Was the first time they beat a team that is in the playoffs since November.
Yeah, they have not been on a good roll. I don't know what's going on over there with Vegas. Maybe acquiring Mitch Marner has cursed them. I don't know. So maybe the Leafs weren't necessarily cursed themselves, but maybe Mitch Marner cursed them. I mean, they're still in a playoff spot, right, fellas? But I mean, that shouldn't give a lot of Vegas fans hope that if that's how you're gonna play against playoff teams.
Oh my God!
That
first round exit. Okay,
I don't know about that.
Let me continue just saying hi to everybody. Lucas, how's it going, Lucas? Glad we can help you out that work. Carlos, do you think Laine moves today? I do. What do you guys think from the outside of the fan base?
Sorry, what?
Carlos asked, do you think Laine moves today? I say yes. What do you guys say, being outside the fan base?
Yeah.
No. I think it could happen. It could happen.
No.
Yeah, I think it all depends on, obviously, Montreal would have to retain. There's no way somebody's taking that full contract.
I think Montreal would retain 50%. I don't think Laine gets moved unless you talk 20, at least 25% retention. I think teams like LA that lost, Kevin Fiala, I think you're going to look at them obviously as an option. You're going to look at a team like San Jose, even though I think San Jose is going to be looking more towards defense, but a team like LA, I wouldn't rule out Boston maybe being interested because they need a left winger, but I don't think Montreal and Boston will work out a deal there. I think that would just be too much.
Yeah.
In the Canes, they need scoring talent, but there's a couple teams I have in mind, but I think LA just screams that they would be the lead in that conversation if Laine does get moved.
I think he's going to get moved. LA is apparently, but I mean, I haven't heard anything in a couple of days. I do from what I know though, they want to move him before the deadline is over.
Yeah. I think what really hurts the Canadians in moving Laine is the new rule that the NHL put in this year with the double retention. I think if they could have had a double retention on Laine, he gets moved for sure. Like if Montreal could have retained 50 and then somebody else pays to retain another 50 and then you get him at like a quarter of his salary, I think he would have been moved for sure. But I think that's what really, really is going to hurt Montreal's chances of moving Laine. Because even at, what is he, like 7 point something? So even half is at like 3.5, closer to 4. That's going to be tough for a team to take on. That's going to be tough. So
not for a team like LA. I think it would argue more a little bit for maybe Montreal. They might be more hesitant to retain 50%, especially if they're looking to add money to their roster. I think retaining 50% of like a $7 or $8 million contract when you're also trying to add money is difficult to ask. So you're going to have to pay a lot more for that. So that's kind of really up in the air.
They're going to retain, from what I understand, they'll retain the 50%. That's from what
they have no choice.
They have no choice. They have no choice. And listen, there's nowhere for him to play here. I don't see him having a role here. So they kind of really need to move him. So I'd be surprised if he's not moved by the end of the day.
That's the craziest thing, guys. I'm reading the comments and it says West is a lot better than the East. That's crazy.
Oh, God. Who said that?
Who said that?
Nope.
Is
no.
Oh, BL, come
objectively?
On.
Oh. No.
Objectively, that's false. The 5 worst teams in the entire league come from the West, and 8 of the bottom 10 teams come from the West.
Yeah.
The West versus East record, this year is dominantly held by the East.
What he might mean
I don't think it's that close.
What he might mean is the top teams in the league, or the West is bad. And I haven't looked at that, so I don't know. But yeah, the West is not better than the East. BL, I'm surprised at you. BL's smarter than that.
Here's a better perspective. Okay, you want more perspective? The top 10 teams in the National Hockey League right now are Colorado, Dallas, Carolina, Minnesota, Tampa, Buffalo, Detroit, Montreal, Pittsburgh, New York. Only, what is that? 3 out of the top 10 teams are from the West.
The Central teams
are Central.
Yeah, the top 3 in the Central. That's it. Boston, okay, which is second in the wild card right now, would be leading the Pacific Division by a point.
The next closest,
they're 11th in
the next closest.
NHL ranking.
Steve's got a point. The next closest team to the top 10 is 13th at Vegas, then 14th. Then the West starts to help. But Edmonton, in terms of like overall points standings, is 18th. So let that one sink in.
Yeah.
And you know what? I wanted to go back to that Vegas comment where it's like this is the first time they've won against a playoff team. Most of the people that they play out west aren't even in the playoffs. You know what I mean? Like that's their problem. And so when you say that, it's kind of an inflated stat, but it's the truth. But also you got to look at the whole where it's like they're playing in the Pacific and they're playing, out in the West, and it's just like everyone sucks out there. If you're not Dallas, Minnesota, or Colorado, you're not really anything. It's kind of crazy.
I want to also go back to the initial point that the question that we got with, do we expect any blockbuster trades today? I mean, you got to take a look at St. Louis. They're willing to move pretty much everyone under the age of 20. Over the age of 25. But Doug Armstrong's prices are just way too high. So if they're really content with keeping those players, go ahead. All the best to them. But you got to anticipate that Doug is going to end up coming down a bit on the price. The price for Robert Thomas is astronomical. Falk is astronomical. Parayko was the deal was done, but then he pulled the best meme ever and said no, which was hilarious. So it's not like teams aren't willing to pay St. Louis, but if the deals want to get done, 2 things need to happen. Doug needs to come down on the price a smidge or a lot. And the players that they want to get rid of also have some essence of trade protection. So they also need to be in constant communication with them as well.
I want to address something. Can I address something?
Yeah.
Okay, so Phil says players that have already been paid 80% of their cap salary, it's only 22% or so. But that's wrong because that's not how it works. That's the pay that they have to actually get from the team. But the cap, no, the cap is the cap. Their salary is what goes against the cap. So it doesn't work like that. It only works like that, what you're saying, for the team and how much money they actually have to pay the guy.
Because it's not based on...
That's not how it works.
Yes, it's not based on the amount of money you owe left on the paycheck. It's based on the total contract value.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, we got some defenders of the Western thing that we sent out. BL,
I'll be right back.
Is saying some stuff. So, yeah, you got a point where there's 3 teams that are solid where the best chances are Colorado, Minnesota, Dallas. I get it. But also, I would play Edmonton in the playoff time. It's going to be their 3rd time if they make it to the Stanley Cup final, and they're going to blow it yet again because 3 straight years. Like 3 straight years of playing until July isn't good for anybody. And I don't think they have what it takes this year. Yeah, they'll make a run, but I don't think they'll beat any of the teams that are pretty much top dogs in the West when it comes down to it.
Which team we talking about? Because I was distracted for a second.
He said, BL said, come playoff time, You want to play Edmonton? And like, I'm just saying that I'm not afraid of Edmonton since they played till July. For a few years.
I agree with you.
And they're not scary this year.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I think Edmonton so far, by getting Connor Murphy, they definitely gotten a little bit meaner depth-wise defensively. But they finally were able to get rid of Andrew Mangiapane too, but they had to pay for that. They had to pay a first-round pick for that. So
I read something today, and Murphy is a liability.
I read something today that they might be willing to move on Darnell Nurse now.
I saw that yesterday. He has a no-move clause.
They've been willing to move on Darnell Nurse for a couple of years now.
Yeah,
I'd love to move on Darnell Nurse too.
That's a bad contract.
I think he has a no-move clause. I don't think that they can move him.
But maybe he'll waive. Yeah, you don't know.
I would be hard pressed if he's in a playoff. If they're in a playoff position and you have Connor McDavid as your center and he has carried you to 2 cup finals, I'd be hard pressed to be willing to waive, knowing that all I have to do is the bare minimum. That's just it. I don't think Darnell Nurse waives.
I mean, but that causes problems in the room. I don't. You know what I mean?
I think Nurse will be an RD2 now, and Murphy your RD3. I've heard they're shopping Ty Emberson. I think. Oh, I'm sorry, Spencer Stastny. I apologize. It was Spencer Stastny. I believe they were shopping. So those are things to look out for. It's not like people aren't willing to make the trades. It's just everyone's price is going to come down. And I think they're going to start coming down really soon because people want to get rid of people and people want to add people. Otherwise, this is going to make for a very boring trade deadline.
Could be a boring. It's happened before. I mean, we have what? 1 today, 2, because Carlson is officially like a today trade. Whoops! Hang on, I gotta stop.
This is how you do a button. You have your topic.
Shit, forgot about that.
Good job, Rick.
I was trying to refresh to see if anything popped up.
I don't know what you are doing over there. I will say this with respect to Risto. The price is high, but I think it's a price you can get, especially with the market right now. But you have to anticipate Flyers are going to have to retain 50% with what's going on. And I think that's what gets you the first-round pick.
He's an injury risk, so.
And that's another problem. Like Alex mentioned, and I think, Eric can kind of back him up on this, is that you take that injury risk knowing with the defense he provides. Yeah. While that's true, but if there's a longevity issue and you really need that guy, it does impact the value.
Okay, but that's, what you said about Laine being like a 3-team trade. Risto would probably move a lot easier if we could still do that.
No, but even at that, because he's not making as much as Laine. Like Risto's making 5.1, so it'd be what, 2.6 million at 50% retained.
True,
it's not terrible, and that's like what you're paying for like a third pair defenseman. And Risto can, he's probably best suited as a second pair, but he can play on a first pair like in a pinch. Look, he's short in the Olympics. Like he was on the first pair for. With Finland, and he went up against Connor McDavid and everything. He didn't look out of place either, and he's been playing on the Flyers' first pair recently, with Sanheim. So,
but you could also trade for him, and he can get hurt the first game you put him on.
You know what? Yes, he does have a history, but at the end of the day, look, you could trade for anybody, and then the next day they get hurt.
No, that's true, but guys with history of it, isn't he just coming off an injury, or I'm wrong on that?
Well, not just, but I think he came back in January.
Oh, okay.
If I'm not, it was before the Olympics. I know he had played a few games before the Olympics.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
But look, with the trade for Bobby Brink, bring in David Juracek. I don't know, man. For me, maybe that does signal that Risto is gone. Even if, let's say, the Flyers have to take maybe a little bit less than than the actual asking price that Danny wants, if they have to take a little bit less, I don't know, maybe that spells to me that you know what, he's probably gone.
I want to Can I address this? We're not getting Robert Thomas. Unless the price significantly comes down and they stop asking for Hage, we're not getting Robert Thomas. I read that Hage and Fowler, untouchable. So I doubt we're getting Robert Thomas. So don't worry about it. Maybe in the offseason, but not now.
There's tons of names out there. You look at Vancouver, Elias Pettersson, who's willing to waive his no movement clause. That's been said.
Who's willing to pay the price, though?
That's the thing, and Vancouver's not willing to retain. Yeah. So that's
they're not moving him without retaining. But but I don't blame them. It's a lot of years.
Yeah, no, I don't fault them for that at all. And then Steve's favorite guy in JD74 has been mentioned, but again, another no movement clause. And I don't know if it's with him, but I haven't really seen or heard much that JD has expressed openly that he would waive, but I think they have definitely had conversations with him. So I think for JD, it's more of for the right team. And I think JD also wants to win a Stanley Cup. So I think both those players are still very much in play. And from my understanding, anyone not named Philip Hronek is pretty much up for grabs.
Well, yeah. I mean, that team.
Yeah, it's an awful team. It's real bad. And
you got to break it down and rebuild.
That's exactly what I said. I mean, it's the Titanic going down. It's a sinking ship, and you might as well get out. I think most people who have a no movement clause or no trade clause would definitely waive it to go.
I agree with that. And I agree with that, Steve. I agree. And look at Montreal, right? That's what we did. We had a shitty team, and ownership finally said, "Okay, tear it down." And that should be a model. I mean, it's not to brag, but they did a great job, and it should be a model for teams like Vancouver and whoever.
Yeah, when it's time to tear down the walls and rebuild it, it's time, right?
It's time. That's right.
It's either you rip the Band-Aid off or do what Don Sweeney does, and we're going to retool and not rebuild, and it's a struggle to watch how they play. And yeah, sure, is it a 180 from last year to this year? Sure, but it's still, you're sitting at a wild card 2 spot. You got 3 teams behind you with 2 games in hand that all they need to do is win 2 games, and you're out of the wild card 2 seed. And it's just one of those things where you gotta evaluate the retool versus the rebuild when it comes down to it. And there's certain teams that you just definitely need to rebuild. And
I would like to correct you, Steve, on just one thing, that there are no teams behind Boston that have any games in hand.
I mean, with points, though, like 1 point up to 4 points. Like there's 2 games. There's if the Bruins, we got 13 games, road games left. We're gonna lose 10 of those. If be honest, right? Like if one of those teams is I don't know, maybe Columbus that we have to go to, sure. There's your 1 point, and now you're out of the playoff picture.
But at least you're playing games that mean something in March.
Yeah.
That's something I wouldn't have expected it for Boston. So it's something. I mean,
it's something, but it's also like,
I know it's not satisfying.
It's not satisfying, especially the way we lost yesterday. That was that's a terrible team that Nashville blew up. And we lost 6-3. It's just like, what are we doing? Why is this happening?
I just got to address one thing. BL, Matt's working today, so you can't blame him, but I like that.
There's been goalie rumblings, this morning. I think it was Pierre LeBrun, Elliot Friedman, and Frank Saravalli that kind of pointed that out, that a lot of goalies are being shopped-ish, or they're being listening on. One of the biggest surprise to me was Stuart Skinner. Pittsburgh has just acquired him, and he's doing phenomenal for them. And to just kind of flip him like that, I mean, I get Pittsburgh is without Sidney Crosby, and that's a big player to be without. You know what I mean? That's not an easy player that you can replace. And I think Malkin might be out too.
Well, then their chances are done. And what's Skinner's contract?
But
what's his contract? Is he okay?
I have it right here. Give me a second. Stuart Skinner is making $2.6 million, and he's a UFA.
That's why he's a UFA.
Why, Yeah, because also Pittsburgh has Arthur Shilovs, so and he's young, and they have this young Russian kid that they really like, Sergei Marashov. He's 21, so I think that's why I think they're looking to flip him, like flip Stuart Skinner, just because like their goaltending for the future is set. And actually, I just want to present something to you guys because I was actually funny you talking about Pittsburgh because I was actually looking at I was on their page, and we were talking about Pettersson before. If there's a team that kind of makes sense for me for Elias Pettersson, don't you think it might actually be Pittsburgh? Because look, like if Vancouver wants to trade this guy at full cap, they don't want to retain. The cost is going to be low. Like you're not getting a haul for Pettersson at this point. You're not. It's going to have to be like a sell low, kind of like Pierre-Luc Dubois when LA traded him to Washington. So if the cost is, let's say, only like a first and a second, let's say, that's it. You know what? Elias Pettersson for even a first and a third, like whatever. Pittsburgh has the capital to do that. And like, if you look at their aging roster, wouldn't he be like the perfect reclamation project? Like even just to put like as a 2C behind Crosby next year if Malkin doesn't come back, or even like 1 year or 2 years at 3C. Like you go if Malkin does come back, Crosby.
If Malkin's allowed back.
Yeah,
after that swing. Wow.
Yeah, I know.
It wasn't as bad as he makes it out, but it's like, yeah.
Are you
like,
surprised?
I agree with you, Eric, to a degree. I think Elias Pettersson, you're saying, buy low. You can still probably get the equivalent to 2 first-round picks for him. He's young. He's 26, 27 years old.
27, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but that contract has
11.6 for a guy that's not even a point per game.
And how many years has he got left on it? Like 6 or 7?
I think he has at least 5.
It ends in 2032.
Yeah.
He's 27. The cap is going up exceedingly. And, Steve mentioned it earlier. Vancouver's been bad for a long while. You can only ask a guy like him to elevate your team so much. And so I think Pettersson can still get you the equivalent to 2 first-round picks. Because it's term. You got to think of it this way. You're also paying for term for a 27-year-old. So that's what you're paying for, too.
But it's a lot of term to take on for a guy that's underperforming, bad.
Yeah. But 53 games, 37 points on a team that is going to be a heavy lottery pick. Yeah, you got to think about that's not bad. And even he admitted and he said that, hey, I might not be living up to the contract value right now.
Yeah.
But I think he's a driven, highly talented player. He's clearly talented. I think he's got what it takes to be a 1C. The only issue is I think Vancouver is just not the fit for him.
I think he's a good 2C, where there's less pressure, where he can play a good supporting role on the top 6. But for me, it's kind of like we go back to JD, right? Where it looks like he's underperforming, but he's playing solid on a very terrible team, right? Like what's going on there is just, everyone since probably December has just given up, right? Like you can see it where nobody cares. They've given up. They know that they're not making the playoffs. They know that the roster is going to get blown up today. They just know it. So, you got to evaluate what this player is doing on a terrible team and then see how it can translate over. I think Pittsburgh might be a good fit because, look at the stats. They're 9th overall in the league. They're number 2 in the Metro. They're in a playoff push, right? They're going to try to bolster their roster a little bit to try to stay and get Crosby another cup. That's what they want to do. Do I think they'll do it? No, but maybe get to the second round. I think that's what they're realistically looking at. But I say why not, because that's an aging roster. They're going to need some kind of middle ground where a younger player comes in that is experienced and has played with Crosby, Malkin, all these guys to kind of translate over through the rebuild, so to say, because it is an aging roster and they're going to have to rebuild it sooner or later.
Agree. I actually agree with that wholeheartedly.
Okay, can I address something for Montreal? I don't know if that's true. I think Montreal will do stuff even if they can't move Line. I think they're looking for a D for sure, a right hand D, and possibly some more grit up front. That's what I hear, and I think they'll move. They'll make those moves even if Line doesn't get moved. But I think Line will get moved. All right, back to normal programming.
I think there's a lot to be said with Line, but that's going to remain to be seen. Again, I think he gets moved, but I want to address this because this really angered me.
Which
Felger and Maz, who run a hockey show on 98.5 The Sports Hub here in Boston, had said that they should dangle Jeremy Swayman, that they're not big on him. And I just want to come out and say Felger and Maz are the biggest grifters with the Boston Bruins that I have ever seen in my entire life. They have never had a single good outlook on the Boston Bruins because they were the only two that did not like the James Higgins pick or the Dean Letrineau pick, and they're both being proven wrong. So as far as I'm concerned, and I don't care that they're big on radio, you can fall up the ladder. I've seen it happen, but their takes with respect to Swayman are absolute garbage.
It's clickbait. That's clickbait to get people to listen because they want to hear a crazy whatever. That's clickbait.
It is clickbait. It is clickbait, and that's kind of their shtick, is to kind of like say things that they know is going to enrage Bruins fans, right? Like to get the calls, to get the content, to all that stuff. To be fair, Felger does know hockey, right? And I think he just says things to piss off people because that's his kind of role. Maz is a complete moron when it comes to hockey. I'll give him credit. He is a baseball guy. He's
great on baseball.
Great on baseball. He's a baseball guy. That's what he is. He does really good work on baseball, but Maz's takes on hockey are just abysmal. I don't even look at it. And I think Felger's role on that show is to definitely piss people off, where he does know hockey. I mean, he went to BU and did hockey coverage there, and he does know hockey, but I think he just says things to piss people off. And again, with your point about how they're pissed off about getting or picking Higgins and Letourneau because it's a BC guy. It's the fact of the matter is, when you look at the Hockey East, it is the SEC of NHL draft picks, right? Like it's the best of the best. That's where all these picks come from. And of course, if you get the opportunity to go to a BC game, right, down the street as a Boston Bruin in the organization, of course, scouting is easy. But guess what? You're going up and down New Hampshire, Maine, Rhode Island, Connecticut. It's all local to you, and that's where the pinnacle of college hockey is. So of course you're going to pick guys that you get to see more of, but they're also the top level, the top league in college hockey where all these prospects are coming. Like, the stats don't lie. The fact of the matter is, if you play college hockey, you have a basically 8 out of 10 shot to make it to the pros if you go to the Hockey East. They send the most kids pro out of any league in college or even juniors. That's just the facts. So, their take on Letourneau and Higgins is atrocious, and I'm glad they're going to be eating their words. Just the fact, that's just a fact. And they shouldn't be saying these things. It's clickbait. That's it. It's clickbait.
Guys, we got a little minor league trade to announce.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Boston and the Flyers actually made an AHL trade. I don't know. You guys gotta have to help me out because I don't know your players. But
Brett Harrison and defenseman Jackson Edward to the Flyers in exchange for forwards Alexei Gendrin and Massimo Rizzo.
I've not heard of any of those guys.
I mean, Jackson Edward, he was gonna be an AHL defenseman, and Brett Harrison was an AHL forward. They're not NHLers. Great guys. I met both of them. Wonderful human beings. But genuinely, it's an AHL type trade.
100%. Yeah, I think
now. What I think, though, Eric, I will say this: if they're acquiring forwards, Lysell, I would keep an eye on if they plan on moving him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, on the Flyer side of this, I'll just tell you, Massimo Rizzo has not really accomplished anything. I think he was in the AHL at one point. Sorry, not the AHL, the ECHL at one point this year. Gendron's the one I'm actually kind of surprised that the Flyers traded. He's not huge. He's a small guy, but like he's speedy and he can score. So I'm actually a little bit surprised. I don't know if he ever would have been an NHL player. I doubt it. But like good pickup for your AHL team if you want like a little guy that can score. But yeah, well, kind of a little bit surprised.
Okay, nobody talk.
Well, I'm just tracking on his stats quick. But he has 22 points in 47 games in the AHL. So 10 goals, 12 assists. So, okay. I thought he had a little bit more. But he was a guy that was in and out of the lineup, like so. We'll see. But hey, we got one. The Flyers and Bruins made a trade.
Well, you already had one. What was it? Brink and
yeah, but no, not together.
Hey?
I'm saying like not together. The Flyers and Bruins together made a trade.
Oh, I get you.
So, yay.
B's guy says Lysell and Poitras are the two the Bees should move.
Don't disagree there. I think Poitras is an NHL-ready centerman. It's just the sad aspect that he couldn't beat out a guy like Asimont. He couldn't beat out a guy like Marat, who's Nadinov, or an Alexander Steves. I think they wanted to see one more year of development of Poitras down in the AHL. Had a rough start with Providence. I think, but every time he comes up and plays up here, he looks like he belongs. He goes to the corners. He plays well. Lysell, unfortunately, I was high on him. Boston never gave him the opportunity to try and show anything. So I think I agree there that Lysell, you would do them both a service for trading them. Steve, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Lysell definitely, like you said, like Don Sweeney and Cam Neely really never gave the kid a shot, especially with Minton coming up and getting that last year. It's unfortunate for him. He does have good potential. I think on another team, he definitely will be playing and definitely making a difference. But Poitras, I've been high on this guy for a couple of years. I think he's really, really good, and I think it's kind of the same situation where management has kind of set him up for failure. They brought these guys in to try to, quote unquote, bolster the roster, and he couldn't beat him out because just the style of play is different and not what the front office is looking for. But I do think I was actually in our group chat, obviously, Cam, we were talking about this, and I think you can get a haul for Poitras. I think he's ready to be definitely an NHL centerman that's going to make a difference on a team. So I think you can get a decent, especially in the market right now, I think you can get a haul for him.
Define a haul.
Well, Nicholas Roy went in his 5 goals, went for a first round, which is crazy. Shocking. It was shocking. So, I mean, I think this kid can get you at least, obviously improving at least a second, a high second at this point, because he's young, he's talented. And like you said, Cam, every time he comes up, he makes a difference. He's scoring, he's getting on the board, he's getting score sheets, he's ready. It's just the management isn't letting him come up and play and do what he needs to do. So he's contributing when he gets called up, and he's making a difference. And any team would be lucky to have him, especially if you're struggling at center. Just put him in there, even if it's a 3C or a 2C, whatever it be. Go for it.
That's fair enough. Yeah, I think a first for Poitras might push it. I don't think you but I definitely think you could get a second for him. But I think he would be part of a larger package deal that gets you something better. I mean, I would imagine he gets moved in part of any deal that gets us a right defenseman. For example, I think Philadelphia. I think he would be part in a package to probably looking to bring in Ristolainen. And the only thing that I would hate about that is Risto is a little older and I would much prefer a guy like Jonathan Kovacevic in that regard. No offense to Ristolainen, he's good, but he doesn't move the needle for me.
He doesn't move the needle for me either. But Cam, I'm kind of in agreement with you where you could package him to get like we've talked about this on High Brew, right? The thing that the Bruins need most right now is a right defenseman for the second right defenseman. And if we can move like a Lori and a Patra or a Lysell and Patra to get a right D with some term, not for this year, but pretty much for next year to kind of restart that season, the campaign over from a better defensive standpoint. I think that's going to definitely be help and kind of, make the Bruins that much more difficult to play against because their defense is atrocious. And, I've been saying this for a while now where I'm kind of more focused on next season than this season. Like, yeah, we're in the wild card 2 spot, but we're not going to win a Stanley Cup. Even if we do make it to the playoffs, we're going to get bounced in the first round, and it's kind of just a waste of time for everybody. So I'm really looking forward to kind of next season, starting the season over with, some more sound defense and, maybe Hagen's coming up and playing long-term and kind of balancing out some of these lines.
I agree there. It's kind of surprising to me though, fellas. Like it's kind of a quiet day. I get it's only 11:41.
Yeah, it's early.
But like, I wonder what domino is going to get everything to fall. What
Robert Thomas, they say. Robert Thomas, apparently.
Yeah, but like
I think he might not get moved. So.
Yeah, he might not get moved. Yeah. So I don't know.
I think St. Louis would be content with keeping him. I just think with the direction that team is going to go, you're best to get rid of him.
But I think it's just better an off-season move because like if you look at it now, like also I think plus also he has trade protection. If you wait till the offseason, you're gonna have more teams involved because like whoever's gonna trade for him now, like what it's gonna be like a contender maybe, like someone that's like looking to trade for him for the playoffs now. But like if you wait till the offseason, like it's open to 31 other teams, So it's like I don't know. I just don't see it happening now. I'll be honest. I don't see him moving before the trade deadline.
So who else could be the domino?
Elias Pettersson.
Well, I think it's more Trocheck. I saw something.
Could be.
I saw something this morning, basically saying the Rangers basically putting out something saying that like they're not scared to hold on to him until the offseason either. Like if they don't get their price, apparently the price is pretty high on him too.
Yep.
So
I'm gonna be honest with Trocheck, with you. They're saying that they're okay with keeping him. Trocheck might not be okay with them keeping him.
Right.
Because he came out and he said that he's 32 years old and he wants to win a cup. Well, the direction of New York is not exactly trending towards cup.
No.
Especially if you're going to put those guys up for grabs. You're not going to immediately become a cup contender again next year. Hell no.
No
way. And
they got to go through like a kind of rebuild / retool there in New York. They really fucked themselves.
Yeah.
Like, they have nothing.
And they're looking like, I think they're even listening on Braden Schneider. I think Chris Drury even came out and said anyone not named, obviously with the no movement clause, right? Like, JT Miller, Igor Shesterkin, those type of guys, right? They're not going to be able to be moved. Like they'll never waive it. And to be honest with you, if JT Miller does move, good luck finding a trade partner that wants that cancer in the locker room. No one does. He's reportedly really bad, despite him winning a gold medal with Team USA. A lot of teams don't want to deal with him.
No, and if you remember, like at the beginning of the season, when we were doing like on Don't Puck, when we were doing our previews, I was like really low on the Rangers. I picked them to miss the playoffs, and like because you look at their roster at the beginning of the season, and you're like, after your top 3 or 4 guys offensively, they had nothing behind them. And it also like their defense, like they traded Keandre Miller So you ruin your second pair, and then you go get Gavrikov to pair with Adam Fox. But then what about your second and third pairs? Like, early on, it was the Igor Shesterkin show. Like, he was the only thing keeping them in any kind of competition. But then it was just a complete nosedive after that. So it's like they really gotta strip this whole thing down, because like they literally have nothing. And even like when they were doing their like mini rebuild, like when they drafted Lafreniere and Kako and whatever, like if you look at the other picks they made, like they whiffed on a lot of picks. And like it's not like Kako and Lafreniere panned out either. So it's like whatever soft rebuild that they did beforehand, like it didn't work out. And now I think they're even worse off than they were before. Kako's gone. Lafreniere is not living up to expectation. They have that other forward, Othman, that he's not really doing much either.
People are saying that. Don't be surprised if Othman is not a Ranger at the end of the trade deadline.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot about that. I've also seen a lot of people being willing to move away from Alexis Lafreniere. However, their asking price for that kid might be high.
It will be high.
Like if you're, and I guess rightfully so. He's only 24. He still puts up points, but he's not putting up numbers that you would expect a former first overall pick to put up.
Right.
Fine, if you believe in that, but that doesn't mean you can ask for 3 first-round picks for this kid if you're going to look for a Robert Thomas type of deal.
And any Habs fans who think he's coming to Montreal, he's not.
No.
But he's on a terrible team too. So like you got to think like number 1 draft picks. Like, okay, Connor Bedard, right? Like he didn't do anything his first season. He's kind of stepping it up, but he's still on a terrible team where he's not having that number 1 overall point production that you expect, right? Like you gotta take it with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? It's just if you're on a bad team with no cohesion and your line kind of sucks, then it's like, how much can you really do? Again, hockey's the ultimate team sport where you need guys to step up and you need good players around you. And to make everything work, it's just there's only so much one person can do. I mean, unless you're McJesus, right, and literally willing the Edmonton Oilers to a Cup final 2 years in a row. Like, even he's lost it though because he can't do it himself. You know what I mean? There's only so much you can do yourself.
Nick Foligno is reportedly going to the Minnesota Wild.
No way.
Yeah, Nick Foligno to the Wild.
Nick Foligno has...
It's official?
Yep.
So it looks like, Pagnota. That's a Pagnota saying.
It's not showing up on...
And Minnesota officially withdraws their bid for Vincent Trocheck. Which makes sense anyway, because Vinny Trocheck had said that his preference was to stay in the East. I mean, Minnesota's, it's more middle.
Middle of the country.
Not
east.
Yeah.
It's not east. It's not west. It's just there.
Dead middle.
And good for Nick because he's gonna get to play with his brother, and I think it's always a great thing for family members to play together, unless you're the Hughes brothers. Because honestly, I'm starting to think that Quinn Hughes. This is a quick tangent, so I apologize. I think Quinn Hughes is unequivocally the best out of the 3 of them, and despite popular opinion, I don't think it's close. I really don't. Jack Hughes is starting to really, even though he got the golden goal, I hate to say this, he's really waning down on me. I don't think he's as good as people project, and that just might be me.
You're talking about Jack?
Yeah.
I think I don't know. With Jack Hughes, I think he is good. I think he's a little overrated, I guess. Like I don't expect him
that's
to
what
be
I'm
like,
saying.
Yeah, I don't expect him like 100-point player, 110-point player. Like I don't know if that's really him. But yeah, like I think he's a solid. If he's healthy, he's like a solid, just above point per game player. I think. But maybe he'll have that like one season, where he flirts with 100. But we'll see.
I just don't think he's the kind of player that gets you to 100 points. I think he's an 80 to 95 point guy, but I don't think he might get it once in his career. but I don't think he's ever going to go over it. I think Jack's size, my issue with Jack Hughes is that he hasn't grown into his frame yet, and until he does, I don't think he's going to unlock that full potential.
And he gets hurt every year, maybe.
That's the biggest issue. He keeps constantly getting hurt.
Yeah. And I disagree with BL. Like, I think he's a couple notches below Quinn. Quinn changes, or he even changed the dynamic of Vancouver. Jack has not done that for the Devils.
We can't stay healthy the whole season. I think that has a lot to do with it.
Tate McRae tires Jack out.
No, but
I don't know why. That's awesome.
That is pretty good.
Good. You know what? Good for Jack. Good for Jack.
Good for him.
I love it. I love it. That's just my side tangent,
look,
though.
Jack Hughes, he's only 24 years old. I think he'll be 25 in May. Like he does. I'm just looking at his stats quick. Like he did have a 99-point season, so he came close. But more or less, he's all like I'm looking at his numbers. He's more or less just above a point per game, or like a few points above here. But like we said, like he just cannot stay healthy. He does not play full seasons. Like that 99 points came in his closest point is most games played at 78. And like when you're a team like New Jersey that's relying on this guy to be your 1C, like your big point producer, like if you can't play a full season, like that's tough, man. Because how many seasons in the past couple of years have been derailed because the guy gets hurt, and it's like, oh well, now Jack's hurt, so
yeah, that's why I'm not sold on him. Listen, I'm not saying Jack is not a good hockey player. He is. I never said he wasn't a good hockey player. I just think Quinn far and away. Like look at the last 3 years in Norris Trophy voting. It's been Werenski, Makar, Hughes. It hasn't changed. So you can't tell me Jack Hughes is a tier below his brother when his brother has been in the running for the Norris Trophy for 3 straight. You can't tell me that. You just can't convince me that they're equivalent. And I don't think Luke Hughes is all that in a bag of peanuts either. But that's just my opinion. Like, again, Jack Hughes can still prove me wrong, but as it stands, until Jack Hughes can get out of his injury bug and until he can show that he can elevate the Devils to the next level, he's not equivalent to Werenski, Makar, or his older brother. To me, it's just that simple. Fight me on it.
No, Quinn is arguably the best or second best defense. It always goes back and forth. Makar Hughes. Who's the best? At the end of the day, I'm sorry, but Jack Hughes is not the best centerman or forward in the league. Like, not even close. Like,
no.
So, I'm sorry. Quinn Hughes is the best Hughes right at the moment. Like, so. No, I don't disagree with you there. No, Quinn's the best out of the brothers. Now we'll see what happens with Jack. I don't know. It's not coming as quick for him as it did for his brothers, but you know what? We'll see.
I don't know, man. Good. Going back to the original point with Nick Foligno. Good for Nick. Good for Nick Foligno. I hope he gets a cut. I hope he does. He's a great individual, just awesome human being. I love it, and I would just love to see it. But if it does tell you anything, Minnesota's going all in. They are gearing up, and I bet you Jesper Wallstedt might be on the move just to help bolster whatever they can to ensure that they can make a good chance this year.
All right, on that note, I take care of a little business. March promotion at the merch store, and you can find items from both channels there. 10% off any 2 items. The code is 1042. 10, the numbers FORTWO, and this is some of the items that you might find there.
Wow. All right. Did you see that, Eric? We got a shout out. We got a fucking mug picture. We didn't get the bozo. Okay, we didn't get the bozo alert shirt.
Wait, I haven't made one for
on there.
I haven't made one for the other channel. And we're running on both channels, so give me a break. But yeah, there are a lot of items.
You gave us one mug.
There are a lot of items for all the shows on the site. So if you're interested in that, head over there and save 10%. Yeah, I took a shower just before. Wah, 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 wah.
Oh man, it doesn't matter. We got a mug. No, ladies and gentlemen, honestly, take a look at the Fourth Wall website, our merch site. A lot of good stuff. A lot of funny little memes that we have in there. Get someone a bozo alert shirt. It's a hockey clown. It's amazing. It's our favorite one. It's my favorite one.
The QR code up in the corner would take you there if you want to go that way, but check it out.
And it's my favorite when Alex gets to wear the bozo alert shirt. He's bozo number 1.
Yeah, but only you and I have him, so I don't know how he's going to do that.
I know.
Alex, by the way, should be here in roughly 8 or 10 minutes.
So this was about 24 hours ago where Frank Saravalli had mentioned, Colton Parayko's decline. He declined the trade to Buffalo, and he said he would not waive to go to Buffalo. Kind of surprising, to be honest with you, because Buffalo is a wagon right now, and
that's how bad Buffalo is in the city.
Yeah, that should, yeah. So it's just kind of like one of those things, but Colton Parayko has earned his right in his contract to decide where he wants to go, but Frank Saravalli also reported that his preferred destination is also St. Louis. He wants to stay there because of what he's done for that jersey. And again, hard to fault players like Parayko, Falk, and some of the other players that were there for the 2019 Stanley Cup to want to stay.
But you got to add the rest. He's still out. He might approve a different team. He just doesn't want to go to Buffalo. That's what I read.
But his preference is that he wants to stay in the West.
He'd like to stay there, but it's unlikely he will. But it's not that he won't accept going somewhere else. He just won't go to Buffalo. And Tyler Myers wouldn't go to Detroit. So same kind of thing.
And I think every player has earned that right. I do. If you don't want your players to have that right, don't give them no trade clauses. Don't give them no movement clauses. Don't do it.
Exactly. 100%.
If you really don't believe in that player that much, don't give them that value. Then trade them, let them walk, and let some other team deal with it.
If you think you might have to trade him at some point, don't give him a no movement clause or no trade, full no trade.
Yeah, and he said it though. I read it somewhere. I don't know that he said he won't accept a trade at the deadline. If he will be traded, it's probably going to be in the offseason. Him also, he doesn't want to move now. Cool.
Okay, I read that it's still open, but he didn't want to go to Buffalo.
I read it, so I would have to find it. But I read this morning that he said that he wouldn't accept a trade now at the deadline. He doesn't want to move now.
That's an update.
Just a bit of Bruins rumors that there are conversations between Victor Arvidsson and Don Sweeney for an extension, not a trade. It seems like Arvidsson is content with staying in Boston.
Well, there you go. Better than KK, as we talked about earlier.
Can we just actually go back and quickly address no movement clauses too, and how fans just genuinely don't understand how those work? Do you know how many Bruins fans I have had to watch on Twitter say trade Arvidsson? And I've had to comment saying he has a no movement clause. And the only way I would ever see him waiving it, or any player waiving it, would be to go to a Stanley Cup contender.
Yeah.
It's the only way.
Yeah.
And you lose.
At this time of the year, yeah.
Yeah. And you lose a lot of negotiation when it comes to no movement clauses. Brad Marchand got traded last year for a second round pick that eventually turned into a first. I would rather keep Victor Arvidsson if he only gave me one team.
But I just want to say this. Whoever's asking about Galley, I believe he does have a no move clause, but it's going to be his last year. So I don't know about in the last year, but I think this year he had it. So
And they're not moving Gallagher. I don't see that.
I would be shocked if Montreal traded Gallagher.
Yeah, I'd be shocked too.
I don't know what I Am Wonderful is saying with the no move is AHL, no trade is the strong one. The no movement clause is the highest capacity where you can't even do it. You can't do anything to him. You can't even send him down to waivers.
No move. It means he has to approve being sent down. No trade means he has to approve being traded in the NHL.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. No move just basically means that you can't be waived either.
You can't move him unless he approves.
Yeah. But you could have like a no move with a no trade. So it's like, let's say you have a no move clause, but you also have like, let's say a 16-team no trade. You know what I mean? Like
if you waive.
Yes, but that is
if you waive your clause, yeah.
That is typically later. So you can have a no move clause for the first X amount of years or the last X amount of years. But then your other piece of your contract can just be a 16-team NTC.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's typically a modified NTC.
Yeah.
That's what they call that.
That's right. A modified. And no trade. No trade. You have to approve going anywhere. Yeah. A modified means you have a list.
No, but what I'm saying is that you can have a no move clause with a modified NTC also.
Yeah.
So basically, like let's say the whole contract, you have a no move, which basically means that they can't send you to the AHL, but you also have a modified no trade included in there, which was if I would get traded, like every year it's like, like say like 18-team no trade, 12, whatever, it depends.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You could be traded but there's guys with
they call that deferment.
Yeah.
They call that deferment. Yes, they can defer that. That's correct.
Okay.
But it just drives me crazy sometimes when you're just like, just trade him. It doesn't matter if he has an NMC. It does matter. It matters a lot, actually. It matters a fuck ton. Yeah. Look at Colton Parayko just slapped the hammer down on Doug Armstrong yesterday.
Yeah,
it matters a fuck
Myers too didn't go to Detroit, so they sent him to Dallas. He got his way. He wanted to stay out west.
Did you see that package, by the way, for Colton Parayko? That was an overpay. Mertka and a first.
That was a lot.
I'm actually glad for Buffalo that Parayko denied that.
Yeah, I kind of thought so too. That was a lot.
I was a little shocked by like, what? That's what they're gonna get.
Wow.
Like nothing against Colton Parayko. Nothing like very good player and everything. He's another guy that I think is a little overrated.
Like, he's old now.
Yeah, and he's older too, and he has term. I think he had like 4 years left on that contract. Like he has term left on there.
Oh, does he really? I didn't know. I thought he only had short term.
You know, not to be like a homer or anything, but like watching the Olympics, like I thought Risto played better than Parayko did for Canada. Like just watching both guys play for their national team. Like I watched some Finland games. I watched Canada. And not that Parayko was bad, but like I'm like, okay, like I would have rather had Matthew Schaefer there, but like whatever, you know, like. And then like watching what Risto did for Finland, and you're like, and this is what you're willing to give up for Parayko, and like not for someone like, I don't know. I found it really weird. Anyway, but hey, you know what? I guess you know he has a Stanley Cup. He is pretty healthy, I guess. So that's the price. Ugh, I don't know. I think
he's big.
Yeah,
he's physical. At this time of year, not a bad ad if it's a rental.
Yeah, but he's got term.
With 4 years term, though, that changes a lot.
Just clarify.
I think
he's got to be what 34. I think he's like 34.
He's up there in age. He's up there in age.
He's in his 30s anyway. I know that.
I'll find out for you right now.
Because Montreal, there's a rumor Montreal's interested. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think with 4 years term. I don't think so.
For
maybe
Parayko has 4 more years. He has 4 more years at 6.5 million. He is 32.
He's 32. No, that's not that bad.
But he's gonna be 33 in May.
Okay, so he's 33. So he's 37 at the end of it.
I think you run into another Matheson issue, right? Because wasn't he or Jeff Petrie rather? Because now I don't think that goes well. At least not for right now for Montreal. I don't think that bodes well for them to go for a Parayko.
No, I kind of agree. I think if he had 1 year left, then I could see that being a possibility, but not with 4. I think that's too much. So I don't think they'd go after him.
Guys,
they're not going to pay. They wouldn't pay what Buffalo tried to pay.
Oh, God,
no. But here's the thing, though. I don't fault Buffalo, right?
Oh,
How can you fault Buffalo for doing what they're doing? Because
They're
it's been
for it.
15 years.
Yeah.
So
they're trying to do what St. Louis did. They're clearly trying to do St. Louis Cinderella.
Listen, I wouldn't rule that out as a possibility. They're playing great hockey right now.
They're unbeatable right now. Yeah.
And sometimes when you ride that high, look what happens.
Yeah.
St. Louis in 2019, albeit that Boston, I think, was the better team, but they beat the fuck out of them.
Yep. That's what happens.
Well, Nick Foligno got traded for future considerations, by the way.
Who?
For future considerations.
Who got traded for that?
Nick Foligno.
That's all they got?
Here's your future consideration.
Man, that guy gets moved a lot.
Yeah.
Well,
that means literally anything. That means almost anything. Future consideration.
That
if
means
you're
like
a Chicago Blackhawks fan, you have to be pissed right now. Like, it's not just like they didn't have a captain for a while. He just gets named captain this year, whatever it is. Then they trade him for future considerations. You didn't even get anything out of it. You didn't even move the needle. Like, your team isn't in such a bad rebuild. Then you have like Connor Bedard, this, that, like all the other things. And it's like, cool. Like, you're not even making it worth anyone's while to like come here. Like, you got to figure it out. Like, it's a downward spiral. I wouldn't be surprised if Bedard's like, yeah, I'm done with this. Like, I don't care if I'm a restricted free agent. I just won't play. Sorry, get me out of here.
If I'm a Blackhawks fan, and if you like Nick Foligno, he's done a lot for that organization, but I don't believe he has a cup. And I think the organization did it because they respect him and they want to get him that cup. And sometimes at his age, because let's be real, I don't think Nick Foligno was producing significantly for Chicago. I think you just do that for the player.
He was hurt for a lot of the season.
Yeah. How old is he?
Old.
He's 38, I think.
Oh, yeah. That's what they're doing. They're trying, like the Ray Bourque. It's like Ray Bourque was one of the first that they did that with. It's like that.
Okay, but
no, Ray Bourque was Ray Bourque had more to contribute maybe than Foligno does now, but it's the same thing.
Unequivocally.
Yeah. I know that. I'm not saying that. That's not what I meant. I want to just address something. I got to address something. Less than 3 hours to go, says B's guy. So he's like worried that nothing's going to happen. I think, when it's 2:00 and it's getting down to crunch time, I think it's kind of that kind of day. That's when we'll see the trades happen.
Well, the league has to obviously approve these trades too. So that's what's going on in the background where it's like, cool, like there could have been 20 trades, but the league was like, no, like rework it. Like it's not fair.
I don't think that happens that much though.
No, they just ensure cap compliance. Like that's all they do.
And if it's really unfair, they will stop it. They will stop an unfair trade, but it doesn't happen that often.
In so long, because the trade deadline is at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time this year, right? I think last year was 3.
No, it's 3.
It's at 3. I'm sorry. Okay.
3 p.m.
Yeah. So long as the trade is submitted to the NHL by 3, you're good. All they have to do is review it.
Yeah.
And oftentimes it takes until 4 p.m. for everything to really just kind of be finalized and settled.
Yeah. That's why.
But so long as the NHL is notified that the trade deal is occurring, they won't say no.
Yeah. That's why we're on till 4, because at least for an hour after there's going to be trades announced.
Sure. B's guy has a question. Any word on Nemec and what we think the haul would be for him? I'll let you guys start that because I have a lot to say on it.
Well, I'm sure he's not going to come cheap. That's for sure. Like, Like him too. He had a hell of an Olympics. So his name is out there. Honestly, I don't understand why. Why would you even want to entertain the thought of trading him? For New Jersey, like I don't get it. Yeah, but I understand, but like you're a young team. Like they're not an older team. You're a young team trying to like eventually, I would assume, compete for a cup. So like you have Luke Hughes, but like Luke Hughes, like again, like we said previously, like there's a little bit of slow development there. I don't know, man. Like, look, I'm looking. Nemec has 21 points this year, 48 games, but like, I don't know. Why would you? Unless you're getting some like an impact player, and like you're packaging, like say Nemec with a pick or with something else to get like a stud somewhere else. I'm like, I don't know, man. Hold on to him. Like, trade Dougie Hamilton. Like, I understand it's hard. It's hard to trade Dougie. Like, he's got like a pretty big cap hit, and he has trade protection. But like, fuck, and Nemec is what? He is 22 years old, a former second overall pick, and like he has shown that it's not. For me, in my opinion, like he isn't showing like bust status. Like he's just developing like any young defenseman develop. Like, so I don't know. For me, I don't understand why New Jersey would trade him.
Yeah, he's young to give up on to give 22-year-old second overall pick. It's young.
I think Nemec stays unless you get a massive haul for him.
Not Alex.
And with the Nemec talk, right, where I think New Jersey would be persuaded is if you get a top 6 right winger, and a first round pick. I think I'll put it this way: the package would be similar to Robert Thomas, because Nemec is arguably an RD1 in development. I think
you're getting more for Thomas than Nemec. Come on.
No, I don't think so at all. I think you could get about the same package for Simon Nemec that you could get for Robert Thomas.
No way.
What?
No, I don't.
That is one of the dumbest takes you've ever had. Are you kidding me?
I agree with Alex.
Nemec is a bona fide 1C. I'm sorry. Thomas is a bona fide 1C. Nemec is still a reclamation project. Are we good?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a reclamation project.
I wouldn't say it's a reclamation.
He's
like a second pairing guy.
He's developing still.
Yeah.
No, he's also playing the RD1 spot, and he also had a great.
He is not even in the same stratosphere of value as Robert Thomas is.
I know. I think you could get similar value. I think you're looking at 2 first-round picks.
Actually, he is in the stratosphere because of the right defenseman issue across the league.
He's not. 1Cs are a hot commodity. They're not even.
That's an interesting point.
You are both wrong on this.
Alex,
that's an interesting point that Steve
because
brings
the fact of the matter is, there are so many teams. There are more teams that need a right defenseman than there are teams that need a 1C.
And he's 5 years younger.
As a
Here's
team,
my argument to that.
No,
One, Robert Thomas has a significantly high. It's already a finished product. We're going on what Nemec may become, number 1. Number 2, 1Cs are like the equivalent of getting a quarterback in the NFL. How often do you see true top end 1Cs get moved? They don't. We see.
Okay, hold on. I'm not done. I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm gonna stop you right there.
I'm not done.
Grab popcorn, everybody. Grab the popcorn.
I'm not finished with my point yet. Number 2, right-handed defense.
That's what he gets from you.
No, don't do that. That's not fair.
Yeah, nah, he ain't doing that because I wasn't done with my point.
Yeah. Oh, you switched spots.
I want to be with my buddy Eric anyway.
What?
But anyway, real quick, let me finish my point. Then you can say what you got to say. Number 2, right? Well, I agree. Steve makes a good point there. Right-handed defensemen are a need in the NHL. However, when we look at what the potential ceiling is of what Nemec could become versus what Robert Thomas already is, I think what you're getting from Thomas and the actual how rare 1Cs are moved in this market, no way.
And his contract. And the contract.
That
you
is
get
a
5
really fair
years at
contract for once. He's barely making $8 million a year, and he's locked up for
8.1.
5 years.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee. Hold on, but there's no. It's similar to that though. There's no guarantee that you're gonna have Robert Thomas produce for you on any other team. There's no guarantee of that. There's no guarantee of any of that. But you still have Simon Nemec, a former second overall pick, a very solid defenseman, and you could argue that he's on a way worse team than New Jersey.
No, this is crazy. Thank you, Eric.
New Jersey hasn't done anything.
St. Louis is way worse than New Jersey.
Yeah, no kidding. Robert,
but
Thomas,
I think for the money that you can get. I let you talk. For the market value for Simon Nemec, for the right defensive guy, a young right defenseman that can develop into a stud, you're telling me that you can't get prospective value for that equal to Robert Thomas?
Not to the comparison of a 1C. Now, I think you can get
I think you're crazy. I think defensemen are just as equally valued.
You can get a very good package for Nemec. I agree with that. You're not.
I'm saying 2 first-round picks. I'm saying you can get 2 first-round picks, which I think that's I think honestly, for Robert Thomas, if I'm going player to player, for Robert Thomas, the real value for Thomas is probably 2 first-round picks plus a prospect. The real value, not a trade deadline. I want to hit the button.
We got breaking news.
I'm gonna kill him. We were doing so well until he joined.
Corey Perry to Tampa.
So well.
And B's guy, you're just as much as him if you think that's a real good
Everyone else in the chat thinks that you're fucking crazy.
No, just B's guy does. Because he's on your side.
No, I agree with Alex. I'm like, look, Robert Thomas. I think the biggest difference, honestly, because when we're gonna talk about like compensation, like I agree with Alex because I look at the end of the day, Robert Thomas is an established number 1C in this league. So you're paying for a known commodity, whereas Nemec you're paying for a what if
potential.
Because like so and that's why I think Robert Thomas, and plus also like he says, like Robert Thomas is already on an insanely great contract for what you're paying like number 1 centers at this point. Like look, Robert Thomas is having a bit of a down year this year, but like he's hit a point per game, I think 3 times already in his career, point per game or over.
Nemec is 22 though, so to say that he's not prospectively equal to that is a little insane. Also, you can get Nemec likely on a cheaper deal for 5 years for $7 million.
Yes, but my point is he hasn't lived up to the
cheaper contract. I'm sorry, I thought you meant cheaper trade.
But the thing is that Nemec, and this is why I think he wouldn't cost as much as Thomas, is because again he has not hit that potential yet. So you're paying for potential. So you're gonna pay a little bit less.
I hate to break that to you guys though, but when you get a 22-year-old guy like that, that's what you pay for. That's where the cost comes in. You're paying for the potential.
You're paying for upside, but you're not gonna pay. Like, look, St. Louis is asking, like, now again, like you could say that because what St. Louis is asking for is insane. But like you look at let's say and I'm not saying they're the same player, but I'm saying look at what the Eichel return, and Eichel was traded for while he had his injury history, but they got a first round pick, they got a center prospect back, plus they got other things, and this is for a guy that you weren't even sure what his future was going to be because of the whole neck thing.
Well, to be fair on that point, the reason why they didn't know what his future would be is because Buffalo is the cheapest ownership in the league, and they didn't even want to pay for the career-saving surgery that would have literally Vegas was like, yeah, sure, we'll pay for your surgery because we're gonna get you and you're gonna be awesome. Like, no shit. But like at the problem that I'm seeing right now is what you guys are with the market is like the market. We're comparing player to player on 2 different positions. I understand that 1Cs go for a lot, but right now in this playoff push where there's not a lot of right defensemen, the market itself for right defensemen is already up way more than you think it would be, right? But on the contrary, left defenseman is oversaturated, so that's literally at the bottom of the league. So I right now I think the league in general is right D and then 1C. And then probably
In terms of
Only
need.
left
In
wings.
terms of need.
But here's the thing: need
Needs a different
dictates
argument.
market
We're talking
price.
value.
It's need dictates the price because it's all about supply and demand. There is a very low supply of right defensemen in the league, and there is an astonishingly high need for them on all these teams. So that's why you're seeing the market go crazy, because the need and the supply are completely opposite. That's why you're seeing all these things. And to be fair, like 1Cs are very important, obviously. Like every team needs a bona fide 1C. But I think when you're having so many teams struggle on defense, especially on the right side, if they're trying to be considered like cup contenders to actually make a difference and win a cup, especially now that Florida is literally just selling out and not going to be in the playoffs, this is the time. And I think you're going to see right defensemen go for a lot more money. And that's just where the market is at. It's not saying that like you guys aren't wrong for 1Cs. I just think the market right now is dictating that defensemen, specifically right defensemen, are needed more than 1Cs, because a lot of these playoff contending teams already have that bona fide 1C and 2C.
Okay.
You also have to think about it this way too. Like what you define as a 1C is more often than not determinant of close to generational talent. You think of McDavid,
I don't know about that
or very high, close to borderline high talent. Like, you know what I mean? Like
superstar, maybe
a really good superstar. And more oftentimes than not, you see them on the wings, you see them on defense, but you don't see them at center. And the reason why the center position is so important is because they take the faceoffs, right? So I don't disagree that 1Cs are highly important, but I agree with Steve that the other position, especially at the right defense right now, with the availability and the cost of them, it's reasonable to suggest that, yes, his price would garner something like that equal to a Robert Thomas. And the only reason Robert Thomas's price is high is because he's the only center of that caliber available. Whereas if you look at the other right defenseman, there are several defensemen available at Nemich's caliber, but that price is still pretty high.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Hold on a minute. Oh, hold on. Go ahead, Rick. Actually, let me let you get your point.
I just wanted to say that to the point that, you know, the demand is there. It's why we're not seeing anything yet. And as we get to the end, the guys that are, I don't really want to pay that price, some of them will go, okay, I'm going to pay the price now because it's not, you know, we're there.
And then we're all going to be yelling and pissing and whining that our teams weren't involved in it.
You're right.
Okay, so let me ask this then. We're talking about value versus talent here. So yes, I agree. The supply and the demand for right-handed defensemen and right-shot defensemen are definitely high. I'm not arguing that. But we're talking about a finished product, a guy who you can say that about anyone where you said, Cam, oh, we don't know if he's going to do the same thing at 1C where he in St. Louis versus other spots. When you're surrounded with talent, it's more likely than not you're going to, if you're going to be going to a high-quality team, number one.
I agree.
Number two, as we said, we can make that argument with literally any player outside of like McDavid.
Yeah,
or,
you can argue. Yeah,
hold on. So that's number one. Number two, we put the perspective of a finished product in a guy like Robert Thomas versus a guy who, as Eric and you and we've talked about, is still developing. Number three, right-handed defensemen are looked at as a hot commodity. Do not disagree with that argument. However, with how many are available right now at the same time versus how many 1Cs come available, how often do you see a true 1C become available? The last one was Jack Eichel. And how long ago was that? 4 or 5 years ago?
Let me just say, I'm older. Let me say something.
It's down.
Yeah, the demand for Robert Thomas right now may be the reason why that we're not seeing a trade for him, because they're picking through which one they want to take.
Possibly.
There may be a lot of offers for Robert Thomas right now.
I also want to bring up, Rick, too, that he's not the only 1C available.
Who?
Elias Pettersson is available. But it's a high price.
Yeah, it's $3 million more and a couple of years more. Or one.
It is. No. But to say that he's the only one is just simply not true. It's a
Well,
1
right
year
now-
difference between the players. It's a 1 year difference between the
Yeah,
players.
it's the production.
But I'd also
how about
like
its
to bring up
production level over the last couple of seasons that make a
Oh, but
difference.
Vancouver don't even. Vancouver's been shit.
So is
At least
well,
St.
St.
Louis
Louis
has
actually-
players like Jordan Kyrou and a couple other guys that they have surrounded Robert Thomas with. I'll at least give St. Louis some credit there. St. Louis has been in the mix a lot more than Vancouver has. Let's be honest with ourselves. But I'm also going to say this with respect to player valuation and talent valuation. This is where the court of public opinion comes in, and it honestly is unfortunate and it fails because the way you guys will value players will be different than BL Duff, B's guy, myself, the Chavo, Jack, who's not fucking here right now because he's a dick, but like, Eric, Nordy, who's snoozing, like it's just going to be different. Like, you know what I mean?
Work, to be fair.
So there's the unfortunate piece to it.
Do want to mention in that Corey Perry trade, Tampa gave up a 2nd-round pick to acquire him, which means bet your money on Tampa winning the Eastern Conference but losing in the Cup like always.
Oh, and I want to bring up a good point that B's guy
Corey
actually
Perry
makes
back in the cup. Corey Perry
ready to lose another Stanley Cup final.
By the way, who had St. Louis winning the Stanley Cup? That just changed.
What do you mean?
What? St.
Corey
Louis.
Perry has been to, I think, 3 or 4 straight Stanley Cups, lost all of them.
Yeah.
What does
Okay.
that have to do with
What does that
this?
have to do with St. Louis?
Traded to Tampa from the Kings.
Yes, Tampa. Whoever had Tampa winning the Stanley Cup,
Wow, okay.
kiss that goodbye.
You said St. Louis.
Because
That's
you said
No, I
St.
said
Louis.
Tampa.
St. Louis.
No, I didn't. I said
Yes,
whoever
you did.
had.
we all
People just
heard
heard
St.
you.
Louis.
We all heard
St.
you.
Louis.
Bro,
I
Cam,
did, whatever.
you absolutely said St.
Yeah.
Louis.
I thought listen, I could have been misconstrued as Stanley Cup when you guys probably heard St. Louis, but I said Tampa winning Stanley Cup. So
You
I'm
said St. Louis winning
Every
Stanley Cup. I
single
heard
person
both.
here heard you say St. Louis.
Yeah.
whatever. I don't give.
I
a
heard
shit.
you
You
say
had-
St.
you
Louis.
had St. Louis on the
But
brain.
by the way, another strong point that B's guy brings up is that Robert Thomas's career high points was 86.
Yeah, at age
So to
23.
call it, and I agree with his point, to call him a. But all right, I did say St. Louis.
Yeah.
That's my fault. Whatever.
Yeah,
guys.
yeah, we go.
Fuck you guys. You said St. Louis. I get it. Stop bullying me.
Keep bullying him. He deserves it.
But it's true to say Robert Thomas is a bona fide 1C. I kind of agree with that point. Like an 86 point as a career high is. I agree. It's really hard to say like that is bona fide 1C.
Yeah, but
I'll
it's
give you
over
2 points.
Over a point per game. He's defensively
And he's done
responsible.
it twice.
I think he's 3. No, I think even 3. I'm not 100% sure, but I know
Yeah,
he's
he
getting a
had an
point per
injury
game.
shortened one. True.
I'll give you one stat.
Like,
that-
I'm sorry, like, is Dylan Larkin a number 1 center? Do you guys consider Dylan Larkin a number 1 center? Like, he's not like that's what like his numbers are too. Like,
I'll give you
you
a
have to like
stat.
stop with like again, like we always consider okay, who's like a true number 1 center? If you were talking about like guys like McKinnon and McDavid, if that's your true number 1 center, then the rest of all the one like maybe 20 teams in the league don't have true number 1 centers because like
Some of them
so
don't.
like,
Some of them don't. I'll give you a stat about Thomas that you
We don't.
maybe give you a pause for thought. In 52 playoff games, he has 6 goals. Now he's playing with a shitty team. I get it, but
yeah,
that-
but it's because
that's
also like
something.
a lot of his games in the playoffs also came early in his career.
I'm
Yeah,
just
St.
saying
Louis has
that.
been out of the playoffs for like the past couple of years.
Okay, but it gives you something to think about. That's all.
Yeah, but for me, that's kind of a weighted stat because you're like, okay, well, he was like 19, 20, and 21 when he was in the playoffs, when he was like on a third line, and then
Eric,
it's like, it's like,
Ooh, sorry. Go ahead, finish your point. I apologize.
but no, but like, look, I just want to say, like, last thing on Robert, like the center versus the right wing, the right D. I got a little bit to what Alex's point was also before, like. Look how many right Ds are actually moving right now. Like Risto's a right D, Parayko's Parayko didn't move, but like, and like,
Almost did.
I understand like Nemec again, his potential might be like a big time point producing, but again, he hasn't reached his potential yet. But like, and you were saying before with Elias Pettersson, the only reason Elias Pettersson might be available is because he sucks right now. Because if Elias Pettersson was close to a point per game, I'm sorry, Vancouver would not make him available. That's the difference. And it's like the only and Robert Thomas is available because it seems like St. Louis wants to go into a complete teardown, but they want to like maybe start from scratch again. And again, to Alex's point, like Jack Eichel was the last one. Like I don't consider Thomas Hurdle a 1C. He's been a 2C like his whole career, and he was moved what, like 2 years ago. Like, and look how many centers, how many teams are looking for centers that, like, Vincent Trocheck, Kadri are the best available. And it's like, these guys are all over 30 and they're 2 to 3 Cs.
I just disagree with your assessment on Vancouver with Elias Pettersson. Vancouver right now has indicated that they do want to clean up shop. So I disagree with that statement. Everything else, I think you have solid points.
I'd like to answer this point right here. I'd like my 1C to have more than 26 goals in a year as a career high. As always, I'm going to make a comparison to Claude Giroux. At the age of 26, Claude Giroux's career high was 28 points. Would we look at him as a 1C at the time? I'd say the answer is yes.
Well, also, it's because
he's a playmaker. Robert Thomas is my point.
Like, you have different kind of centers also. Like, you have Austin Matthews, like goal-scoring center, but then you have other guys that are more playmaking centers. It's like, I'm
exactly.
sorry. And then Adam Oates. I'm sorry, guys. Like, back in the day, Adam Oates. Like, Adam Oates having a year, but the guy put up like 60. He put up like 70 assists. Like,
and more than that, even. Yeah, no, Adam Oates was fantastic, and Thomas had last 2 seasons, I believe, 60 assists.
Rick, to your point, your 1C is a two-way center. I'd say that's pretty damn good. And Nick Suzuki got what, a 90-point season under his belt or something?
Yeah, he's on pace for 95 right now. So,
but here's the thing with Nick Suzuki: he's a two-way playmaking center. He's not a true, I would say, two-way forward center. He's got dynamics of both.
I won't argue that.
The way I can see him, and you guys brought up Dylan Larkin. I think that's a really bad, not a great example because he's a 1C because of his elite two-way game. He's not the kind of guy that you would expect to get you the points, but he's a very responsible two-way guy. That's who Dylan Larkin is.
I just gave you an example.
In all areas. Like, yes, Giroux, but Giroux was more of a playmaking center, I would argue.
That's what I said he was. He was an elite two-way playmaking center.
But Thomas is a good two-way center. Like, Thomas is very good defensively.
Yeah, that too. Don't knock Thomas's defensive game.
I think he's more of an offensive-minded individual. Listen, like I said, when you get into player evaluation, it leaves it up to the court of public opinion. So when you leave something up to the court of public opinion, you're going to have different views on it. Unfortunately, I just think Simon Nemec can garner you the same because you're going to get the potential of a true RD1, and then you're going to get honestly, that's why I say you can do Nemec.
He has term. That's what you're paying for as well.
Yeah, I mean that's the only thing for Thomas that's if Thomas did not have that contract, if they were both RFAs at the end of the season, tell me that you could not get equal value for both of them.
I think it'd be closer for sure. But I just want to go back to that one point of like how many teams are looking for 1Cs? A lot. How many teams that are playoff contenders are looking for 1Cs? None. Because they already have them. That's the
playoff contenders?
Yes.
Well, okay.
I don't think the Kings have a 1C right now.
We have.
I don't think Ottawa has a 1C right now.
They're not contending for the playoffs.
That's a playoff contender. That's absolutely. The Kings just got Panarin. That's a playoff contender. I didn't say they're a cup contender. They're contending for the playoffs, though.
I mean, maybe we'll see.
Ottawa's only 3-4 points out of a playoff spot right now. They're absolutely on there.
I think he's trying to refute you, but you got to let him.
Go ahead.
Let him finish his point.
Sure, they're there, but they're not going to want to sacrifice all what they're building up for the next year for a 1C for a couple years. That's the thing. The price has to be worth it, and the teams that are legit cup contenders aren't going to bite on a 1C because they already have it. You're better off waiting and getting it off because there's more potential. Like what we were just talking about, where if you wait till the offseason to dish this guy, you're going to have more people bidding for it because you can play with the cap and you can get rid of guys.
I agree with that.
This is I think we're rushing this Robert Thomas stuff because, again, I think St. Louis knows that they want to maximize value to get this guy so they can fleece another team. That's what it all comes down to because they know.
That I agree with, yes.
That's the thing. So when you're looking at value, and that's why he's not gone yet. Because I think every other GM knows that St. Louis is trying to fleece them for a guy that they can get later on at the end of the year for a little bit cheaper and maybe a little bit more equal terms. Not even like for like not a one-sided trade, so to say, right? It's just ridiculous. Like the 1C position is like you got to draft it, and honestly, there's 6 of us here, or there's 5 of us here, where we all have different definitions of what an actual 1C is supposed to do with playmaking or two-way things. It's like it also depends on what team you're going off of, because it also goes for your line, right? A different like for the Brewers, for example, a 1C for us is going to be a completely different 1C for the Flyers and for Montreal because of who they have around this guy and what they need, depending on what lines 2 and 3 for. You know what I mean? Like there's certain things that a 1C needs to have where it's a two-way game. I think you need to be offensively talented, and you also have to have a really solid two-way game in the defensive zone.
I can agree with those points. That's a slightly different argument, what I was saying, though, but I agree with what you're saying. Yeah. I think when you're talking about need, my original argument was importance. Which one is more important, not versus the need? But if you're talking like need of what the playoff team's in, then yes, that I agree. I think the 1C is the most important thing on a team, unless if you're completely loaded with talent around like a 2C or something like that. I can agree with those points. Yes.
Can I float this out? Can I float this out there? Maybe Robert Thomas was made available for them to test the market, so for the offseason, actually, and they weren't really intending to move him right now. And they just want to test the market and see what other teams offer, so they know what they're going to be able to get for him. That could be too.
You're not wrong.
That's why I said that's why I said I think he's going to be moved in the offseason, because it makes no sense for them to move him now.
I agree with too.
Yep.
I don't think he ends up getting moved anymore at this point. I feel like for a guy of Robert Thomas's quality, if a trade were to have been made, it would have probably already been made by now. I think this is, at this point, this doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Yeah.
I disagree, because I think if you're St. Louis, you want to wait till the last possible minute to hear everyone's offer.
That could be true. I mean,
I think with guys that you're trying to expect to get a lot out of, you wait till probably the last minute to evaluate all the offers that come in. And that way,
that's a fair argument. I can agree with that. The only thing is, you also do play the risk of some of these suitors potentially trying to pivot too after waiting so long, because they want to make a move. Because if you're going to have 5 or 6 suitors in that contention, and they know they need to make some level of upgrade, if you're waiting that long too, some of these guys may want to pivot to another direction. You might lose some of these guys as well. But that is a fair argument. I do get where you're coming from there.
I don't know. I just think the pool of teams that would be interested would just be so much bigger in the offseason. So because I don't know if because even look at St. Louis, like in general, let's say you want a first round pick, right? So assuming a team even LA, let's say, okay, LA could use now. Kopitar he's going to retire, so maybe LA could use another center. So if you wait till the offseason, if LA keeps on falling and they end up with, let's say, the 8th, 6th, 7th, whatever pick, now obviously that pick is more valuable than what a first round pick that, let's say, Utah would be giving you, or whichever team is in the playoffs right now would be giving you. Plus, they might also have a prospect that maybe St. Louis likes a lot better. So I don't know. For me, that's why I think the only way he gets moved at the deadline is if a team really overpays for him, because obviously it will make the most sense. Then it will make sense for St. Louis. But also, I just think St. Louis can get a better package than what somebody I think would be willing to pay now than as opposed to later. Because I heard like they said, Boston, they wanted James Higgins. Boston's no. Apparently they wanted Desnoyers from Utah. Apparently Utah said no. So, but now these are teams that are in a playoff spot that can use him. But again, I go back to maybe teams that are not in the playoffs right now that are well, let's wait till the off season, and they might have a prospect that St. Louis might like, then say okay, if you're willing to give us him plus your first round pick, So I don't know. I just like I said, I just don't see Robert Thomas being moved at the deadline unless it's a huge overpay.
Yep. I get where you're coming from. I do. I really do. I'm kind of in the same boat as you, where that it's unlikely that they're going to move him because the price is so high, and they're probably going to wait till the off season to actually make something work, because there are going to be more suitors, and the ability to actually make a trade, or make a deal happen, maybe even a 3-way deal in the off season, is going to be a lot better, I guess. But honestly, I wanted to touch on the Corey Perry. I mean, old ass Corey Perry got for a second round. That's it. Like, this market is so crazy. Like, that's
Isn't it?
That's what I'm trying to get at. Is just the market has been so crazy that I wouldn't surprise me that if a decently upsided right defenseman, could get something high, because again, old ass Corey Perry went for a second round. Like, it's crazy to me.
Maybe Tampa thinks that by getting him, it gets them to the finals.
Well, like a rabbit's foot, like a good luck.
Yeah,
charm.
exactly. So they felt it was worth the second round pick.
It's crazy. I mean, there's been a ton of overpayments in my belief this year. I mean, I'm going to keep going back to this, but like Nicholas Roy for what he got in his 5 goals, it's unbelievable. Like, it's just the market right now is so crazy, and I'm not surprised that we haven't seen much trades go on because of the market.
Do you remember when Dreher and Drager said it was going to be a buyer's market? That didn't end up being the case now, did it?
Nope. Seller's market.
Oh, for sure. And honestly, that was a good move for Trevelin, because he got his ass kicked last year. 2 terrible deals, one with you guys, way worse than ours, and one with us for Scott Lawton. What you guys did to Trevelin for Brandon Carlo last year was probably one of the biggest fleeces I've seen in the last 5 years. That trade's looking more and more painful by the day for the Leafs, especially if that pick ends up in the top 5. Yes, they'll get a top 5 pick, but then they pretty much have to give up back-to-back unprotected first based off the terms of their 2 prior trades that they made. Because the 2027 pick, if it ends up in the top 10, they have to have a choice of whether they give it to you guys or us. We'll give it to us because they hate you. And then they give the 2028 pick to you guys unprotected. So they're in a big pickle right now. So they got to recoup some first-round assets. So that was actually a pretty good trade, even if it's top 10 protected from the Avalanche, and we know they're not ending there this year. But it's still, at least you get something out of it.
Yeah.
Did they use Astroglide at least when they made those trades? I wonder.
Nope, raw.
Just a quick note on that.
No Astroglide. Ouch.
Just a quick note on that Toronto piece, Alex. Like, yes, Toronto has the potential to get a top 5 pick, but it's going to be highly unlikely. I think you and I spoke about it. It's probably going to land somewhere between 8 and 12.
Barring them jumping, I agree, yes. Unless if they jump to the top 2 spots, which is possible, slim, but possible, it will likely be what you mentioned, probably right around that. I'd say right around the 8 to 12 range. That makes sense.
You know what's funny, though?
Toronto,
They keep losing games. Toronto keeps losing bad.
I think they're ready for the golf course already.
Yeah. And it wouldn't surprise me if, like, by some crazy Canadian miracle, that Toronto gets number 5, like, just with the lottery. Like, I don't know. Like, if they keep losing out, it'll be like we need to save a original 6 franchise. So the league is gonna be like, yeah, here's your 5th pick. Here you go. So it's protected, and they can get something out of nothing.
Oh, that's so bad.
We got a small news break here. I'm not going to hit the breaking news. This one isn't too crazy. Jordan Eberle extended 2 years, $5.5 million with the Seattle Kraken.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that.
Not a bad deal. I agree. He's older, but not
He's
terrible.
Putting up numbers. He's still putting up numbers. Last I saw, because of fantasy, he had 22 goals. Last I saw.
Yeah,
no, he's still playing at a pretty decent level. Yeah, he's still a good player. Yeah. And also, just from before, I don't know if anybody else saw it, but Alex Nadalkovich re-signed in San Jose.
Yeah, I've seen that. What was it, 2 years, 1.7 mil, I think it was? Something like that.
I know it was 2 years, but it was more than 1. I think it was 2 point something.
So we're talking about the Leafs. I have TSN on with the mock draft, and they just had the Leafs don't get number 1 and with Gavin McKenna. Like a mock draft. So
if they do that, the league is rigged. I'm sorry. There's no way Toronto gets McKenna.
I hope they rig it because I want it for. Well, no, I don't want them to get McKenna, but I hope they rig him into the top 5 so we can get their unprotected first next year. Let the rigging happen. Bees guy, thoughts on Jiricek real quick. I like the trade for the sheer fact that I get it. He has struggled in both Minnesota and Columbus. And Minnesota gave up a first, second, third, and fourth rounder for this guy. We gave up Bobby Brink. It's a lower risk potential of high reward. If it works out, awesome. You got a top 4 defenseman in this team who's probably already this team's best power play quarterback, because the Flyers have no one that can really operate their power play. It's been gross for the last few years. That's number 1, although they're assigning him to Lehigh Valley. That is a little concerning. I'd rather them started him here because that would be a little more redeeming for a potential Risto trade. But besides the point. And number 2, you have this log jam at right wing. You had to make a move for one of these guys. Bobby Brink looked like the odd man out. There's probably one more that needs to move, especially if they end up sticking Trevor Zegras over on the left wing long term. Even if they keep him down the middle, I still think you probably have to move out one. Owen Tippett looks like the most likely casualty, but it's probably looking like that's more of an off-season move. But back to the main point, yes, I like the deal because if it works out, you got a top 4 defenseman. If it doesn't, you took a risk on a semi-reclamation project, and we've had 3 of them over the last few years. And Jamie Drysdale, Rasmus Ristolainen, and Nick Seeler will all turn into something, especially Drysdale.
Yeah, no, I honestly really love this trade also for the Flyers. Like, look, is it a risk? Yeah, I guess. But like Alex said, like Brink was as good as gone. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I really like the player. Minnesota's honestly getting a really good player. But at the end of the day, I don't envision Brink being more than a third line guy. Like, maybe he could like replace on the second line in a pinch, but like he's a third line guy. And at the end of the day, if they were going to trade him for a pick, it would have probably ended up being like a second round pick. So at the end of the day, like I'll take a chance on a David Jiricek, former 6th overall pick with like potential, rather than, you know, picking a second round where it's like what 15% chance of making the NHL, if not less. Because if it was Minnesota's own pick, it would probably been like closer to the 60s. So honestly, like I love this trade. It's if Jiricek ends up busting and whatever, like, you know what, you took a shot. So like I was honestly a little bit shocked that they were able to it would only cost them Brink. But you know what, I'm happy for Brink too. Like he's a Minnesota kid. He's going to play for the Wild. Really happy for that. Briere did him a solid again.
Yeah.
Like, doing these guys solids. Like, he sent him to Minnesota.
That's his home state. Exactly.
Yeah. So man, good. Honestly, I love this trade for the Flyers.
If Tippett goes, it's really sad the Flyers got nothing back for Drew. I do not agree with this point. First of all, they already got Denver Barkey, who looks like he is going to be a really scrappy Brink replacement, probably better in your middle 6 winger core. Number 2, you use the other first to trade up for Jack Nesbitt. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, whatever. But we don't know what you'd get yet for Tippett.
Yeah.
It all depends what the return is. Denver Barkey's a player. That was a great pick up there with that third round pick. But it all depends what you get back for Tippett for me to really say what you end up turning that into. So if they move him, that is. But again, to be determined.
Yeah, and if Tippett's moved, I'm assuming there's going to be a center coming the other way because obviously our big area of need. So like if we could package Tippett with maybe something else, get like a legit 1C or like even get like a middle 6 or like a 2C at the very least. We'll see, but again, depending what the return, because we wouldn't trade Tippett for nothing. Like that would just make absolutely no fucking sense. Like he's on a great contract and he's a pretty good player. So
you could trade Tippett for Nemec. If the Devils are,
I would do something.
100%, I do that.
You're going to need to give up another first round pick for that, though. I think. But
another trade.
Oh, want to hit him? Hold on, I'll hit the horn and you say it. Right. Go ahead.
That was overkill. Vinny,
no, you said this trade. I hit the button. What is it?
Vinny Hinostroza goes to Minnesota for futures.
I was still hitting the button. It was worth it.
So Florida trading someone else.
These
I
guys.
think
Would I
Minnesota
be
went to
okay?
Florida. No?
No. Oh, yeah, you're right. Florida gets Hinostroza. My
Yeah.
mistake. And futures go to Minnesota. So they're getting rid of someone because they picked up somebody.
Interesting.
Hey, we got somebody. Hang on there, Jamey. Hang on. We got Jamey coming in.
Do I hear Mr. Bascow coming?
Oh, Jamey.
Mr.
Jamey!
There he is. There's the legend.
Hello, hello.
Jamey.
Jamie, you just missed the craziest trade, buddy. Connor McDavid to the Flyers for a bag of pucks.
What a pick.
Hey, you know why it happened? Because of Eric's freaking hat. Eric has a new hat on.
That's the reason.
I tell you, man, this guy's like the hat king.
Oh, I love my hats. I love my
Oh,
hats.
for sure.
I feel like
Now-
Jamie's calling in from the car. He just goes, "What's up, guys? I'm here to fuck shit up."
Yeah, that's what I do best. Was anybody shocked at Philadelphia?
Oh my
We were
god!
just
I'm
talking about it
shocked
with
they
that
got
trade.
Juracek for Brink. I was like, holy fuck!
Well, okay. You know what? That's a move that a team makes that still has 3 to 4 years left of the rebuild.
Yeah.
No, I don't think
I'd
3
say
or 4,
another-
but like
at
one or
least
one to two. I think.
Yeah,
I
that's
honestly, I
probably
think Juracek
below
could
last.
play in the league right now on a bottom pair. I think he could.
Well, he played 25 games in Minnesota this past year, 24 with the Iowa Wild, and he hasn't played a game for Minnesota since January 31st. And he has 2 goals in his career in a total of 84 games.
Mhm. I think
The one thing that I do like he has, the Flyers were high on him, as you all know, from his draft year. The one thing I do like is it shot from the point, and that's something that the Flyers have needed, especially if you trade Rasmus Ristolainen. Risto has a cannon. I don't know why he doesn't use it more from the point. His shot is heavy. He has one of the heaviest shots in the league. I don't know why he doesn't use it more. But maybe Juracek, maybe you're able to untap that. You know, that's why I would have kept Brad Shaw, who I thought was a phenomenal defensive coach. Would work with him. But it is what it is.
yeah.
But I'll tell you, the right side defensively is nice. Comparable. Jamie Drysdale is 23. Juracek's 22. Oliver Bonk's 21. So your right side of your D is pretty much solidified with those 3 for right now, especially with how Drysdale has taken a step forward, in his development this year.
I agree. Like I said, and you know what? Defensemen take longer to marinate. They
Yeah.
take longer to develop. It's the fact of the matter of things. D-men do not turn into studs overnight. They're usually late bloomers in their mid to late 20s. You really start seeing defensemen become really high quality of what they can potentially be.
Well, it depends on their talent. Depends on their talent.
I mean, there's
Most
obviously
oftentimes I
exceptions.
agree with you, but you should begin to see spurts around like 24, 25.
That I agree. I think that's a fair number. Yeah.
I
and-
still don't think Juracek moves that needle for Philly. I still think you need a true, really RD1, unless Jamie
agree there,
Drysdale
too.
can really like hammer that home.
Yeah.
But I know good trade for Philly. I think it was a hockey trade. I think it was a necessary trade. Not really much else though, Jamie, on today. We got a boring trade deadline.
I'm not
Hopefully
shocked.
he picks up soon.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not shocked by any means, and that's why I was trying to tell people chill. They're all like in a panic over the Flyers. Like, if people have watched our podcast, Flyer Up. If people have watched, Getting Gritty with. If people like watch your podcast. If people have paid attention to all of our articles, to include the free trade deadline primer that I sent you the other day, people would know. Okay, it's not the panic. Listen, the Flyers were never going to get a first for Rissa. I don't know where this came from, like why a lot of people thought it would happen. The guy just hasn't been able to stay healthy. That GMs, they're looking at contenders. Contenders aren't going to say, okay, cool, yeah, I'm going to throw all my cats in a hat today, and then tomorrow you don't know because Rasmus may not be playing. Now, I if I'm Philly, I'm holding on to him. I wouldn't even budge. I'd let him go until next year. Prove you can stay healthy, and then at the next trade deadline, get what you want for him, a first and a quality prospect, because that is what he is worth. Because he's a good player. It's unfortunate that he just can't stay healthy, and it's driving his value down. especially when you're seeing mediocre players going for first and stuff. Well, they've also played too. Remember, Rasmus Ristolainen missed nearly the entire season last year due to his triceps, and then missed half the season this year, and then came back, and was banged up before he went to the Olympics. And then I really think that Taka did damage the other day. When he said that Risto was banged up, I think that's why Philly played him last night. Because if you don't play him last night, now it's like, okay, well, Taka on Monday said he was banged up. Now he's not playing again. How hurt is he? And is it worth it for them to throw all these eggs in the basket for Risto?
Well, Jamie, I think if Philadelphia is willing to retain, I think the 50%, yeah, you could argue. Someone could argue for a first, but you're not getting anything else. Like if that's it, but that would be it. You know what I mean? Otherwise, you can look at a second and a B- prospect. I would say, that would be reasonable.
I always thought if they were going to get a first, it'd be like a Sean Walker deal. Hey, you're taking this crap contract, in lieu of the first, and does
the cap space to do it. So,
do they want to go down that road again? Have retainment, like you said, because you're 100% right. They'll have to retain. Now you get the retainment, then you get the first, which is cool, but you're getting this bad contract. So you're getting 2 storms there for a good draft pick, and maybe a decent prospect. Maybe, and I say maybe because we don't know how prospects are going to turn out. You know what I mean? Like they're crapshoots. Just because Porter Martone is killing it in the NCAA from Michigan State doesn't mean that he's just going to come to the NHL and start lighting it up. You know what I mean? Like Cutter has. Cutter has done well. But not everybody's Cutter either. You know what I mean? So like you're not always going to get a McDavid in there or Sidney Crosby in there. Like those players just don't come around very often. It's actually a shame that this is transpiring and Cutter Gauthier just scored his 31st goal.
Please don't remind me.
Yeah, I know. Fuck.
Please don't.
Don't get him started, Jamie. Jamie, don't get him started.
I'm gonna stay quiet. I'm already defeated from it.
Alex, this Bees guy really gives it to you, dude. I love him. He's like my favorite person.
I hate the realism. The fact of the matter is they definitely could get a first-round pick. I love you, Jamie. I'm actually going to disagree. The reason why he hasn't been traded is the Flyers want significantly more than that. They want a player, a prospect, and then another pick on top of it. That's where I think Danny's going overboard. I agree with that. You can get a first-round pick for Risto. That's not what's the reason why this hasn't happened yet. It's because Danny has set a bar and no one's hitting it yet. And I don't think anyone's going to hit it. And I don't think he ends up getting moved if this keeps up, unless if Danny lowers his bar. He wants 3 pieces. I'm just saying, if you can get me a first, or maybe hypothetically we'll talk with Detroit, a Danielson, or a Carter Bear, and maybe you throw like a 3rd-round pick back as a sweetener for one of those 2 guys. That could happen. Absolutely. There's already been talks that they're trying to bring Risto more than what is to be desired. The quote-unquote return they're looking for is the Brandon Carlo return. I do not think they're going to get that. But if you're telling me you can get a first-round pick for Risto straight up, I think you can do that. I'm not really worried about that. It's more that they want more. Danny's trying to overkill it, and that's how you kind of draw teams away. I originally thought when all these high prices were going out that maybe that they were going to be able to get what they wanted. But now things are calming down. Now that, everything's kind of quiet, we're only about 2 hours away from the deadline. Danny's going to have to make 2 choices. Either one, he comes down his price a little bit and goes back to maybe a first only or something like that, or he holds on to him until next year and tries again. But the thing is, he needs to accept that most likely he's not getting the Carlo deal. So there's that.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you. It's not just an issue with Danny Briere. It's a lot with the other GMs too. You look at Vancouver. Vancouver's probably been the most reasonable, I would say, with their selling. Like they're actually being quite reasonable because they know the other GMs are not. You look at what Doug Armstrong's trying to do with, Robert Thomas, Justin Falk, Colton Parayko, all of these guys, Jordan Kyrou. He wants 35 million first-round picks, Jamie's second-born child, Alex's left testicle, and Steve's good hair. Like that's what he's asking for, and it's not a price you're gonna get. And, when you want, especially when you want to sell, when you're the one that wants to reset your team, yes, you have those high value players, but you need to be realistic in your pricing.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. I don't think he's going to get that return he wants, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to say he could still get a first or like an A- prospect or something like that. Not like a friggin' blue chipper. I'm not saying that, but maybe like a guy that could fit in your second line one day, something like that.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. I don't know. That's a lot for a guy that has only played in a handful of games this year. You know what I mean?
I agree.
You're asking for a lot. And the thing is, he's aging too. So, you know what I mean? So
30, 31. I think he's
31. He's about to turn 32 here.
He's 31.
So like, I don't know. He's got a lot of miles on his tires, and I don't know, man. It's just a lot to ask for a player that just can't say. That's like trying to trade Joel Embiid. I mean, Joel Embiid, you don't know if he's coming or going, and he's handcuffed the Sixers in so many ways. He just can't stay healthy either. Risto's sort of the same thing. It's not that they don't want to play. It's just their body says, hey, I can't play, and that's where they're at. So in some way, maybe it is worth it to just offload Risto for a second and then get your prospect that way that you want. Lower, like you said, lower the bar to a second, get the quality prospect that you want. That is more understandable, or even a third, I'd take, to get that prospect that you want. If you're getting a good, solid prospect down the middle, I'd take a stab at that. Shoot, why not? You just got Juracek, you have Jamey Drysdale, and you have, who the heck am I missing there? Juracek, Drysdale, shoot, we just said it.
Oliver Bonk.
Oliver Bonk. I mean, so you have your future right there. Now you can take a stab with the center prospect. And Massimo Rizzo was traded today. So there goes one center prospect out the window. Now you open the door for another. Hey, let's see what he does, now. So that's what I would do. I would trade.
Sorry, Jamie. Well, here's the thing. If you think about it, like, oh God, I had it and I lost it. Oh fuck! I hate. You ever get that feeling? Like, you have the thought and then it goes.
Yes. You're waiting so long in your brain. Oh, trust me.
It's gonna. I was holding on for that for so long. I was letting like Jamie just ride the high and go. And oh my God, I forgot the fucking point. I am not made for TV, guys. It's either my receding hairline or my lack of memory. One of the two that's going to prevent it.
You know what? Go Boston, baby. Go Bruins.
Dude, I got it. It's back. You mentioned Boston. That's what got me. It's going to be bad, right? If you think about the top trades that happened today were Corey Perry to Tampa, and then the Bobby Brink and Juracek trade. If that's it, that's all that happens, this trade deadline, shit, garbage. I want to repeat.
You got 2 hours. They better start picking up soon. These guys are definitely going to be. I think in the final hour, we're going to start seeing some chaos.
I mean, a ton of trades were happened yesterday. A ton of trades happened the day before. A ton of trades have been happening since the Olympic break. So it sort of is okay for it to die down. Plus, with it being a seller's market right now, prices are sky high. Mm-hmm. So really, it should be slow. The prices should come down here. Maybe I don't know. I would just, if I'm the Flyers in particular, I'd move Risto for a second or third in a quality center prospect. I'd do that deal. I'd do it. I
don't think Danny will do it unless if he gets at least something value of a first round pick, because he has another year of term. That's the thing. That's why Danny's not in a massive rush to do this. Next year, if you still can't get your price, then yes, I agree. But if Danny can't get at least a first, that's on Danny. If Tyler Myers is getting a second round pick in change, and Risto's better than Myers and much younger too.
Oh yeah.
If Tyler Myers, who is a third pairing defenseman, got a second and then some, Ristolainen is better than Tyler Myers. Now, this is a completely different position, but Nicholas Waugh got a first and a fifth. Yes, I get it. Different position. So prices can be different in that term. But still, in terms of player value, Risto should be able to get you a first. It's just Danny wants to make an overkill. That's
I gotta be honest with you. Fuck Risto. And I don't mean to be rude, guys.
Now.
Like he is not the top name that's available. Like I'm sorry, like Colton Parayko, Justin Falk, those two are both better than Ristolainen. Like, you know what I mean? Like I want to know when the ball's gonna drop and when things can start happening. It's a boring trade deadline, and I'm having a hard time.
Well,
by the way,
don't not a bad contract.
He's a nice guy.
$5.1 million for Risto is not a bad contract for a second pair.
Alex, how many games has Tyler Meyer played in the past 2 years?
I mean, he's got better durability. I'll give you that. That's what I mean. Sure.
Like, there's longevity, there's shelf life there with Tyler Myers. He's actually going to be on the ice. You're only as good if you're on the ice or on the court or whatever. Exactly. If you're not playing, then you're not good at all. And that's the thing about Risto. It's not that he doesn't have the talent. It's not that he doesn't have the goods. And it's not that. He transformed his game. Tortorella did a phenomenal job, and Bradshaw did a great job with him to, hey, you want to have longevity in this league, you can't go guns blazing. You know, you already can't stay healthy as is. You gotta chill. You know what I mean? And they transform his game, and now he's a solid defender, you know, for such. Kudos to them. But he hasn't been able to stay on the ice. He's only played, and I'm being nice by saying this, in 64 games in 2 seasons. You know, and I'm being nice by saying that because I think it's actually less. So, yeah, I'd go with the Tyler Myers because I have a better shot at winning if Tyler Myers is on the ice. Risto, you don't know if he's coming or going.
That's a fair argument. Durability is big. I can't really argue that point. I just go better player versus durability. Yes, B's guy, that's a fair point. Availability is the best ability. I can't really argue that either. But playoff Risto has been talked about for years, man. If he's
There's
healthy,
no but.
It's a big if. It's a risk.
There's no
not
but.
arguing that. But if he's healthy, he's a perfect playoff defenseman.
Well, you know what? I traded him to Montreal for Cole Caulfield. Straight up.
All right.
You're not so. You're out.
Hey,
yeah.
Jamey, they'll even sweeten the deal. They'll give you Ivan Demidov and Suzuki too. They'll give you the whole line.
Just throw them away.
Now we're talking, and then we'll give you Brett Harrison. How about that, Brick?
I love it. Let's do it.
Bruins
No comment.
Brett Harrison. No,
I keep going back because I'm going to be honest. The worst freaking deal ever was the Cam York deal, and I just said, like, I still have bad thoughts in my head. We're talking about Cutter and stuff. What about Cam York, man? The Flyers had Cole Caulfield twice, not once but twice, and then traded for it. Come on, man.
Jamey, B's guy got a question for you. Do you think Danny is on the hot seat if the Flyers stay put?
No, actually, I don't. I think that, you know, I think that David Juracek, you know, for Bobby Brink offered the Flyers, hey, we're not competing for the next year, at least a year or two. I think 3 to 4. I'll go with what Alex and Eric said and stay put with that. 1 to 2, I could see. All right, but being that showed me that the team is not ready to compete and that they are definitely in sell mode here, or definitely in the offseason be sell. That trade that you don't make that type of deal where you have a solid player in Bobby Brink, who I'm going to be honest, I don't know who's going to board battle now for Philly with you know, Tyson Forster being out. Brink is a big loss in terms of that area, like being you know, the Energizer Bunny there, winning board battles and stuff. That's what Bobby Brink does well. You don't make that type of trade. Now they do have a logjam, you know, on the right side. I get it. You know, at the winger position in general, I'd say. But you don't make that type of deal for Juracek, who is an AHLer at this point, you know, for the most part, an AHLer, unless you're in compete mode. The Flyers are clearly not in compete mode. That's what that trade offered. So, no, I think Danny Briere and Keith Jones, I think they have the shelf life at least of Rick Tocchet. I think if Tocchet is fired here next year, I think then Danny Briere is on the hot seat. I think a GM and a coach go hand in hand. I've always said that, you know. So if Tocchet doesn't improve, or Tocchet gets canned next year, I can see Danny being on a hot seat next year, not this year.
I think I agree with you, Jamey. I think you hit the hammer on the nail on that one. I don't think he is right now, but I do think they turn the dial up a little bit if he doesn't. The summer of 26 is what the Flyers have emphasized for years to this organization, to the fan base, to everyone. Summer of 26, ever since this thing began in 2023, that the summer of 26 is when this team is going to start making their push. I need to see what they do in the summer of 2026 first.
Yep.
And I agree with you 100% with the Rick Tocchet take. If it's very unlikely, unfortunately, as much as I want it to happen, that Rick Tocchet gets fired this offseason. I wish it would happen tomorrow, but part of the argument for a different day. With that being said, I need to see and yes, I agree, B's guy. There's no free agents available. It's going to have to come in the trade market. I got to see what type of move that this team tries to make in the offseason to try to improve this team, especially down the middle. If they're in the same stagnant position next year and no one's developing, you're still playing this low event, bore fest of hockey, then no. Then, you can turn that dial up quite a few pegs on Danny and Tocchet and crew. But if you start seeing steps in the right direction, they progress offensively, they add a center, their top six, then sure. I think that he'll be just fine and the team starts making a step in the right direction. It all depends what they do in the summer and next year.
Hiring the UFC fighters to teach the guys how to fight wasn't a step in the right direction?
Nick the Warrior and Garnet Hathaway. That's a good point.
No, I honestly think that Draisaitl was the Flyers' target in the summer of 2026, and I'm going to tell you this. I'll tell you this. The moment I found out that Draisaitl, I threw my phone. I really did, and I cracked my screen because it got on my nerves because I think that was a Flyers' target. I really do. I firmly believe that the Flyers' top target was Leon Draisaitl, 100%. I think that they would throw anything at Draisaitl to obtain him even today. I do.
I got a few updates in the NHL to work with here regarding Montreal, Pittsburgh, and Calgary. We'll start with Montreal. They are potentially, not definitely, but potentially working on a trade involving Nazem Kadri that could send Patrick Laine over to Calgary. Nice. And in terms of the Penguins, they are potentially working on a deal with Stuart Skinner. So keep an eye on both of those. I hate to admit this. I like what Dubas is doing in Pittsburgh. I hate to admit it, but he's done a fantastic job there so far. I really admit it.
I don't hate the Stuart Skinner move if they're planning to do it. It's just a little surprising with them being, I think, second in the division for me. The Montreal move to acquire Nazem Kadri would be brilliant. As your second line center.
That's I don't really want them to get Kadri because of numbers. Like
it's term.
But if they can get rid of Laine for that, then
it's a switch.
I don't think it's that bad. I'll be okay with that because at least Kadri is going to do something for us and help. I don't think Laine was going to do anything for us.
Look what Pittsburgh's done in 2 weeks. Sid the Kid's coming back. You know what I mean? So that's what I mean. Kudos to them for even being second in place in the division. You lose a player like Sid. Imagine if the Flyers lost TK for an extended period of time, not just these past few games. Mm-hmm. Could the Flyers stay afloat for as long as they've had? You know what I mean? If they lost TK. If TK was out a month, the Flyers would be the second to the worst team in the NHL, hands down. Maybe the third.
How about Montreal losing Suzuki or Caulfield from
that would be see, that's a good example. Yeah, losing Suzuki or Caulfield would kill Montreal long term.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I wanted Suzuki, man. Listen, Rick, man, you need it.
Jamey, stay away from my players, man.
I interviewed Suzuki before his draft, man. It burned me up, man. I saw him go. Like, dang it.
Yeah.
We've addressed a lot with Philadelphia.
Oh, I tell you, Cole Caulfield, I have nightmares of Habs, man.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
We've gone into quite a bit of depth with Philadelphia. I'm curious of like some of the other teams that we haven't touched on, like Edmonton, San Jose, VGK, Carolina. We just touched a little bit on Montreal.
Can I ask something? What's this with Montreal and Bobrovsky? Someone you wrote in the private chat. What is that? You guys hear something that I didn't hear?
No, that was just a general question of like things like be asked.
Okay.
Bobrovsky is supposedly available for the right deal. He's last year of his $10 million contract.
Yeah, they're not doing
rumblings that Edmonton has kicked tires on him, but I don't know where that
Edmonton do
go.
this, man. Please do it. I need to laugh.
Edmonton should do it. Edmonton
Please
should
do it, Edmonton.
Yeah.
I need something to laugh at.
I think you should do it.
With that cap shitstorm they have.
Yeah,
Oh,
how
why?
would they
Come
do
on.
that though? How would they?
Come on. That would actually wouldn't be
50%
bad.
retention.
They
No,
needed
it
a
wouldn't be bad
goaltender.
bringing in the player, but what you'd have to give up to make both the money work and to make Florida
Come on.
accept.
How do you
What
make
do you
the money
mean?
work?
They would just sucker punch somebody like Vegas does with fucking Mark Stone. Every
Well, the
year.
LTIR
Tell me I'm
rules
wrong.
are gone, so I don't
Every
know if
year,
that'll
Mark
work as
Stone,
well.
around the trade deadline just goes, "Oh, I hurt my leg."
Yeah, didn't he just do it?
Bruce.
Didn't he just do
I
it again?
just got it again.
Yeah,
I just did it again.
The LTIR rules are gone, so I don't know
Yeah,
if that
they're
would
changed
work.
now.
this time.
that's true. That's true.
No,
You only get
they're
$3
not
million.
gone. They've been redone. All
Yeah.
that basically
Yeah.
says now is that the roster you put out for game night has to be cap compliant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
also true.
That's right.
Well, you don't get it if he's on LTIR until the end of the season. You don't get his full cap hit. You only get league average.
You only
3
get 3 million.
Yeah,
Yes.
3 point whatever.
3.1, I think.
By the way, Eric lives in Canada. I just want to let everybody know that, right? Kudos to him. Look at that guy wearing that Flyers hat in Canada.
Oh,
He's got
I'm
black
proud
guys
too.
fought people for this. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. He's fighting off people. I'm a Flyers fan living in Canada. A lot of
What do
people are throwing apples at his house for that.
what does
But
that say about me then? You say I'm just an ass kisser that I'm a Habs fan?
Yes.
No, that's why I said I give you kudos too, man. Your
Surprisingly,
team-
there's a lot of us in Montreal.
I want my kudos.
Yeah, that's what. Hey, they surpassed Philadelphia in terms of the rebuild.
For sure.
Well, they're a couple
Rick,
years ahead of us. But so-
Rick,
What's hard
I
to
told
do?
Kara that I was gonna buy a Montreal Canadiens jersey, and I think she she threatened to leave me.
Nah, listen, I get that. I get that. I
I'd leave you, Cam. If
I
you
would-
bought
I don't
a
really wanna
Habs
wear
jersey,
Bruins.
I'd have a big problem with that.
You know,
Listen,
the biggest-
I have no issues making friendly wagers with Nordy and saying like, listen, if so and so did this, like I'll wear your Habs jersey for a day. I have no
I
issues
still owe
like
him a
making friendly
Hudson
wagers
jersey
like that.
wearing-
But you will never see me buy a Canadians anything.
yeah, no, exactly. The only one I won't wear ever is Leafs.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I'll
That.
never wear anything Toronto Maple Leafs in my life ever.
Rick, I sat next to a Toronto Maple Leaf fan at a Bruins hockey game, and I asked them if they could move to the other section because the nearest sight of them made me like want to puke.
yeah.
Why?
If you ever see me wearing a
own them.
Leafs, if you ever see me wearing a Leafs jersey or anything
Yeah,
like that, call the police because something's wrong.
Being held hostage.
You screamed that you
something's
love
wrong.
Mitch Marner for the Olympics, buddy.
Yeah, 'cause
so
he
I
was
don't know.
wearing-
You
He was
concern me.
wearing Team Canada jersey and he scored an important goal. Yeah, and I said I'd never probably say that again. So he's not a Leaf
If
anymore.
I ever Philly, I'm going to throw money at him. That's why I feel bad for Flyers fans. Flyer fans are fantastic, very passionate. They've been through a war. It's going to be 6 consecutive seasons now with no playoffs. And look, they pack the house on a nightly basis. Kudos to Flyers fans. You guys are the fans of the day.
Kudos to all the fans from any team, especially if you're in this room right now. But just kudos to hockey fans because without hockey fans, we're not sitting here right now.
Have you guys touched on the John Carlson trade at all before I came on?
A little bit.
Yeah,
You can
yeah,
touch on
a
it
little
again
bit,
if
yeah.
you want.
That trade, man, that one shocked me because I know there was rumblings about it, but the sheer fact that with Ovi still there, at least the fact that they ended up making that trade happen after everything was surprising and good on Washington for getting something for him. He's what is he 37?
7,
Yeah,
I think, yeah.
37, I think I checked, yeah.
37,
Yeah.
and Ovi is hurt. That whole Washington team is hurting now.
Well,
Because they just traded Nick Dowd before that. They said that
Yeah.
hit the room. Now
So,
this. Oh, they're
what
in trouble.
chances? What
But
chances
it's
of Ovi?
not long term.
What chances of Ovi coming back next season? Then now with that, that's kind of
I
a
mean,
signal
if
he's
he
not.
doesn't come back, he's going to the KHL.
Yeah,
he said
but I
he's
mean-
only playing for the Capitals. And
Yeah, I know that, but trading Carlson kind of signals like, yeah, Ovi's not coming back next year.
I wouldn't say that.
I
I wouldn't say
wouldn't-
that.
They might just
I
do a
wouldn't
mini retool. They have some
never
good
know.
prospects. They
Never
do.
know.
They got your boy Hudson's younger brother, Cole Hudson, too. Yeah, don't forget that. Ryan Leonard's
know.
a stud.
I
They
know.
got
We
some
got-
studs.
yeah.
I don't think Ovi's coming back next year.
I think he comes back for at least one more year.
I do
think
too.
1.
What's Ovi up to in goal? I will hurt you.
He's not gonna get 1,000. I'd love to see it.
Don't disrespect Michkov. Sorry, go ahead.
I love Ovi. I'd love to see him reach 1,000 goals. I hoped he would have stayed, but I don't think it's gonna happen. And he has mentioned that he wants to retire in the KHL. He wants to retire.
How many goals is Ovi up to right now? Just out of curiosity.
Hold on. Checking that right now.
I don't have it up.
He's at 921.
Yeah, so I don't think he gets there. He'll probably be like if he comes back one more year, I think he'll push like about 960, 965 range, something like that. I think he'd have to do two. I agree with that.
If he does 2 more years, he'll hit 1,000. But I think he'll weigh on how much that matters to him because no one's gonna surpass him. No one.
Yeah.
I strongly doubt it.
So it's like
Cole Caulfield. No, I'm just joking.
No, he's not even sniffing the pace.
I know. I said
he was kidding. Unfortunately,
he said I'm joking.
I don't know about that. I don't know if Rick is good at joking.
Oh, a little minor news. This isn't a trade, but the Stars have activated Ropey Hintz from IR. So that's a big comeback for them.
It's Heinz.
Heinz.
Hintz.
No, it's Rupe Hintz.
I was right. I thought it was Hintz.
It's wait, Merz Lincoln's.
Oh, God, don't do that again.
Don't get started on Merz.
I'm not going down that rabbit hole. I didn't. I was so convinced it was
Listen, it's Rupe Heinz. It's not
Merz
Hintz.
Lincoln's.
Oh God!
Come on, Alex.
Breaking up
Entertain
bad
everybody. Entertain everybody. Say Merz Lincoln's. Come on.
Merz Lincoln's, dude.
Merz Lincoln's. No, I'm not doing this again.
There's no end there. Merz Lincoln's.
Oh, that's awesome.
I need a drink now. I need a Merz drink.
Left the building.
Merz Lincoln's.
These guys said let's pop open a beer a little while ago. I'm going to go do that real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go get one for me too. Anybody else?
Beer? No, I'm good.
A beer? There's not enough alcohol in this world to make me deal with Alex. Just kidding. He knows I love him.
Well,
Eric is the cutest of them all, though.
You can't hear it now.
Real question is, what are we doing? What is Florida going to do with Bob? Right? That's what I want to get down to.
Good one.
Because the fact is, there's 2 possibilities that I think is going to happen. One, they're going to trade him as a rental to a cup contender who needs a goalie, and he's going to win another Stanley Cup. Or he's not going to get traded. He's going to, no matter what, he's going to resign with Florida, no matter what. Russians love Miami because it's complete opposite of Moscow. Actually, nice and warm, not cold and frigid.
I don't know if he resigns with Florida.
I think he does, and he takes a cheaper deal. I don't think it's going to be 10 mil. I think if he resigns with Florida no matter what. But if he doesn't get traded, I guarantee you they're just going to be like, yeah, you're going to ride the pine for the rest of the year because you've already made it to – you've been playing till July for the past few years. Get some rest. That way next year we're going to come back and win the cup.
You know what? I like Vegas. Okay. I think if Bob does get moved, I think Vegas is a team to watch out for because, man, their goaltending is – because we were talking about it like early on in the show, but like their goaltending is absolute garbage.
Yep.
Like that's one of the major reasons why they're as bad as they are this year. It's like Aiden Hill is absolute trash. As his numbers are trash this year. They attempted to they signed Carter Hart, but injured. Like he got hurt. I don't know how long he's out for. Akira Schmid is the only one that's actually trying to carry this team, and even at that, he's at an 895 save percentage. So
but you want to know what though, Eric? It's not just their goaltending; their defense has not been that great. They're loose on the puck.
No, but like also like when you're hold on, I had the number right here. When you're starting goaltender and his goals save Aiden Hill, I'm assuming Aiden Hill is their starter. when your goals saved above expected is a -15, like wow, that's rough.
That's not just to blame the defense. That's a combination of defense and you just suck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's
Their first round
like
exits.
a -3 or like a +1, right? Like, okay, cool. We could talk and really get into it, but it's -15. Come on now. It's you and the defense just not working together. That's just what it is.
I'm not gonna lie, Bees guy. I'm a little disappointed because I went to my fridge and completely forgot all my beers are gone. I finished off the last 2 last night when I got home from bowling, so I only have these Happy Dad seltzers, and it's crappy ass pineapple flavor. So I'm just gonna have this instead. Unfortunately, I'm not proud. If y'all want to see Happy Dad seltzer,
Yeah, that's what happens when you get over 30.
yeah, I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping to grab. I thought I had a few
Oh, we
Stellas.
lost
still in there.
Jamey.
Stella.
We're fine now.
And honestly, they're not even that good. Ugh. I'm really disappointed.
So no, but like talking about Bob, like because honestly, if you really think about it, like which teams actually need an upgrading goal, like I guess you can make a case for like Montreal possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, Vegas,
Edmonton.
I don't think they have the money. They don't have the cap
They
to make
don't
it
have
work.
the money.
They
But
don't.
Me and Cam were talking about this in the chat. The
It would be
only
for
way
Jari.
they could make that work is if they somehow talk Florida into taking Jari back, and as a thank you, they'd have to send like a first round pick because there's no way they'd do it otherwise.
I think they would. No, I think Florida would be open to taking Tristan Jari because of the way their defensive system works. I think Jari would actually do well down in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And Edmonton is just not a strong defensive team, and Bob is one of those goalies who can stand on his head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also the $10 million contract, like Jari's only making like 5.3. So you're
Move Darnell Nurse.
You're gonna need
Florida will have to retain
retention.
Yeah, Florida would have to retain half.
At least half. And then obviously they're gonna have to pay. They're gonna have to pay for that, right? Like, cool,
Yeah.
a swap of a player, goalie for goalie, whatever. That kind of is of even. But if you want that 50% retention, it's gonna come down to like, I don't know, a first round pick or like 2 second-round picks. Like, there's gonna have to be something. There's gonna have to be something else. But I think if Edmonton's gonna do it.
I think if you do Jari and a second, that you're not. I don't think you're far off on that deal there, because Jari's coming with term. It's a goaltender that they don't need to worry about signing, and the goalie is cheaper than what Bob is reportedly asking for in the offseason. So I don't think the deal for Jari in a second is that far off to what they would be willing to do.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think it's also up to Bobrovsky. And so maybe Bobrovsky does see an opportunity there. But someone said, like, get rid of Darnell Nurse. He's not moving.
No.
And he's not moving for the sole reason because he knows they're going to make the playoffs, and he knows that you have Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl, two of the top 3 centermen in the league. He's not moving. He's not going to waive his no movement clause to go to a rebuilding team when he knows the Stanley Cup is potentially in reach. He's not going to.
I only said Darnell Nurse because the money is similar. That's why.
Yeah, the money to dish the money to make it work would help. I mean, honestly though, for Edmonton, I'm looking at like Binnington. I think that's more attainable. Like for sure, if you want to, like if you just swap Jari for Binnington, it comes with term. You dish the $5 million, like. And honestly, like Binnington's definitely a better goalie than Jari. Like I really think that might be more of a possible outcome for Edmonton if they want to bolster the roster and try to get to the Cup final again and potentially win a cup. But now that the big bullies of the East aren't going to make the playoffs, it's kind of wide open for the East. It's kind of crazy. I think Cam really hates the Hurricanes, but I think if the Hurricanes were going to win, it might be this year. Like they have a really.
I don't hate the Hurricanes.
Yes, you do.
Oh,
you
no, I don't.
Got them.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I have been very one of much of like the Canes' staunchest defenders. I think they can't get out of the ECF. That's it.
Yeah,
that's just the reality.
Yeah.
I think that they have a phenomenal team. Phenomenal team.
Yeah, they do.
You know what? The Hurricanes feel like the Buffalo Bills of the NHL, man. They're always that. To put it into perspective, they're always the bridesmaid, not the bride. I like Brindy. I like Brindy. I would like to say I think this might be their best shot to do it because the Metro is hot garbage outside of them. They realistically should have no issues getting out of the Metropolitan.
Yes.
So,
but you have to go through Tampa.
Yes, but the Atlantic is more of a friggin' a battle than the Metro is right now. The Atlantic has some legit competition. The Metro is Carolina than everyone else. So Tampa might get a little worn down. So that's something to keep in mind too.
Something of note that will also make Alex happy is that Elliot Friedman is reporting that people around the league are angry about trades involving players with any form of trade protection being leaked before they waive it. He says some people are thinking it's the teams leaking it to insiders, but in his case with the Uyghur trade specifically, it wasn't true. So it seems like a lot of drama around the league, and there's only one person in recent memory that I can think about that did something like that, and it's Mr. Darren Dreger. So it seems like a lot of players and personnel are not happy that is occurring.
I don't feel bad for Dreger after how he's acted over the last month. I'll just keep it at that.
I got to go walk my dog. I'll be back soon.
We talked about this in the chat, Cam. I do not feel bad for him at all because the way he handled himself since the whole thing with the Crosby injury and that individual just giving his feedback, don't feel bad for him.
I just don't care one way or the other.
Yeah. Same.
Oh, I don't really care either. I just don't feel bad for him. I don't want him to play the woe is me sympathy card. I don't think he is, but I'm just saying in general.
It's fine. He'll definitely respond to the tweet I just posted that. He'll probably be like, screw you, buddy. I didn't do that. It's like, you did, but that's okay. That's okay, Darren. I forgive you. You're a hockey insider making probably like $25,000 a year. That's okay.
That's crazy. That's disrespectful, Cam. We're better than that. Come on now.
Okay. Sorry.
Don't put a salary out there like that. Come on. No.
I kept my mouth quiet for that one.
Someone needs to have
he makes more than all of us combined. He does well for himself.
True.
Very true. Come on, don't attack his salary like that, man. If you want to attack him leaking shit and being a dumbass, go right ahead.
Dude, you should have seen last night, like in beer league, buddy, like what ended up happening. So we have like this kid that's just such a bitch. Like when he plays against, he acts all tough and stuff, and then he's like half your size, Steve. And I'm talking about height. And he comes up and he chirps me and another kid. And I'm just like, listen, when you grow pubic hair, you can start talking to the big boys, okay? Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, he's just such a little weenie.
You slash him?
It's crazy. No, but I cross-checked him.
Even better. I was going to say, just give him a nice slash on the arms. That'll set him real quiet. Cross-check to the face. Yeah, maybe he'll pop out a tooth or two.
Maybe. No, he wears a full face shield because he's a weeb.
Oh, there you go.
Losers.
You wear a full face shield. You like, don't get out of here.
No, I don't. No, I don't. And Kara will kill me if she finds out that I don't wear my full face shield anymore. I hate that damn bubble. I hate it.
I played on Sunday, and me and one other guy are the only guys that had a visor. Everyone else was rocking full face shield. I was like, okay, well, that means nobody can hit the net, and I should probably guard my teeth a little bit. So,
got a little update on Risto. Leading dog right now for Rasmus Ristolainen sweepstakes, the Boston Bruins.
Cool. I'll give you a second round pick, a firm.
We'll see where that goes. Nothing official, obviously.
I'll give you.
That was as of 11 minutes ago.
We'll see what happens. I'll give you Mason Lowry in a second round and a third round pick for 50% retention.
I do Lowry in a second. That's at least the equivalent of a first to me.
No, I'll give you a Mason Lowry who's 24 years old, 6 years younger, comes with some term, And you can retain 50% of that contract value, which would be the equivalent to the Risto deal anyway that you already have, but you just get it for longer.
How big is Lowry?
He's huge. He's a big
6'4", 6'5", or something like that. He's between 6'4" and 6'6".
Bring the retention down to $2 million, and I'll do it.
No,
that's only $600K more.
Yes, I understand that. No,
we need
you're an ass.
We need the $600K. We need every little dime we can squeeze.
That was the biggest cock tease you could have ever told me, Alex. Here, I'll just give it to me for $1 more. No,
I won't be happy if we
you know what that reminds me of? You ever see the episode of Family Guy when Peter made Pretoria?
Mm-hmm.
And at the very end, Peter's trying to go into negotiations with Adam West, and he tells me he wants to be his own province. So he goes, all right, if I can't have my home province, how about that pen? And he goes, you mean this pen that we have millions of in the office that literally has no value? Yeah, how about that? No.
Yeah, that's me. I'm just as stingy as you are, you bastard. Nicholas Roy is in the Avalanche uniform officially. I am watching him skate around and for some reason really squeezing his glove. Really loves that glove.
They stated Bobby Brink expects to play tonight for Minnesota too, despite the trade happening today.
I mean, they're so close. Like that flight is probably like an hour and a half.
No, they're in Vegas tonight.
Who?
Minnesota.
Who's playing for Minnesota tonight? Who'd you say?
No, they said Bobby Brink expects to play for Minnesota tonight.
Okay.
They're trying to rush him there before the game. I mean, the game doesn't start till 10 p.m. Eastern time, so I guess that makes sense. You get the extra 3 hours to make it work, but
yeah, but he's going to be exhausted.
You're not wrong.
Sleep on the plane.
That don't matter, dude. That's a long flight.
That is a hike.
It's not that long of a flight.
I hate sleeping on
Philadelphia to Vegas? That's about
it's only like 5 hours.
4.5 hours, I'd say.
Yeah, 4.5, 5. That's a quick
maybe
nap.
7.
No, it's not 7. Boston.
No, I think Steve was right.
6.
Oh, wait a minute. David Pagnotta, sounds like the Carolina Hurricanes are working on a move for a bottom 6 forward. He may finally have another trade hit.
Woohoo.
Oh, so man, this is
now we're getting going. There we go. What is that?
I've seen this mentioned a couple places, but like I don't know how true this is, but it sounds like Oilers are after Bobby McMahon. So we'll see if that.
You gotta imagine for Bobby McMahon in the season he's having, they're gonna want at least a first.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I heard. The ask is. I read somewhere that Edmonton is presenting a second. So we'll see where that ends up. Because look, Edmonton doesn't have a first until 28 now, because they just gave their 27 to Chicago. So they still have their second this year and next year. So maybe 2 seconds gets it done.
I'm gonna publicly take back all the bad shit I said about McMahon, because I was looking at all of his stats, and you know what? He's built for the playoffs. He leads his team in block shots. Like he's there. He's ready to compete. So I mean, I'm gonna take back all the bad shit I said about him.
I think he's a good player. He's actually really not that bad.
He's more of a defensive
I don't
player.
think he fits in Boston, and that's kind of where it was coming from. Was
like,
we're not gonna like sell the farm for this kid. You know what I mean? Like it's just not a good fit for us right now.
I'm not selling the farm for Bobby McMahon, but my God, he does scream blue. He's a very good power forward. Like at your depth, like he's a much better Tanner Jeannot, who we can't get rid of because we gave him a no.
I don't understand that at all. You literally did what we did to Nick Delorier.
Here's another point I wanted to talk about real quick. I think the no movement clauses and the no trade clauses have gotten too ridiculous.
Agreed.
Oh, yeah.
Like across the league, like league wide. And you know what? Like people were talking about, it's hard to get these trades done. It's like, yeah, because you offer everybody a no movement clause. Like not everyone deserves it. A third line grinder doesn't deserve a no movement clause. Sorry.
No. Agreed. I think we can all agree on that. Like NMCs should be for the guys you feel like are premier players on your franchise, the McDavids of the world, the McKinnons of the world, the Crosbys of the world, guys like that, they shouldn't be handed out to fucking guys who probably put up 38 points in a season and feel like they are more valuable than they actually are. No, I 100% agree with you there.
Like football franchise tags, like no movement clause, like are very like similar to me as like a franchise tag, and I think they should start using it that way.
Key difference, though, I think with the franchise tag, because you have to basically with a franchise tag, it gets expensive. With a no trade clause, it's the same value. Like, you know what I mean?
Kind
like
of.
for each year you do correct me if I'm wrong, Steve and Alex, because you guys are more knowledgeable in the football area than I am. You know, with the franchise tag, for each year that you use it on the player, it goes up in significant value.
Yeah, so the way it works with the franchise tag, it is only a 1-year deal, essentially. It's for guys that they kind of feel like they're not quite there for a long-term deal yet, but they don't want them to walk in free agency. So it's kind of like the ultimate rental contract. And the NFL kind of sets like placement markers for franchise tags. Now, the player can or cannot choose to sign that franchise tag and hold out for a longer deal and refuse to sign the tag, or they could sign it, you play it on that 1-year deal, and if they try to do it again the next year, the amount goes up. And FYI, we got a trade to announce. Bobby McMahon has been traded. The spot he has been moved to is not official yet, but Bobby McMahon has indeed been traded. The team, once we get it in a moment, will announce it, but he is on the move somewhere. David Pagnotta first on it.
Well, maybe it is limited. Who knows? We'll see.
Wow. So hold on, let me get this straight. The location hasn't been determined, but the guy breaks the news anyway. That's just
listen,
like
I'm going to take. Listen, we've been so strived for trade news. I'm doing it. We've been so strived. We haven't gotten shit. We need to. I had to hit the button for something.
Come on.
Listen,
you have Nick Foligno going for future considerations. Like,
listen, I anticipated Bobby McMahon going somewhere. I also don't know where.
Yeah, I don't know where he's ending up yet. Maybe Carolina, but that's on a bottom six. Well, I don't know if I call him a bottom
Bobby
six.
McMahon is a third liner.
Yeah, I would say middle sixer.
Yeah,
he could play on the second line with a reasonable playmaker.
Yeah, it brings a little bit of an edge to the second line. You know, like he'll be more like that grinder, forechecker on that line. You always need a power forward.
It might be Carolina.
I wanted him in Boston because it solved one of our left wing issues. And at that price, who says no? Think of it this way, guys. At that price, who really says no?
I wouldn't.
I'm going to be surprised if Trocheck doesn't move, if none of these other names just don't move. Like, you got to imagine Falk's got to go. You got to imagine Parayko is considering, but Parayko probably less so because he wants to stay in the West. Nothing on Jake DeBrusk, nothing on Elias Pettersson, nothing on any of the big names that have kind of like been mentioned. Robert Thomas, clearly. You know, New Jersey is willing to hear on Dougie Hamilton, Simon Nemec, Jonathan Kovacevic. There's a whole bunch of players out there. So as much of a seller's market as it is, it's not like the other players aren't available. So I'm just confused as to why other teams aren't buying into it. Is it because the points are tight and they don't want to risk? I don't know.
Well, I think a lot of it has to also come down to like these are all guys with term. So it's like if you don't get the price you want, you don't have to sell them. And I think that's where that's the holdup, I guess you could say, is because like again, like we said with Robert Thomas, like more teams will be involved in the offseason. Like Dougie Hamilton, Elias Pettersson, maybe you'll have a better chance moving him, those like two guys specifically in the offseason because now everybody's cap resets, right? So like a lot of teams have a lot more money, so they'd be more willing. That's why I don't like, and I think we were going. I think we were talking about this on the last episode of Pucking Around, where it's like you look at the actual list of UFAs, guys that are actually expiring, and a lot of the good ones are on teams that are in the playoffs. So I think that's what's really hurting today is that like there's just no guys that have to be traded.
Hell, I think a lot of them want get value for what you can. Like, you know what I mean? Like Andrew Peak for me was someone in Boston that I thought was going to be traded. Casey Middlestad I had as a possibility. Mason Lohrei I thought was a possibility. There were definitely people on the Bruins that I thought had leverage that other teams could possibly want.
We got an update on McMahon. He's going to Colorado.
Oh, interesting.
Deal has not been officially announced yet, but he is going to Colorado. We don't know what the return is yet, but Bobby McMahon, it sounds like Per Saravelli has been traded to Colorado. So we'll see on the return for that, but at least it's something. And how was I wrong about my talk with the franchise tag, by the way? I don't think anything I said was a lie. It's a 1-year contract. Each team does get one per year. I know everyone was against that. And I said it's an average amount set by the NFL, which you said is a top 5 of the position at contract value. The NFL sets it. So everything I said was accurate. But anyway, back to the NHL part. We'll see what that return is. I think we're going to start getting a lot more in this last hour. I think it's going to start blowing up.
I mean, Colorado getting Bobby McMahon, dude. That's big.
That's a good ad for them. I agree. I wonder where Lawton ends up.
That puts them, I think, far and away above other teams in the West, and I don't think it's close.
Oh, they're the favorite. No, I don't think anyone's debating that right now. That's a favorite in the NHL. Never mind just the West. They're the favorite in the NHL this year.
Depth is insane, and Makar can play a full 60 minutes if you really needed him to, because he's just psychotic.
He might die, but yeah, he might. He probably could.
But he'll get you the game. But no, genuinely, Colorado is going to be one of the deeper teams to play against. You got Nick Roy, Roy or Roy?
Wow, you were right.
I think it's Nicolas Roy. I think he's French Canadian.
Yeah, so that was a little French from Eric. Oui, French baguette. I feel
he's from Amos, Quebec, so it's Nicolas Roy.
It's from Quebec.
Quebec.
Yeah, every time I hear someone say Quebec, I'm just like, it's Quebec.
It's Quebec.
And I get just looked at. Yeah, little
Quebec. If you're a Letterkenny fan, it's Quebec. Quebec.
Oui.
It's great fishing.
Yeah, man. I just listen to their roster. Nathan McKinnon, Brock Nelson, Gabriel Landeskog, Martin Necas, Valeri Nichushkin, Terry Lehkonen, Ross Colton, Nicholas Roy, Logan O'Connor, he's injured. But Jack Drury, Victor Olofsson, Joel Kiviranta, and now you're going to add Bobby McMahon.
Possibly Bobby McMahon.
And then on defense, you got obviously Cale Makar, Devin Tays, Josh Manson, okay. Their defense is okay. Sam Malinsky, really good. He's emerged. Brent Burns, who's doing very well for them.
Mm-hmm.
They're just deep as all hell. And both Blackwood and Wedgwood, you think Colorado loves their wood? It's just a team that seems like they're built for it, but I have a sense of feeling that some way, somehow they're going to be knocked out in the playoffs, and there's just going to be a feeling of the 2022-2023 Bruins there.
Yep.
That would be painful if that happened. Oh my gosh. I can't wish that on Colorado. I like the Avalanche. I have no ill will on that. That was actually my cup pick team at the beginning of the year, and that's looking great. But wow, that would be painful for them if they end up going one and done. Then you're starting to have those conversations with the Avalanche if they're like what you guys were in the 2010, a team that had that one cup run where they went all the way, but then continuously fell short after that. So we'll see.
Oh man. Well, yeah. Look, I'm looking at the Pacific. Not the Pacific Division, but the Central. That's gonna be a fucking slugfest. Especially in the first round. If all stays the same, right? Minnesota versus Dallas. And you see, Minnesota's trying to load up on the edges there. They're just trying to fix their depth. Dallas did the same thing. The past couple of days, adding a few guys here and there, man. like I'm just like, and now Colorado's loading up also. Like apparently, like if this Bobby McMahon thing like happens, but like I don't know. I think to myself, I'm like, are these three just gonna beat the shit out of each other?
That's what I was thinking of too.
I love it.
And then come like, come Western Conference Finals, as you're like, oh man, like whoever just somehow comes out of this like lowly Pacific division, like do they kind of like shock somebody? Like that's because like look, Anaheim, man, Anaheim's slowly, like they added John Carlson. That's not a bad piece. So I don't know. Could be very interesting. The playoffs in the West could be very interesting this year.
Still no return on McMahon yet. But it looks like that one is pretty much done. Nothing else
actually
really
disagree?
So
So
we haven't really talked about for trades at the moment.
TSN had Toronto winning the draft lottery. Do you know who owns TSN?
Yeah.
I think it's Toronto, isn't it? I think the Maple Leafs own TSN.
Come on, ring it for the Leafs.
No, Bell owns TSN.
No, let it happen, Eric. Then we get their unprotected pick next year. Manifest
Bell
it.
Media owns TSN. And Rogers owns the Maple Leafs. They own Sportsnet.
That's it. That's the one. Sorry. Nope. By the way, Zach Whitecloud is staying in Calgary.
Yeah,
Chris Johnson has stated that unless a deal goes that comes across the table that is so amazing, he's going to be staying.
Yeah, I'm not overly shocked.
And so far, the best deal that Don Sweeney made today was the one he didn't make. Just kidding, guys. I'm still waiting.
Well, sometimes, you know what? That is you're better off just doing nothing than like something stupid.
No, get Lowry off my team. Get this fucking bum off my team.
Eric, I got some good news. So Michkov's new line mate is Denver Barkey. And what position does Denver Barkey play, Eric?
Yes, he plays the left wing.
Does that mean we're finally getting our glorious king back on the right?
I think so.
Glorious king?
Our glorious Russian king.
What happened to Steve?
Unless
unless
Talking
around like 140 about 10 minutes ago.
All right.
Alex, unless Talk is really just fucking with us and he's gonna put Barkey on the fucking right. It's to be like, fuckers.
Oh my god. Please don't talk that into existence for me, please. I would cry.
You know that's exactly what's gonna happen. Oh man.
Man, this is the quietest trade deadline I remember.
Man, really hasn't been much today so far. I figured the trades would have started popping by now. We only have a little over an hour to go, and there's been
should happen. There's got to be some. I mean, even if they're smaller, there's got to be more than what's happened.
But even like chatter wise, usually you hear, oh, this team is in on this guy, this team's in on that guy.
Yeah, it's been just unusually quiet.
Yeah, that might be all we get. Never know.
Well, we have 68 minutes until the buzzer. And then don't forget, when the clock does strike 3, that does not mean trades will not be announced after 3, because you can always have trades being processed and take a little bit.
We got 2 more hours. 2 more hours.
And yes, BL Duff, I'm well aware I have a bald spot. Don't remind me.
I am making this announcement public. If Don Sweeney does absolutely nothing in addition to adding those 2 AHL forwards, I will be starting the Fire Sweeney chant on Tuesday's game at TD Garden, in which I will be present. I will be pissed.
I'm going to say this, that if Patrick Laine's not moved, I'm going to be surprised. I'm going to be surprised, and I'm going to be surprised if they don't pick up at the very least right shot defenseman.
Move Risto, Danny.
Risto.
That's all I have to say. Move Risto.
And we think Laine is a UFA. It's his last year, right?
He's a UFA. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the Flyers could technically take him back.
Laine take him back.
No, I mean, like if the Flyers would trade Risto to Montreal,
we're not taking Risto because of his injury history. Guaranteed, we're not taking Risto.
But I'm just saying, if
it's a big if.
Yeah. But you know what, Alex? I think everyone here wants to know like the dying question of like, where's Nick Deslauriers going?
Wasn't he supposed to be traded already?
To the UFC.
Him and Matt Olivier are going to be meeting in the finals match. Although I have to admit, Tanner Jeannot kind of got the best of him last weekend. I will give Jeannot his props there. He won that scrap.
Yeah, he caught him
That
with
was a rare Deslauriers loss.
Really?
Yeah, well, I remember, watching that fight, like it looked like Deslauriers had the upper hand, and then Jeannot just catches him with a right, and then like you saw,
Oh, that's
He was a little dazed after
caught
that.
him, and then like Jeannot took over that fight.
How long does Deslauriers have left on this deal?
This is it. It runs out.
Oh, okay. So you're almost out of it.
Yeah, but
Blackhawks and Rangers are working on a Derek Pouliot trade. Not nothing official yet, but
wait. Derek Pouliot?
that's what it said.
Derek Pouliot? He's still in the league?
I know.
What? Like, oh, okay. Well, I'm coming off. Man,
I'm old.
Just going back to like,
I'm old. When I hear Pouliot, I think of Benoit Pouliot.
That's what I think of too.
You do too, yeah, because we both had him.
oh man.
No, you ever see that guy, Cam? Did you ever see that guy? Like, if they're in the dressing room, he had the thinnest legs I've ever seen on a hockey player. You're supposed to.
Cam, I apologize. I did not realize that you were going to get another point in. I was just waiting for Rick to finish, so I apologize for hitting the button. Nick Deslauriers just got traded to Carolina.
No, that's
right on cue.
No way.
I could not wait and resist.
No way. That's
crazy.
Traded
to Carolina.
We're just talking about it and he gets traded. Hey, listen.
So I had to. I was like, I'm not waiting. I'm waiting till Rick finishes.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
To Carolina.
That's crazy.
That is we manifested it.
Oh man, when is Rasmus Ristolainen gonna get traded? Let's keep talking them into existence.
Yeah, just talk about the players you want gone. Line A.
What I'm curious though is if Philly retained on Deslauriers. Because if Philly retained,
who cares? It's the left.
No, but hold on. If Philly retained, that's our last spot.
That's true.
That means they don't retain on Risto.
I forgot about that.
That means Risto's not getting traded.
That probably means Risto's not getting traded.
It becomes more unlikely. Yes.
So unless a team is willing to take on his full cap hit.
Yes.
Because in all honesty, just keeping on Risto for 2 seconds, San Jose actually makes a lot of sense to me for Risto because of Risto's extra year.
Mm-hmm.
Because like, look, I think they only have like 1 or 2 defensemen signed for next year.
That I agree with. Yes, Cam. That when you brought up they need defense help, that's a team that would make sense for Risto too, at 100%. But I don't know how much of a step forward that they want to make yet. We did kind of talk about this, but I would say it depends what they'd be willing to give up. I have a feeling they wouldn't want to move any of their big prospects yet for Risto, but we'll see.
I had something to add to that, but I completely forgot. Fuck you. That's all I gotta say. I just don't know how to say it. Oh, Risto practicing right now means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I agree.
It means nothing.
I don't care what that.
Players have been pulled during games.
Yeah.
Like, let that one sink in. They're like, sorry, you're gone.
Conditional pick for Deslauriers from Carolina. Don't know what kind of pick yet.
Late round conditional.
It's conditional.
Yeah, it's just a late round pick. I said if they get a 5th, they did great. A 6th is okay. 7th.
Yeah, they're probably it's probably like a 7 that could become a 6 or something.
Yeah, it's a who cares.
It's probably a 7 that becomes future considerations if Nick Deslauriers doesn't get into at least 5 fights before the end of the season.
What happened?
The Flyers have to take an extra cap hit next year if Deslauriers doesn't win at least 3 fights in Carolina.
If Conor McGregor shows up on the ice, Nick Deslauriers must go 5 rounds.
And if he doesn't, or if he loses, then the Flyers must pay an extra $2 million. That's funny.
That's hilarious. You know what's actually kind of if the Flyers actually receive even if it is like a 7. That the Flyers would actually got more for Nick Deslauriers than Chicago got for Nick Foligno.
That would be.
I find that kind of hilarious.
Crazy when you put it that way.
Oh man! But again, I'm just really, really curious to see if we retained.
Time will tell.
Well, wait, hold on.
How much
I
value
know
is
this.
left on Deloria's contract?
1
He's
year,
at
I think it's like
1.75.
1.6 mil. Wasn't much.
At 1 point something?
1.75, if I'm
1.6.
not mistaken.
You're not retaining. Carolina will eat that. They have $11 million.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to check. How much cap space does Carolina have?
They have $11 million. You're good.
Oh yeah, they're there. Oh yeah,
You're not gonna. Yeah, you're good.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Let's see.
Okay, so good. Yeah, they're probably just gonna eat the whole thing. Good.
And again, these guys. That's not true because we're in different time zones and games are played. So you have to understand, like, if they're practicing, they're doing it to keep fresh. They're not going to just withhold people. They would hold them out of the line. They would have held them out of the lineup if they speculated that they were going to be traded in that moment. But practicing is nothing. They'll have them practice.
Yeah. Guys always practice, even on the trade deadline. It's not like you're just gonna.
Yeah.
You technically have to. If it is a mandatory practice,
you have to report.
True, yeah.
You have
you
to
can't
report.
just not go to practice
Unless they tell you not to. That's
unless they tell you not to. Like, yeah, and it's all like what? Honestly, what are the chances you're gonna? Well, I guess you can't say that they're none, but like it's very rare that you get hurt at practice.
But we're talking about practice. Not a game.
Practice.
Practice. Never forget the AI practice.
AI was a beauty.
Be nice if something happened though. Even like a minor trade.
What are you talking about, Rick? Nick Delory got traded.
Yeah, well, I said a minor trade. That's not
Seventh
even a
rounder
minor
in
trade.
2027 for Delorier.
Woo!
Anybody know how to tell some jokes or something?
That was the joke. Nick
Oh, you
Delorier.
want to hear the joke? The Leafs winning the fake mock draft is funnier than the Leafs actually winning the draft.
Watch it happen. I'm telling you, Cam. Watch
It's not going to happen. They have the Rangers getting the 6th pick. There's no fucking way.
The new
Cam,
you're
you're gonna like this. Hold on a second, Cam. Someone just tweeted out AJ Brown traded for Robert Thomas.
I know. I saw. Well, no, I think
go up there.
Ryan Johnson or Connor Ryan posted that. Not that picture, but it was that tweet.
Yeah.
The new Leafs advisor. I know you young guys don't get it.
Is that
Wait, what?
The only?
All you old
show
guys
I
got
watched-
that one though.
But I didn't hear what happened.
What? I tried that one on you. You didn't know who that is. The new
him,
Leafs
yeah.
advisor.
There's rumors and speculation that Braden Schneider of the New York Rangers is going to be a off-season move. That is the current speculation.
So in other words, they're asking too much. They're asking too much for these guys, and it's gonna be off-season moves.
Yep.
And then they're going to be pissed when they don't get what they want. I love trade season.
Yep. It's that time of year. God, something break. Jesus, hit the button just for fun, seems like.
Over
Don't
there.
let Tempe, I'll do it.
No, don't do it.
Don't do that.
Well, like,
Wrong
look.
with you.
Hey,
Hey,
if
what
you
else?
look
You
at
gotta have other
You
things
know
to
what's
talk
crazy? Listen to this. You know this is a random hockey fact. You know this is gonna be the 10th team Luke Shen has been on.
about. He's a journeyman.
The 10th team in order: Maple Leafs, Flyers, Kings, Coyotes, Ducks, Canucks, Lightning, Predators, Jets, and now the Sabres.
Journeyman. He's a
Journeyman's
journeyman,
nice.
yeah. That's what he is. Can't stay long.
Alex, apparently the Flyers claimed Luke Glendening off waivers.
Ooh, from the Devils?
No, where was he
Denning?
from?
Yeah, wasn't he on the Devils?
Who put him on waivers? I thought he was with Detroit, unless I made a mistake. Unless I'm
I knew the Devils released 3 guys. I thought he was one of them.
I could be mistaken, but whatever. Like fourth liner. Who gives a shit?
I mean, it's interesting.
Well, I guess it can move. Well, actually, if you think about it, they now with Delorier gone, they
There's your
moved Grunstrom
replacement.
back to wing. Yeah, and they put Luke Glendening in the middle, I guess. I kind of wanted them
an
to.
hour to go.
I kind of wanted them to claim Siplikov, but whatever.
Maxim Siplikov. Oh man,
Yeah.
like he's a middle.
I still have bad blood for that guy after what he did to Ryan Poehling last year.
Yeah, I know, but like a guy his size and like he had one decent season, so if you could just like put him on the fourth line and see if maybe you could do something.
No, I mean I'd be fine with it. I still have bad blood with it. Cole Reinhardt got claimed by Florida from Vegas.
I just saw
Wrong, Reinhardt.
I just saw something. Apparently, the Capitals are acquiring Timothy Liljegren.
Hit the horn. What's the full trade, Eric?
Where was Liljegren even playing?
Toronto.
So it's not a
No,
trade.
he's
It's apparently. This is an apparently. No breaking
And Chris
news.
Johnson said it.
Chris Johnson is reporting it.
Yeah, but it's not official yet.
Rick, it's happening unless if they have no trade clauses on that deal.
Yeah, there's no way Timothy Liljegren.
They're not going to say it unless if it's happening.
Right.
Drager.
Okay, there's your exception, Drager. But it wasn't Drager, so we can hit the button.
You know what? I think Liljegren was on San Jose.
Oh, yes, you're right. Yes, San Jose. Yeah,
Which is strange because San Jose needs right defensemen. So why are they trading? I don't understand what's
because they're
going
gonna acquire
on.
Risto. They're gonna acquire Risto.
Yes, yes. And then we woke up.
Risto's going to San Jose.
Wait, didn't Washington formerly have Timothy Liljegren? I'm pretty sure he was a Capital at one point.
It was a Leaf.
Or was it the? Oh, you're right. No, he was the. Yeah, he was a Leaf.
He was Toronto for a long time.
Yeah, he was there for a long time.
Oh, you know, I'm thinking Lindgren or Lindgren.
Lindgren is the goalie, or there's an Lindgren as a defenseman.
The goalie. It's the goalie.
Yeah.
There's another one that has another weird name that I can't remember off the top of my head. We need to just start naming players Smith.
Yeah, that would work. Smith to Smith, drops it to Smith, and he scores on Smith.
That would make my life a lot easier.
Yeah, sure.
At least from a
There'd be
pronunciation.
no confusion there, right?
No, Liljegren, no. Toronto and San Jose. That's it. The only two teams he's played.
No, I double checked that. Yeah, you're right. Now, okay, so 26 years old, they get a right defenseman back after trading John Carlson. Okay. Yeah. Problem is UFA at the end of the season, though, so you're gonna have to pay him.
Oh, if they want to keep him, it could just be a
I mean, you don't trade for someone unless you're gonna keep him. Like you don't trade for a UFA.
And he wanted apparently is that Carlson? He wanted a 4-year deal.
No, Liljegren. We're talking about. Like,
Liljegren. Okay. It's Liljegren.
That's also what the return is. Like they could just now that they trade Carlson, like maybe like just having somebody because they still maybe want to at least try and compete for a spot, even though it's probably unlikely. And he's young.
I doubt it. I mean, they still have Matt Roy, Trevor Van Riemsdyk, and if they get if they get Liljegren, then you add to that. But their entire left side is young. They're 27 and under, so that's pretty solid. And then they're gonna also they're gonna have plenty of money in cap space, so it's not like they can't.
Top comment I see on Twitter right now after refreshing my feed. What the fuck is a Glendetting?
What the fuck is a
That's not unnecessary. Damn the Flyer a fan. Oh boy.
Friedman's
New
reporting
York and St. Louis.
Yeah.
Wait, what do we got?
The Islanders in St. Louis are in talks with Braden Shen trade, so this might be the start of the dominoes.
Here we go. I'm not hitting it yet because that is not a trade.
I like that for the Islanders. I like that for the Islanders.
I do too. It gets them a solid winger, which they've been desperate need of. I think they missed out on the Connor Garland sweepstakes, so I think getting a person like this would help a little bit on the older side, I'm sure, than they would have liked, but
yeah,
can't really complain.
That's a good ad. I mean, he's probably a low-end 2C at this stage of his career, but
I don't even think he's a center anymore. I think he's more of a winger now.
has he been playing more in the wing this year?
He's been playing the last couple of years. He's been playing more wing than center.
Interesting. I mean, I haven't. Now it's saying sources say they're finalizing the Braden Shen trade. So fucking, I'm hitting the button. Yeah, so Braden Shen is going to get traded to the New York Islanders.
I thought you said you're hitting the button. What happened?
Braden Shen is getting traded to the New York Islanders.
You said you're hitting the button. It didn't go.
Yeah,
it went.
Oh, I didn't hear it. My computer's lagging here and there. Something going on.
I was going to say, everyone else saw it.
Yeah.
Hit the button.
Yeah. It looks like things are going to
that's
start.
A good one. I'll put that in the significant. I think McMahon, I consider a significant trade, although we still haven't heard the final.
It's not completed yet.
And I'll put Braden Shen in the significant. Bees guy asked over under 2.5 big trades before the deadline. I said over, we're at 2. So everything else is not significant yet. So
no, Metro's wide open, man. If Islanders could add a little bit extra scoring on the wings, watch out, man. Like they got a solid defense. They got a great
been
goalie.
my take on the Isles forever too.
Their goaltending is amazing.
Yeah, exactly. So if they could just add some scoring, man, like they need some depth scoring bad.
Isn't it impressive? Isn't it impressive? You get a guy like Matthew Schaefer, and he completely changes.
Oh yeah,
everything.
That is a generational defenseman.
Oh, what he's doing is incredible.
Yeah.
Well, because they already had a half decent defense. Like they had a decent defense and a good.
Oh,
but now you put him, you get Schaefer, and like he just makes your good defense into a great, like almost a great defense. Plus, you have a great goalie who's back to playing at the top of his game. But that's always been their issue with the Islanders is that they can't score. They're not a big high scoring team. So, like adding Shen, if they could add another pretty decent scorer, like watch out, man. They could have a balanced attack.
Let's see.
David Pagnotta speculates that Jordan Kyrou would fit very well with
the Montreal Canadiens,
New Jersey Devils.
That's a move that would make sense. The Devils are looking to add some top 6 scoring help. Is what
that is a move that I could see send Simon Nemec in a package back to back to St. Louis.
I could see
they're
that.
going to need defense.
And that's a guy that fits their age group. That is a destination that would make sense for Nemec is St. Louis for sure.
Yeah, Nemec for Kyrou, that would kind of make sense. You're like a young player for young player, like yeah. But we'll see. We will see.
Nothing really else, man.
Story of the deadline in 3 words: pending player approval.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, it's true though. It's true. That's basically what it's been, dude. That's it. It's
like, the same thing with Shen because he has trade protection. He needs to approve it.
Oh my god! Could you imagine?
I don't think he'll
at that point, Doug Armstrong is just gonna freaking go hang himself.
They're like, what? Can you fucking go?
I'm trying to make deals here, and all of you fuckers don't want to play the game. Now you want to play the game.
I would have to think that they learned their lesson and they're going to end up doing it.
This reminds me of what is it that the Paul Maurice goes, you fuckers, you're up 3-0 in the game, and now you want to make plays. Fuck the plays. Hammer their D.
Oh fuck.
I shall hit the button for each and every trade because that button,
Alex,
is deserving.
I will.
I love that button, Cam. I always hit the button.
I'm gonna give you the button if you don't ship it. Ship it.
No Astroglide either.
I don't know what the fuck he just talked about.
I feel bad for Noah Cates.
No, Alex, cheers to you. Here's I'm drinking a Yingling for you, buddy. Drinking a Yingling for you.
I feel. Listen.
Oh, Yingling.
To you, Noah Cates, you lost your best friend. I'm sorry, but you're getting Tyson back next year.
Mm-hmm.
Someone said this is the worst trade deadline of all time. Close.
Yeah,
Close.
it's getting there.
Close.
It's
getting there.
No, this is the quietest one. Like I remember on trade deadline day. This
We
is
got
the quietest
45
one.
minutes, and it's been very mid.
Very quiet.
Something's gonna happen.
Yeah, all hell's gonna break loose at 3
In
o'clock.
like the final 20 minutes, someone's gonna be like, "Yeah, I traded freaking Macklin Celebrini to the Arizona Coyotes." for
No,
5
now
first
you're
round
ridiculous.
picks."
Now it's only makes sense if it's to the Montreal Canadiens. Jesus.
Oh, nothing makes
Apparently,
sense.
Eric missed. Rick missed the point where I said he's getting traded to the Arizona Coyotes.
I
I'm glad
know.
we were able to establish that.
Listen, even I caught that one, Rick.
I know it wasn't serious.
I'm
think I'm a
curious
moron,
too.
don't you?
Seattle.
Honestly,
is Seattle going to move players? Is LA going to throw in the towel?
No,
and
here's
ask
the
Anze
question.
Kopitar if he wants to move. I'm very curious. There's players fucking available.
Here's
Decide.
the question though. Do you guys really think I'm a moron or something?
Yes.
I knew it. No hesitation.
And Rick, that was the easiest fucking alley-oop you ever set up. And me and Cam both grabbed the ball at the same time and slammed it on your ball head.
No hesitation.
Do you know if Wayne Gretzky, if you would count his goals from like way before he was in the NHL, he would still have the goals record? Yeah, that was Rick gives like Alex and I layups. And we just slam dunked that shit right into
We're
the
like,
fucking
Cam,
board.
we're gonna do
I was giving you a layup.
Tomahawk slam, and Rick's just gonna stand there like a helpless puppy.
I knew
You
I
not
was
only
giving
gave
you a
us the
layup.
layup, you then went under the net and let us smack the ball onto you through the net. Like that's what happened.
That's what happened.
Oh boy.
These young whippersnappers.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if this is the beginning of moves for St. Louis.
Bro, last year we had Brad Marchand getting traded. This year we have Bobby McCann and Bobby Brink is a big one. Unless if your name is Bobby, you're not moving. McCann, sorry.
McMahon. Merzlikins.
Oh my God, I'm going to get another drink.
It's Jared McCann and Bobby McMahon.
Oh,
and they're from
Elmer Soderblom from Detroit to Pittsburgh for a third.
Oh, something happened.
I'm going back to get my drink. You can hit the button this time.
I don't know if it's worth the button, but whatever. Okay.
No, it's not. Soderblom for who?
For a third.
Woohoo!
Oh, hold on. I just let me refresh this. I saw something. It looks like maybe the Shen deal is a done deal. Hold on, give me a sec. Who's reporting this?
I'm scanning to see. Yeah, they're finalizing the deal.
Well, Frank Saravalli just posted done deal. Shen has waived his no trade to accept a deal to the Islanders.
All right.
So sounds like it's done. Sounds like he waived.
Can you remind me, is that their captain?
Yep, it says that.
I think so.
Yep. Captain Shen of the Stars.
They're going younger. They're trying to get rid of all their veterans. They want to go a lot younger. Rebuild that team. So I think Shen's what? Like he's up there in age.
I know a lot of guys like that.
Mid-30s, 34, 33. I think it's
I
the
know
same
a lot
age.
of guys like that. They like to go a lot younger when they get older.
I think he's the same age as Coots.
No, he's older than Coots because he was drafted. He was already drafted when we trade for him.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I think he's 35. I want to say 35. I'm not. Let's see. He's still here. He's 34. 34.
I mean, it's a good deal. To the Isles, I get a little worried, though, that the Isles' wings are still on the older side. Mm-hmm. I'm surprised that if Washington is admitting defeat and they're not trading away Anthony Beauvillier, it was a little bit of a shock to me. I thought that they would be open to moving him. But Hey,
I think Beauvillier still has term though.
he's got one more year after this year.
Yeah, that's why again they don't have to move. And he's been a really good fit there. He's been a really good fit in Washington.
I see a reason why I don't want to acquire a Kadri. They're talking that it's going to be Arbor Jacki going the other way. I don't like that.
Yeah, I saw that.
I wouldn't hate that for Montreal.
Yeah, fuck you then.
No, I genuinely don't. Like to get Kadri, a much needed player, like for a 2C to really help. Arbor Jacki is what your third pair guy.
Shen has officially waived his NMC, by the way. His NTC, sorry.
You haven't seen how teams play
Belly.
against us without him in the lineup. There's a big difference.
I don't disagree with you. I think Arbor definitely adds some physicality for you, but I think you can definitely find that in another player if you really want it. If it meant getting Kadri, I think that would be smart for you because you have the means to acquire another tough guy defenseman.
Okay, I don't agree. Okay.
Why do you care so much about Arbor Jacki? He's a third pairing guy. I'm with Cam there.
Because I love him.
There you go.
Jaden Gooley, Jaden Struble, Lane Hudson, Mike Matheson for your left side, Dobson, Carrier.
Yeah, where's your toughness? Where's your toughness?
Rasmus Ristolainen.
Exactly.
Actually, no, I don't hate that either. I don't hate that either.
Oh, I do.
I am willing it into existence.
For someone who Nick Delorier kicked the crap out of like it was his hobby, you
he
sure do like Arbor
crap. That's like the over-exaggeration of the century.
And Delorier won them all.
Someone turn his microphone off.
You know I'm right.
I know nothing of the sort.
He knows I'm right.
I know nothing. I see nothing. I hear nothing. Today.
Look, fellas, like there's
this deadline sucks.
This is when you always say it's ass. This one is ass. So far,
39 minutes. Shen has been the biggest thing we've gotten.
Well, we got time. Let's sing 99 bottles of beer on the wall. Let's do that.
99 bottles of beer on the wall. 99
it's about to be 98.
I knew
you took one down the shelf, broke. No more bottles of beer on the wall.
But I knew Alex would start singing it if I said that.
Cam's depression would take effect if a shelf broke and all the beer. Like, you don't waste alcohol, dude. You
shouldn't have 99 beers on a wall. That's the first issue.
What kind of wall is that?
Hold on, Alex. Unless they're empty cans, then they're just souvenirs.
Then who gives a shit? That's just broken glass waiting to happen now. Or cans, as you mentioned.
What kind of wall is that? And are you an alcoholic if that's what kind of wall you have?
No, but I'm planning on it.
Okay. I can't argue with that because you know me. I'd be a very big hypocrite to argue with that.
That's crazy. Hold on. Now I want to see what we're looking at for the New York Islanders. I mean, genuinely, I like the Isles. I do. It's I'm rooting for them on the sense because Schaefer is such a great kid in the passion he has and what he does, not only on the ice, but off the ice. And just his story is really hard to root against. And so if the Bruins don't make the playoffs, or if the Bruins do make the playoffs and then they get ousted, I'm rooting for the Islanders for this because of Schaefer.
I hear these little violins playing when you talk about. Just saying.
What the fuck did you just say?
What?
Did you just attempt to insult me?
You heard me.
Can you please pick your balls up off the floor and put them back in the frickin' drum?
They only hang halfway down, okay?
That's a you problem.
Yeah.
Don't insult me.
Also, Anthony Duclair
for Cutter Gauthier.
I didn't even acknowledge that one for a reason.
I wanted to see if you'd blow up, so
I'm not even acknowledging that one.
Yeah.
This trade line sucks, dude.
Excuse me.
Like donkey dukes.
Wait, do you think like it's actually possible that that's it, and we won't even get that flood?
It's still 35 minutes. I'm not quite there yet.
There's got to be that flood. There's always a flood, a certain amount of trades that come in right at the deadline. That's got to be what's going to happen here. And it might not be like so many, but there's got to be some.
Can we talk about how Detroit really has not added anything? If Soberlum is their big ad, like, that's it.
They traded away Soderblom.
By the way, I don't know if you know this, but Sidney Crosby is on the ice practicing in full
He's
contact
still
jersey.
weeks away, but he is on the ice. That's good.
2 weeks away. That makes
He's
sense.
in a full contact jersey.
Well, you don't.
I still don't think they'll play him right away. Probably another week then, if it's a full contact. It's an MCL sprain. That's not something you instantly come back from. That's
30,
the minimum of a full week injury.
At 36 years old or 7, whatever he is.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He's 38, actually.
38.
Or 39. 35 minutes.
JFed says Arbor just isn't good enough to be a reliable NHL defenseman. I get what you're saying, and I understand that he still has work to do. But I mean, I think it's a lot giving up his physicality. But I do think that there's a good possibility he doesn't get traded, though. I just don't like it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talk and there's a lot of smoke, and when there's a lot of smoke, there's usually some fire.
Danny, you have 34 minutes to trade Rasmus Ristolainen, or we are going to have problems.
I think Danny's already done a good job for you today. I don't think you really needed to do much more.
When the right-handed defenseman position is this open, and you want to eventually get Jiricek into the lineup, I think you got to make a spot open, unless if they move him in the offseason. But this is the times now, man. I don't know.
Well, look, you could always.
It
could always be traded in the offseason too, eh? Like again, more teams around, maybe more, bigger market for him. Who knows? But I would prefer if he'd be moved today, if possible.
Agreed.
Would at least give us something to talk about.
Anybody have any tiddlywinks? You could do that.
I saw. I don't know how serious this is, but I saw something of like Scott Lawton possibly going to Seattle. It was through a Barstool account, so I don't know how serious that is, but
well, it hasn't happened. So,
but I'm surprised though. Like Alex was saying before, like Detroit still hasn't really done anything.
Surprised Montreal hasn't. I think they need to.
Yeah,
do
Montreal.
The Yzer plan is the Yzer scam again.
I don't know. Yeah, Montreal too. But the thing with Montreal is though, like I don't know, like to tell you the truth, if I could see Kadri as a good fit for Montreal, like now, but what I don't like about Kadri is the term.
The term. He's got 4 years at $7 million. I don't like that.
35.
You know what I just realized, guys? Evander Kane. Why has he not been moved?
Yeah, that's the surprise. That's why he was on the thumb.
Don't like him that much though. Like
the guys on the thumb, I thought would move, and Robert Thomas, like he's the big name. I thought Kane and Bobby McMahon would move today for sure.
Vegas too. I'm surprised Vegas hasn't done anything of any kind of significance. Seattle, Utah.
Vegas always makes a move. It seems like
second
big move with Nick Dowd.
Yeah,
the Vegas Golden Knights' big move was Nick Dowd.
It's Nick Dowd. Oh,
they got no money though.
Things have changed.
Do they have any money?
They don't have anything. The teams, even with money, like Carolina's really not doing much.
I'm kind of
impressed. Like there's players out there and they're just not moving. Like the asking prices must be extreme.
Wow, good return for Shen.
St. Louis gets a first, a third, and a prospect. Prospect to be determined, but a very good return for Braden Shen.
Yeah, but the to be determined prospect is nothing. That won't be.
Yeah, it could be like
even if it is, that's still a first and a third plus whatever the prospect is. Even if it's not a big prospect, that's a pretty good return.
Even just the first and a third I think is a pretty decent return for Shen at his age.
Yeah,
would that be a sign? Would that be a sign that maybe things are about to happen? Somebody started to overpay a little bit because they need that player. We're getting close to crunch time.
We have half an hour, so it's got to happen soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want it, you got to pay up now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's what it is, right? If they're holding on their prices, you got to pay now.
But I don't think that's actually a bad return. I actually think that's kind of to be expected.
That's a great return. I think St. Louis did a great job.
Yeah, but I'm not surprised. But what I'm saying is, I'm not surprised that was the return for Braden Shen.
What's Shen's stats this year?
I
know he's taken a bit of a step back, but I don't know what his numbers.
Yeah, I just looked at them before. They weren't great, but they weren't terrible.
Again, I'm looking at like a whole career-wise. Like, yes, he's 34.
We got another trade, not a big one. And I don't know if somebody mentioned this before. Rangers and Hawks. Aiden Thompson goes to the Rangers. Derek Pouliot to the Hawks. Is that the
I mentioned Pouliot. We didn't know the full
it just popped up on Puck Media.
Yeah, Shen is only on pace for like 38, 39 points this year. It's a bit of a down year for him.
So bad. Okay, so
probably it might even be less than that. I think St. Louis won that trade personally.
And
I
he
think
got
that
a
is
first,
a very good return for
a first for a guy who's not even
and a third 40, and a prospect.
For a guy who's not giving you 40 points? Really?
Yeah, I think he's on pace. I just said about 37 points this year. So.
What did you say, Eric?
Nick Roy went for like that.
Yeah, I guess.
Nick Roy's maybe 12 points on the season?
Overpay.
Well, that's probably why it's taking so long for anything to happen. So we'll see. I mean, and it's crunch time now, so things are going to happen or they're not. Not much time. Not much time left to wait.
Yeah, and the Bobby McMahon thing hasn't been finalized either, so maybe that falls through.
And we don't know what the terms are on it yet. It sounds like Colorado, but
but nothing materialized, so maybe that falls through. Who knows? Maybe we'll actually go somewhere else.
BL, you're just being negative.
Rich goes, only the Leafs would give a first for Risto when they're selling. Oh, I don't know. There's been it's because, like I said, Danny wants more than just a first. That's why it hasn't happened. He's got to come down on the price a little bit.
If you got that for Shen, imagine what he wants for Thomas. We know what he wants for Thomas.
Yeah,
so we know
that
it's
an absolute.
Yeah.
Minor
Montreal. Hang on, negative about Montreal saying they're going to take a step back. Come on, listen. Even if Montreal doesn't make a deal, they're not taking a step back.
Minor signing: Nick Jensen extended 2 years, $3 million AAV. Oh, minor one there.
Whoop-de-doo.
Listen, we've had so little news today. We're willing to bring this up.
Yeah, I get it. It's true, though. Anything. We'll take any kind of news.
The return for Nick Delorier is a conditional 7th.
How about Eric? How about your daughter's league? Anything happening in your daughter's league?
That's more exciting than this right now.
She's got one more game until the playoffs.
There you go.
She got
Is that worth the breaking news sounder?
Yeah, there you go.
News, I bought her new pads.
No, I think we'll lose. We're gonna lose subscribers if you hit that button again.
Hey, breaking news! I got an insane deal on her pads. So,
BL, you know what? Hang on, BL,
60
you're right.
Actually, I got them.
Hang on, I gotta apologize. BL, I apologize. I did read it wrong. You're right.
Yeah, no, her pads were 60% off. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I went. You know Russo, right? The store, the hockey.
Yeah.
I walk in there just to get her skates sharpened, and I see these really nice CCM pads, and they looked about her sides. Like, oh, let me just go take a look. Then I go see there's a sticker on them, 60% off. I'm like, wait, what?
What? That's the reason.
So I look at the price and they're like $775. And so I go to the guy, I'm like, hold on a sec. Is this the price minus the 60?
No.
Or is this like this price minus 60? He's like, no, it's that price minus 60. So I got a brand new pads for like $330.
Nice. Yeah, that's a nice saving.
So Eric is the winner of the deadline because I got pads at super cheap.
Yeah, I get that.
Like I bought her a new glove. It cost me almost as much as the fucking pads. Just to go.
Wow, no, having a goaltender as for your kid is like the worst because it's the most expensive.
So goddamn expensive.
Yeah.
But at least like the pads will last it for a few years because they're slightly big.
That's good.
Like the way they're supposed to like fit.
Yeah, that's what you're
have
supposed
them for a couple of years.
But that's what you're supposed to do. Buy them a little bit big. Just
Up,
a little bit.
up,
So
up, hey, up.
up,
Hey.
up.
No, I'm just kidding.
Kick
Not
his
in this
ass.
trade market.
Somebody kick his ass.
Holy shit. You know the friggin' trade with the Isles and Blues? You're going to laugh at this. They did that face-to-face because they're staying in the same hotel in San Jose.
That's
Awesome.
hilarious.
That is beautiful.
That is...
So
that feels
literally,
like
they're just going to swap room keys.
Andy Strickland just reported that. They're literally staying in the same hotel in San Jose, and they're like, we don't even have to make a call. You want to just go out for lunch and we'll just talk a trade? What shit?
Let's go to a hotel bar and have a conversation.
Let's just get drunk. Yo, St. Louis's Armstrong got the Isles GM shit face to accept that deal.
Can we also think about other players? Like, what about Teuvo Teravainen and Tyler Bertuzzi? Why aren't they available?
They might still be. We got time, but yeah, I know. There's a lot of guys out there that you think some of them would move.
But again, I think term. These guys have term. They don't have to be moved. At the same time, Chicago is barely at the floor. So at the same time, you're like, if we start trading these guys that don't bring any money back in, like,
don't they have a couple of contracts they can take off LTIR?
I don't even have. They don't have any. Hold on, I'm on their thing right now.
They
don't have
for
anybody on LTIR. That's the thing.
But don't they have a couple of guys they can put on LTIR to get money?
Well, because right now they have Weber and Ellis's contracts on their.
And they're barely hitting the floor?
But they're not on LTIR. They're on...
I know. That's what I meant, to take off to put on so they can hit the floor.
Yeah, but they have $14 million in cap space right now. Like, they're over
the floor.
Yeah, but I'm saying is that if they get rid of Bertuzzi and Teravainen, like, they don't have somebody that they could take off LTIR.
Well, they'd have to take money back.
Yeah,
they would be just like at the floor. Like they would be just at it. I think
current caps. No, so what's their actual?
23 minutes.
What's the floor? It never says what the floor.
I think it's like 60 million, something around that.
Oh, I thought
maybe a little
70.
more.
I thought it was 70.
I'd have to look that up.
Yeah, you gotta look that up. I'm not sure if I'm right or wrong.
I know fucking. That's why I used to like about what's it called? The other site before Puckpedia, the one that went down there. The one that got sold. They used to tell you the floor. This one doesn't.
You got to Google it, man.
Yeah, because they're. Because I think they're at 81 million in money spending right now, like the Chicago, and the ceiling is 95. So the floor has got to be around like 70 something.
I think it's 70.
Well, yeah. So if they get rid of like a couple of guys, like
interesting tidbit on the Bruins right now from Anthony DeMarco. He goes, read the Bruins. Remember last year at this time, they hadn't done much. And in the final 30 minutes, they traded half the team. Sweeney tends to wait for things to go down to the wire. So something of note. Interesting.
Well, that's what a lot of GMs might be doing that right now.
Yep. That could be what Briere is actually doing right now. Being like, okay, guys, like, make your final pitch for Risto, and then maybe he takes the best offer that's on the table.
Well, if you wait till the last minute, you're hoping the other team brings the price down.
Well, but
that's what I'm saying.
DeMarco brings up a great point. Like, there could be deals where they're just like, here's our offers. You decide whether or not you want to do it. And then they'll be like, we'll let you know in like 10 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, they're waiting to see.
JFed says, if it's D'Amico or DeMarco, just said talks in standstill with Calgary. They don't want to retain any on Kadri, and Montreal doesn't want to take on the full contract.
Makes sense.
That's what I would think, that Montreal is not going to take on that full contract.
But then I can understand, like, Calgary has, with another, 3 years on his deal? Like, they don't want to retain
4.
for that long.
I believe it's another 4, but it could be 4 with this year. I'm not positive. So
I think it's 4 with this year.
Yeah, it could be.
I agree, BL Duff. That was an absolute pantsing by Armstrong. Fantastic move by St. Louis. I know Schen's a cup winner and provides leadership, but at this stage of his career, he is declining.
Yeah, it seems like that's an overpay.
He's got 28 points in 61 games.
But all that for a guy on pace for 37 points this year?
Yeah. And Nick Roy.
Yeah.
No, that's it.
He has 20 points on the season.
And it's not like, St. Louis hasn't been that good in a while. And it's not like he hasn't been consistent over the last 5 years. He's been consistent scoring at least 40, 46 points. So it's not like he hasn't been a consistent player.
No, I think this is more like leadership and cup pedigree and everything, that to the room. And like, look, he could be like maybe in a lesser role because he's not going to be on the top line in with the Islanders. So maybe in like a middle 6 role, less minutes, maybe you'll get more out of him, So I said, the price is a little high, but I really like the ad for the Islanders. But I think that they should go after at least one more. I think they should get at least one more winger if they can. I think the Metro is wide open.
This is such an ass deadline, man.
Yeah.
We got 19 minutes for things to come through.
Dude, someone do something.
Yeah, you kind of think that if there's nothing right up to the end, is there going to be anything like after?
Yeah, now I'm starting to think at this point teams had to start getting desperate. Like this is
there's got to be some deals coming up because I've never seen a deadline like this.
Well, there was a lot of movement like the last couple days. So
not enough to keep up with prior years, though.
Oh no. Well, nobody big at least at the very well. Carlson, I guess you could say.
That's probably the biggest move was the John Carlson trade last night. And it happened at 1 a.m. while we were all asleep.
Yeah. And I woke up this morning. I'm like, wait, what? Like, did I just read this wrong?
All I'm going to say is all of our podcasts this weekend that we are recording are going to be the dullest of the dull.
We're all going to be
It's going to be straight bitching for the most part. Just being like, you didn't do this when you could have done that. Why did you do nothing? You could have done something. I know if Don Sweeney doesn't at least get me an RD2, I'm going to be livid. I'm telling you, I'm starting the chant at TD Garden on Tuesday. Fire Sweeney. I'm already practicing. I already got it down, dude. I'm there.
I think the opening topic on Flyer is going to be Danny Briere got more for Nick Delorier than Chuck Fletcher was able to get for JVR.
True.
Yo, that's embarrassing, bro. That's fucking embarrassing.
JVR was still a good player at that point.
JVR was still a productive 20-25 goal a year guy. And he couldn't even get a fucking 7. Chuck
and you
Fletcher,
were still able to double retain.
No, Chuck Fletcher was still trying to get his trade app to work. That's why, Eric.
Oh,
for
man.
the 5th most improved team in the league. The shit that fucking moron would say made me want to pull my hair out.
Oh, man. That's insane. But at least we'll have the Bobby Brink trade to talk about. So
yeah, we're the only ones that are going to have a trade, and it's going to be
Do you want to know what I'm going to be talking about? How much I fucking hate Don Sweeney.
Well, what about the Massimo Rizzo trade?
Oh, God, yeah. Thank God. Thank God, guys. I get to talk for an hour about how awesome it was that we traded for AHL talent. Great.
Matt Norton to the Greenland Gangster for 10 pounds of cod. That sounds like
Honestly,
that's an overpay.
I'll
the
take
Greenland
that.
Gangsters.
That's an overpay. I'll take that. I'll take 10 pounds of cod for Mr. Matthew Norton.
Hey, can you make it salmon at least?
Halibut.
Oh, I'm with halibut. That's a good one.
Best we can do is halibut. All right. Where do we finalize the trade? Where do we sign off? Hold on. Where's my piece of paper that I can go up and say done deal? Someone submit it to Matt and say, sorry, you've been traded to Greenland for 10 pounds of halibut.
Oh. Okay,
I will say what's going to make Risto not getting traded less painful is no one really is doing anything. So at least is that.
Yeah, at least, yeah. At the very least.
If everyone else is making big trades left and right, I'm like, Danny, what the fuck are you doing? Then I'd be more mad. But right now, no one's doing shit. It's been a big bag of mid.
Less than 15. Jesus.
Pierre LeBrun, right now there's nothing on the Robert Thomas front. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's not a surprise in the end.
Yeah, no. Do you want to know why? Because Doug Armstrong's a dick.
It was to feel out what the value was for this summer. I bet you anything.
Oh, 100%.
To be fair, Eric, it took till after 3 p.m. for Wayne Simmons to get traded back in the day to Nashville. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He played the Stadium Series game, and it literally didn't happen until about 3 p.m. that he got moved to Nashville.
Yep.
Seeing John Carlson in a Ducks uniform just feels weird.
Seeing him in any uniform but being Washington is weird.
Evander Kane is supposedly not playing for the Canucks tonight. Okay, who's he playing for?
Yeah, like really.
Kidding. People don't realize they have to.
Oh my God, I would take an Evander Kane trade. I would take anything. Just give me something.
Oh, still time.
We still are waiting what the fucking return for McMahon is. For McCann. Shut up.
Here's a trade.
Oh, McMahon. Not McCann. McMahon.
Here's a trade.
Hey.
Yes, we already mentioned that.
The Puck Empire has tweeted out saying that the Detroit Red Wings have emerged as the front runner for Justin Falk.
Wow. So it looks like no one's getting Risto. Unless if Sweeney wants him.
I'll take him. You're just not going to get a high price for him.
Yeah, really. But if he comes to Montreal, you're not getting much for him either, I don't think.
That Line A stuff went.
I'm shocked. I'm almost shocked. Line A hasn't gone.
13 minutes.
Well, I guess also, like, at the same time, if there's nothing that Montreal really wants to do, I guess you're also kind of better off just keeping Line A as, like, insurance in the playoffs in case, like, you suffer like a major injury.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, that's basically what they'll do, I would imagine.
Cam, as of today, what is your % chance you think the Bruins make the playoffs?
The average of what I presented in one of my tweets, I think it's 59%.
So about 60 to round it?
Or 59%.
We're rounding it at 60.
Why would I round it? It's already a fucking whole number.
Because yes, 59 is not a nice number. It's a number, but not a nice number.
It's all right, so what's 59 rounded? 59.
Take your fucking %.
BL, I'm not sleeping. Why would you think I'm sleeping?
I would say the average is 59%. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's not real.
I am told, heard DeMarco,
right, so we'll round it up to 60
Flyers are
because I don't
not
like
moving
it.
Rasmus Ristolainen, and they did not get their price.
Say that again, Alex.
Per Anthony DeMarco, I am told the Flyers are not moving Rasmus Ristolainen, and they did not get their price.
Yeah, and that's probably what's going on. A lot of teams, that's why nothing's happening. No one's getting their price.
Oh, well.
That sucks.
That's not good.
I swear, this is the
whatever. Like
one I've ever seen. Figures. We're all here for it. It could have been a great, we're all here, and then nothing happens.
Allegations 1, Danny 0.
What's that?
Allegations 1, Danny 0. It's a Flyers Twitter joke.
Oh.
Well, time for this delusional thought that you can still make the playoffs. I think he is. It's just that the Flyers want more than a first. That's why it's not happening. And Danny is being stubborn and not moving off his price. He says he wants the Brandon Carlo return. He's
like
not
Jamey
getting
said,
that.
but like Jamey said, you'll do better moving him next season or in the offseason.
I've heard this 2 years in a row. Are we going to move him next year?
It's not just Risto, but it's not
Yeah.
just Risto though, dude. It's everybody. Everybody's
it is.
name
I
that was
agree.
mentioned that could have been tied. They're not moving anybody. It's kind of surprising. Like no Evander Kane, no Jake DeBrusk, no Elias Persson, no Robert Thomas, no Justin Falk, no Colton Parayko. All these teams
Falk
that
might
they
go,
were going to be open to, like selling their players. Like Toronto even is like lightly selling. They haven't sold on Brandon Carlo yet. They haven't done really anything with respect to that.
Lawton was told he's as good as gone.
Yeah, Lawton hasn't been moved. Bobby McMahon is on the move, but it doesn't seem like it's certain.
Not confirmed yet. Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? If
Kadri Toronto doesn't sell
another
anybody?
name. Kadri is another name that was mentioned too. Kadri's staying put. There's been so many names listed, like Kovacevic, Nemec, all these other guys. Like they're just there's a ton of players available. They're just not going. Mario Ferraro of San Jose was mentioned as a possible trade target as well because he's a UFA. It's just crazy that nothing is happening.
He's a good GM, but he sometimes needs to realize you're not going to fleece everyone. His fucking arrogance is going to get the best of him eventually.
Yeah,
but
even
going to fleece everyone.
It's Danny Briere there. No, maybe not.
But at the same time, like they don't want to give him away for nothing either. Like if the best offer he got is like, okay, we'll give you a second.
Yeah.
Like I'm sorry, at that point, like I keep him. I wouldn't.
If that's the best they got, then yes, I agree. Hold on to him. But
I guess according to NHL News, Rasmus Stralainen is not moving. You guys are stuck with them. But to BL's point, crickets on Bob and Binnington. Although it was admitted earlier that Binnington was not being moved because the price was too high for Binnington. But Florida was entertaining options because there's some contract stops with that. Bob wants a long-term deal because he saw what Marchand and other guys got.
Yeah, again,
I don't think they want to pay that.
Edmonton not reaching out for a goalie. Kind of weird again.
And for Rich, to your point, it wasn't 40 minutes after. We knew he was traded at 2:59. Like on the dot, like 2:59, like on the dot. All the details didn't broke till about 40 minutes after because they were finalized, but he was dealt.
Well, they have to be before 3 o'clock.
Or at 3 o'clock.
No, they could be.
It has to be in on its way, signed off by 3, and
yes, it has to be on or before 3 p.m.
It has to be like set. The proposal has to be sent into the head office.
It has to get through by 3. Will Laine play after the deadline if he's not moved? I mean, that's a good question. It's a good question. I don't really know the answer. My guess is if there's an injury, but I don't really know.
That's another one. Vincent Trocheck, after we heard all this talk, he's not even moving. What the fuck happened?
The prices are too high. But from my point, from like I've been saying all day, all these guys are guys with term. So teams, unless they get the price they want, they don't have to trade them. Like the thing with Risto, why I think a lot of Flyers fans are like frustrated about that is also because one, the injury history. So, like you always take the chance that he gets hurt again and then he has zero value. And also that because we're kind of like in our rebuild or whatever. So it's like, well, why aren't you training a guy that like, that you don't need right now, So like, yeah, look, it sucks. But at the end of the day, like, I don't want to give a guy away for nothing anyway. What? Just so fans can be happy. Oh, we got a third for Risto. Like, finally, he's off the team. Like, that's terrible management. That's
bad asset management.
Yeah, no, you can't do that. I agree with that take. But if you're the GM, you've got to find a way to at least get a first for him. They got one more shot next year during the deadline. I figured they've already said they have no interest in re-signing him. So you have to move him next year or in the summer, whatever one you want to pick.
I think he's moved in the summer. I'll be honest. I think he's moved in the summer. I don't think it's going to go to the next deadline. And like a lot of these guys that we're talking about, like in the summer, you're going to have 31 other teams that are going to, so
5 minutes.
And BL, Oilers, that's like their history. They believe they can win. As many as the other team scores, we'll score one more. That's like from the 70s with Gretzky. I don't know if that's what they still think.
But also, I think with the Oilers, talking about the Oilers, I think they address team defense rather than trying to get another goalie, which I think is the bigger issue with them also. Like,
probably is.
Adding Connor Murphy, adding Jason Dickinson, with the other guy, Doc, whatever. Like, it's going to hopefully, I think in their minds, it's like if we improve team defense, the goalie will eventually be better because of the team in front of them is better.
I get it.
Which doesn't kind of make sense.
4 minutes. And counting.
Yeah, I think. Like, honestly, like, who even is still available that probably...
Everybody! Everybody!
Is a UFA.
There isn't anyone who isn't. That's the problem.
Just 5 deals so far today.
The guy I would expect, but...
Yeah.
This is the biggest bag of suck. The biggest bag of suck.
Kevin Kurz just said the Flyers are done for the day, so they won't make any other trade either.
One down. 31.
Grunstrom? I'm surprised. Okay.
Oh my god.
But I like Grunstrom, so I hope they keep him.
I don't mind Grunstrom, but he's kind of been quiet the last month plus. Like, he came off to that hot start, and we thought he'd be like the next Hathaway type guy, and then he got that 7th goal and he went missing.
This is the lamest piece of shit trade deadline I think we have ever had. No new breaking news, guys. Anyone out there listening, how do you feel about this? Like, do you feel confident, like, in your team as it is? Like, whether you're Montreal, Philadelphia, San Jose, whatever fan of a team that you are, like, did you really expect your team to stand pat the way they did?
I sort of did, but I'm disappointed that they didn't shore up the defense a little bit. But I sort of thought they might stand pat. From what I was reading, it was a possibility. I just didn't think that. I thought Laine would go.
I definitely didn't have Mason Lowry being my RD2 going into potential playoffs. So that's good. We're doing great. I am phenomenal. You know what? I am such a happy Bruins fan. I could go clack sacks at Warrior Ice Arena right now with the boys.
Nice. Guru says maybe because of this deadline, it'd be bigger moves this summer. I mean, yeah.
I would hope so.
Rich said he expected Bruins to do nothing today. Who's
Skinner?
What's Jamey got to say?
Yeah. Oh.
Jamie's just echoing that Risto is
he won't be moved. Yeah.
And I expected the Bruins to at least make a play for a second RD.
Well, they might have.
I'm sorry, an RD2.
But you don't know that they did it.
I expected some improvement in the forward group. Something. I didn't expect Boston to do nothing, in the sense where not even try to get assets for some players that you don't think are going to be here long term. Like, I fully expect
Trocheck, Lawton, there's Binnington. Like, there's a lot of guys that I expected to get moved. Didn't really get moved.
Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, last minute of play in the third period.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. By the way, Carolina was working on a move for a bottom six forward over an hour ago. Nothing has happened since.
What do you mean? They got Nick Delurier.
Well, that was after that. I don't count that as a bottom six forward. I count that as a bottom one
Bottom one?
Bottom
13 forward.
13 forward, yeah. 30 seconds.
To Alex, it's all back in the W. Like he wants them back in the WHL or some stupid shit.
Sounds like
wow.
Per
What an
DeMarco,
utter
sounds like nothing of
disappointment.
consequence coming for the Bruins. Maybe a minor deal.
What happened?
Coming when?
Per DeMarco, sounds like nothing of consequence coming for the Bruins. Maybe a minor deal. Oh, Cam's going to snap.
Coming when, though? Okay, that's it. That's it. We're at 3.
3 o'clock.
Says
Deadline over.
Deadline complete, but is it?
Yes.
I
Because
would
no one's
say.
doing anything.
Yeah, I would say that. How can there be anything like waiting? Nothing was
At
coming
this
through
point,
at all.
no shit.
Jesus. Well, we'll give it, we'll give it 15 minutes. See if anything comes through. And then decide if we'll end this or not. But if nothing comes through for 15, 20 minutes, It's crazy. What a crazy deadline. I almost can't believe that nothing happened here.
Yep.
Wow. All right. Well, what do we talk about then? While we wait.
How awful.
Winners and losers.
Winners and losers.
Losers. Everybody who didn't make a trade.
Which is everybody.
Everybody. Nobody
Who
wins
lost?
trade deadline.
Life.
Nobody.
Yeah, honestly.
What
like,
the fuck? No. Where's my burrito? Where's my burrito? I didn't get a burrito. I feel like I'm fucking Homer Simpson at the fucking cart going, where's my burrito?
Who's going to bring
trades.
you a burrito?
Nothing. Nobody. You know what
Are
I
we
got?
even
They
gonna
gave
get
me
a
a
last-minute
half-eaten
trade?
taco.
Who's they?
Sounds like the Red Wings are acquiring Falk, though.
Yeah, just hit the horn. I don't even want to hit
Maybe
it.
there will be some. Yay, something happened.
Yay.
Yay.
To acquire Falk.
Okay, what? You freaking hit
What's-
the button.
Well, it just says it looks like they're going to acquire him, but no details out yet. But this is for
Stop hitting the goddamn button until we know what the
Jeremy Rutherford.
God.
I feel like we have people who are
Listen,
just
that
slap
button's
tapping.
collecting dust.
We'll
No,
gotta
it's
wait.
not. You hit it often enough. Anyways, at least there's something to look forward to that's coming through. Maybe there'll be others.
Oh,
Maybe.
Maybe.
Everybody.
Okay, so let's.
We didn't even trade Noah Juleson.
I know.
Devils are done for the day per DeMarco, so that team's done.
Another team down. Another one bites the dust.
Oh, here's a little bit of interesting breaking news. The Panthers are currently focused on trying to re-sign Sergei Bobrovsky.
Oh, I
Well,
kind
they
of
didn't trade him, so what do you think they're going to do? Let him walk?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, now hold on. Now, Elliot Friedman. Okay, this is right. Yeah, he's saying Bobby McMahon to Seattle.
Oh, so even the McMahon friggin' Colorado part was wrong.
So McMahon and McCann?
Yeah, McMahon and McCann.
Yeah,
my
both
God.
of them.
McMahon, McCann, and Boldy. That's like a law firm. That would be a line.
Boldy's not in Seattle.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God. At least, honestly, it
You're
could be
right.
worse. It could be Detroit, whose biggest acquisition is going to be Justin Falk, and they're going to give up a first. Watch.
McMahon, McCann, and Wright. Lawyers, Esquire. Whoever's out there watching us, what do you guys think?
Do I need to tell you what I think?
Well,
Having
question,
no plan, no direction, I just want to scream.
Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the audience? Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button on both channels. Although it's too late, most people are.
Bum ass trade deadline. Bum ass trade deadline. Nothing exciting. Losers. Losers.
I like last year's better.
Very disappointing.
Yeah, more happened. This is very sleepy.
I took the day off from work for this.
Yep.
I took a day off. Honestly, best call we could have. This is truly a trade deadline. Yeah. That's probably
5 hours.
Happen.
I put 5 hours now, and then and I don't know, a couple hours just preparing everything, all for this dud.
I say everyone goes on strike. We want trades. We want trades.
How go on strike from what?
Rick, you took that too seriously.
Okay, it just wasn't well thought out.
Go on strike from going to games. We want trades and
I don't
watch
go to games anymore.
Supporting the NHL. That was the joke.
I don't go to games anymore, so like I'm already on.
You watch them?
Well, I'm not going to stop watching them.
And then that's supporting the strike.
First and third from Detroit. Well, Jagger's saying it's a first and a third from Detroit for Falk.
Oh my God! It Boston wouldn't pay that. Oh my God!
That's terrible.
Nah, yeah.
Dude, damn, you should be happy you didn't do that. That's terrible.
Well, that's reasonable. I guess.
That's actually pretty good for Falk. Falk's a really good defenseman.
Oh, yeah, Justin Falk's not a bad defenseman.
He's not. I don't think he's worth all that at this stage of his career.
It's only a first and a third. That's not much.
Like,
what do you mean? You wanted a first for Risto Lyman.
Fox older than Risto.
He's 33, dude. He's not dead.
I didn't say he's dead. I said I wouldn't have given up all that.
Yeah, but different type of defenseman, though.
Yeah,
Justin
he's more of an offensive
point producer.
So
Falk's more. Argue he's a point producer, like two-way defenseman.
Yeah,
he's a really good defenseman.
He doesn't bring like the size and the snarl that Risto does, because like look, he's what, he's 6 foot, 216, so he's kind of thick, puts up some points, but it's a different type of defenseman. I guess they wanted somebody a bit more like a puck mover, a bit more like that brings a little bit more offense, which makes sense. But what I'm curious about, and what I was always curious about with Detroit, is because like they have like Sandin Pellikka was playing on the second pair, so maybe they want like somebody a little bit more like a veteran. So probably move Pellikka to like the third pair. We'll see.
Dude, everyone I'm seeing on Twitter is crapping on them for that return. I don't know, man.
Yeah. I'm curious to know if.
We got another one. Hold on a minute. We got another one that just leaked in. No! Ryan Strome has been traded from Anaheim to Calgary.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Per Elliot Freeman 1 minute ago.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Acquire Ryan Strome. For what?
Do not know. But he will be going to Calgary.
And McMahon, it looks like it's a second and a fourth.
That's a good deal. That's not bad. I think that's fair on both sides for that one.
I think Toronto was looking for a first, but whatever.
That's not a bad
deal.
Something
than nothing, I guess, especially with you can't re-sign them. Let's see. Oh, Justin Hall is also going to St. Louis from Detroit in that package. I guess to make the money work. Just now,
Yeah,
Makes sense.
shit signing anyway.
yeah. Detroit likes shit defensemen, don't they?
I don't know what their obsession is with them, but yeah.
At least some stuff is coming in. It's not showing up on my screen.
But I'm surprised. So if Ryan Strome is going to Calgary, you would assume. I would assume it was because like maybe they traded Kadri. So you think maybe Kadri is still a possibility that it's going to come through last second?
Dude, I can't stand some fans. Like, I put out a tweet that said, I'm turning my phone off to take a mental break from this disappointment on a trade deadline. And I tagged the Bruins in it. And some guys, like, it's not a disappointment, it was smart. And he goes, use your brain. I'm like, right. Because leaving a gaping hole at your RD2 is brilliant. And also not trading away your pending UFAs that could get you some value is brilliant. Brilliant. Don Sweeney. Genius.
Brilliant.
Genius.
Brilliant.
Perfect. Love it. Sorry. I'm over it.
It's like the fucking what commercial was that where they even say brilliant all the time?
All right, I'm heading off, guys, because if I have to do this for one more minute and deal with my depression, I'm gonna go crazy. Have a good night, guys, or good day. What is it? Whatever. I don't even know. I'm so confused. I'm bamboozled. I find myself in bewilderment.
Bewilderment. Today's word of the day.
So, guys in the crowd, thank you so much for joining. I'm gonna go do something with my life outside of this atrocious trade deadline.
Yeah, well, we're gonna go another 20 minutes. That's about it.
Yeah, we're not gonna go
have fun.
like we thought. I think 3:30 is fair, just in case, because this is.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to us on Don't Puck with Media and our sister channel, Talking Habs. And don't forget to watch all of our shows. We love you guys. I'm gonna go crazy and bash my head off a wall. Goodbye.
I just saw this. I don't know if you guys saw this, but apparently Jonathan Drouin is part of the Shen deal.
Interesting.
I don't know. It's here. I just
Lewis.
Are the five
apparently per
trade
Dredd
deadlines so far, in your opinions? Last year was awesome. I'd put that one on the list. 2023 was pretty good, even though 2022, 23, yeah, 23 was pretty good, even though Chuck Fletcher dropped the fucking ball on it. Or was it 21, 22? The year Fletcher got fired, was that 22 or 23?
23.
23. So 22, 23 was pretty good. The year Chuck Fletcher got fired into the sun. But that deadline was pretty exciting. Shit, what do you think?
I don't remember them like that, so forget that.
I haven't seen. Oh, why?
Ducks traded Ryan Strome for a mere 7th round pick.
That's it.
Yeah. But they've been trying to get out of that contract for a while.
Wow. That's why then.
Trying to see where that joint thing came from, but he must have said it on TSN. Boop.
Jesus.
Yeah, this has really been a fucking shitty deadline.
Yeah, I wonder what the reason for that is.
Pagnota said there was lots of interest in AJ Greer, but he's not been traded.
Yeah, I know Montreal was supposed to be like Matt said, a sure thing. He made me make a thumbnail and everything, and then nothing.
Nordy's had a few of those where he thinks it's fair and a deal's been done and it doesn't end up happening.
It's not. I mean, that's okay. That's what happens.
I'm sorry I messed up. I mean, this year, what do you think the 5 best trades are made? I'm feeling that Shen and Karlsson were good trades for the Sabres and Ducks. So I'd say Karlsson was definitely 1. I'd say Shen was probably 2. Maybe the Connor Garland trade, I'd put that on that list. Or do you count Panarin since he was at the end and Quinn Hughes or no?
No.
Oh, too far back. Yeah.
Way too far back.
So we won't count those two. If we're not counting those two, we'll say those two. I'd say the Carter Garland trade, the Nicholas Waugh trade probably, and shit. Myers. Or maybe the Falk trade right at the end.
Yeah.
Isn't really much.
Good trade for St. Louis, I guess.
There wasn't any of these blockbuster trades this year for.
Yeah, officially, Vincent Trocheck did not get traded. Officially. They did not meet our price, man. Danny, that's crazy. First of all, I got to hear what this price was. If it was it's similar to the Carlo trade package, that's ridiculous. But if
you know that's what it was. You know that's what it was.
If he wasn't willing to come down from that a little bit, that's gross. If hypothetically, if we find out that teams are offering first round picks and he didn't take that, I'll be pissed. Oh,
Lawton to LA.
Good for you, Scotty Lawton. Go push for a cup. Even though you're the LA.
I don't even think LA's making the playoffs.
Yeah, that's why I kind of hesitated that. Although I don't know. Yeah. I need to know what this Risto asking price was.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. So the Braden Shen to say, Join was involved in the trade. So it seems like it's Shen for Juin, a 26 first, Colorado's a third, and some prospect Marcus Gidloff. But yeah, I'm surprised that they moved Juin in that trade also.
Not surprised. He didn't do much there.
It wasn't terrible. And again, you're just moving one winger for another.
Surprised St. Louis wanted him. That's why I'm surprised.
I'm thinking it was to make the money work. Would that be it?
Probably. It's probably what it was.
So I wonder what the return package for Lawton is. See, everything that happened of semi-significance seems like it happened right at the buzzer this year. We had 3 or 4 at the buzzer. Strome, Falk, Lawton, and what was the other one? I feel like I missed one.
The trades at the end?
Yeah.
Bobby McMahon.
Oh, yeah, technically.
Yeah, because it changed up. That's about it. It's not much.
I think the Capitals either, I don't know if I want to say they're going full rebuild, but I think they're definitely going to do some level of retooling for sure. They're going to do something similar to what they did a few years ago. I don't think Washington's making the playoffs anymore. I expect that team to kind of just check out outside of Ovi, who likes scoring goals from his favorite circle. But I have a feeling that team's going to just have a shot demeanor the rest of the way.
Yeah, look, they traded Carlson because also at the same time, there's a good chance they're not making the playoffs, and at his age and everything, I guess you might as well get something for him. And look, they traded No, I'm just saying they traded for Timothy Liljegren, who's a lot younger, and at least he's also a UFA, but at least at the same time, they could see how he fits in their system and on their defense, and then you can revisit, signing him. So these are retooling moves, So it's I think Washington, that's what they've been doing the past couple of years, in out. So we'll see.
I'm surprised Edmonton didn't make a big move, as I feel McJesus will be very mad and may not stay after next year. Well, he's got 2 years left, not just this one.
Yeah, this one, and he signed a 2-year extension.
Yeah, so he's not leaving next year. The year after, 2017.
A 2-year extension, I thought.
Yeah,
no,
correct.
2-year extension.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
you just said 3.
So the thing is, he's got to be pissed. Look at the situation right now. Their cap is a nightmare with how many guys who are locked into NMCs and NTCs. What do you do? if you're them. We've talked about this multiple times already.
Yeah. Well, obviously they didn't make a trade.
Well, they didn't make a trade today, but they did make like a couple additions. Like again, nothing huge, like nothing like earth shattering, like Jason Dickinson and Colton Dock and what's his name, Connor Murphy. Like I said, I think they really just made moves to try and shore up the defensive part of their game, but it's a massive risk because like you gave up like some decent assets for these guys, and if it doesn't work out, like that's gonna be rough. But like again, you look at their division, the Pacific Division is completely wide open. So honestly, like if you look at who they're competing with, would you be surprised if they're in the finals again? I wouldn't.
Yeah, but I mean, how? I get they'll get through there, but in the finals, their goaltending probably won't stand up again.
I can't see them getting there this year. The first of all, I think their ceiling, if they even make the playoffs, they should, but even if they make the playoffs, I think their ceiling is Western Conference Finals this year. Guys, even though I know they're going to kind of beat up on each other, whoever comes out of the Central is going to kick the fuck out of them.
Yeah, probably.
I think Edmonton. Hold on. Let me see what the standings look right now off the top of my head.
Well, Edmonton is third right now, so they'd be playing Anaheim in the first round.
I picked the Ducks in that series if it began today.
Honestly, I kind of would too.
I would Ducks. I think Vegas is going to go one and done too. I know we talk about that veteran presence, but they're going to get matched up with the Mammoth. I think the Mammoth would smack them. If we're being honest, I'd pick the Mammoth in 5. I do not like Vegas at all this year. Something does not feel right with this team this year. This just feels, it doesn't feel like a team that's just coasting and then going to turn it on. They've been backpacked into that first spot in the division with their $8 billion overtime losses. You know, we only have one less win than Vegas. Vegas is 29. We have 28. Think about that. And Vegas has played, what, 2 more games?
Vegas has played 62. We've played 61. So one more game.
One more game. Okay. So there's an issue there. Like, I think the only team I think that's in that could fall out right now, realistically, is probably the Kraken. I think the Oilers will get in as long as they don't implode over themselves. I think the Sharks get in over the Kraken. I think Macklin Celebrini wins the Hart. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. If the Sharks make the playoffs, he deserves a Hart. 100% agree with this take with Rich, by the way. Absolutely the winners of the deadline. You got 2 firsts for Falk and Shen. You would have got a haul for Parayko if he didn't refuse to waive. You would have got another first in Merca from what we were talking, and they said potentially more. We don't ever figure out what the rest would have been. But phenomenal trade deadline for the Blues.
They did well selling up. They got what they could for whoever was willing to waive. So, but yeah, could have been even better. But you know, whatever. People don't want to waive. They don't want to waive. You can't hold that against them.
Yep.
But yeah. But like, you know what? Like, let's look at the standings just quick. Like
Carolina done.
Boston. Like Boston's not super safe, eh?
They're not making playoffs. I told Cam I wanted to see what his prediction was. I think Columbus overtakes them, to be honest with you.
Man, Columbus is, I'm looking at now. They're 8-1-1 in their last 10.
They have been great.
Even Ottawa, like again, it's probably going to be a bit tougher for them, but like Ottawa's 7-1-2 in their last 10. They're only 4 points behind Boston. Columbus is 1 point behind Boston. So, you know, I kind of understand why maybe Cam was a little angry that like Boston didn't at least try and do something to give them a little edge. But at the same time, I'm like, do you really want to trade in like big time assets to like maybe even just, you know, miss out on the playoffs? So like, I don't know. We'll see. But
I think Pittsburgh misses too. Honestly, I think Columbus makes it and takes the 3 spot. And I'm going to say Ottawa takes the Bruins wild card. I think that's going to be the 2 teams fighting for the final spot. And I think Ottawa sneaks in as that 5. I originally didn't think Ottawa was going to get in, but they've just been hanging around and hanging around. They got a lot of veteran guys. I could see them sneaking with the second wild card. I don't know. It's going to be a battle. If I had to go percentages, I go 40% Bruins, 60% Columbus, maybe 30% Pittsburgh. I do think they're going to go on a free fall, and maybe 50% Ottawa, and then maybe 10% Washington and 10% us. We're not getting in.
Matt just texted me to say that the Habs may be in on something.
Blake Coleman is staying in Calgary. Naughty, it's over. You're not getting anyone.
What?
Tell Naughty it's over. He's not getting anyone. It's 3:24. Something would have been announced by now.
He just said make a thumbnail, but I said I'll wait and see.
Bold take it. I know. Listen, I know Olmark's been pooped this year. There's really no debate. But if they can even get adequate goaltending rest of the way, adequate. I'm not even asking for really good. Top 20 goaltending, they have the talent to go on a run. They absolutely do. And I look at the schedules. Pittsburgh's schedule is brutal rest of the way. I got to find, there's a site that, here it is. Remaining schedule strength. Pittsburgh is the toughest schedule rest of the way. They have 2 against Colorado, 1 against Dallas, 3 against Carolina, 1 against Tampa, 1 against Detroit.
Oh, wow.
Boston is the 4th toughest. Boston is 1 against Dallas, 1 against Carolina, 2 against Tampa, 1 against Minnesota, a game against Buffalo, 1 against Montreal. Columbus is up there too for toughness. Ottawa's only at 12th. So interesting team to watch there. We're 7th. We got a tough schedule too. But Columbus is 3rd, so that kind of contradicts my point, but they've been very hot lately. So I think Columbus can sneak in some wins against some higher quality teams. Oh, wait a minute. The Capitals have another deal in the queue. There is another trade coming through.
So there is a queue. But that means there is a queue.
Yeah, David Kempf to Washington. Seems like,
To Washington.
The Habs may have one, according to Matt. The Habs may have one also in the queue.
All right, if that came through, then okay, I'm willing to give Naughty the benefit of the doubt.
I'm not going to say the player unless it happens.
East or Western Conference?
Western Conference.
Okay.
It's Kadri.
Yeah, probably.
No, fuck. Yeah, Sharks are done for today, apparently. New Jersey's done. Carolina's done.
A lot of teams out already.
Boston may have a minor new.
There can't be too much in that queue, that's for sure.
But sometimes it's crazy. I remember other deadlines where it's like it's 6 o'clock and then all of a sudden something comes out. It's like,
how though? I guess just confirm
the trade, by the way.
They have to do their due diligence to make sure everything's proper.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Especially if a guy waves a no move, they must have to confirm with him.
Apparently, it's a 6th round pick for David Kampf.
Yep.
Mein Kampf got a 6th round pick.
Oh, they had to replace Nick Dowd, so I guess he's the Nick Dowd replacement. Some good moves there by Washington. You know what? It's like, let's get a high price for like our 4th liner, and let's bring in another one at a low cost. It's like, some shrewd moves there by Washington. So Calgary on 2. Yeah, I don't expect anything of a significance to actually come in.
Vancouver. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oops.
Oh, Lucas Reichel to Boston.
Hey, there you go, Cam.
Reichel to Boston.
Finally for a 6th.
Reichel. Whatever.
He's actually a guy I wanted the Flyers to maybe take like a chance on as a reclamation project, but it's looking like he's not really.
Lucas Reichel with a whole 5 points this year.
Yeah.
This is his third team of the season, by the way.
Bees guy McMahon went to Seattle. Risto didn't go anywhere. And Phil, we have not made a trade yet. Line A still a Hab. Still time.
Yeah, I was wrong on McMahon. That kept changing. And Lucas Reichel to Boston for a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, a 6th.
Canucks ended up holding on to Teddy Bluger. And here's a little tidbit. The Islanders have announced the club has extended forward Jean-Gabriel Pageau to a 3-year contract extension.
Jean-Gabriel Pageau.
Why?
Yeah.
Don't
how many
know
years?
the money on it yet.
How many years?
3.
But I have not seen the
money. How old is
money.
Pageau?
He's old.
33.
It's not that bad.
Wow.
Depending on the money, you know.
He's been in Isles rumors forever. He's like their version of Risto.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of surprised. Like they were trying to move him for a while, and now they re-sign him. So that's why kind of.
So the big trade was Braden Shen going to the Isles
today. Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, unless you want to count John Carlson as a today trade that was.
Yeah, but that was yesterday. I'm not counting.
No, it wasn't. It was 1:22 this morning.
I'm not counting that. I don't care if it's 1:22 a.m. It was 10:22 p.m. on the West Coast.
Oh,
and he went west.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, 3 years, $4.85 million for Pageau.
Yeah, okay.
That's all right. I'm not gonna crap on that. He's on about a 45-point pace. That's actually decent.
Come on, Habs. Line A gone. Line A gone.
Like, just curious, like with everything that's happened like the past 3 days, I'll take into account like everything that like from the past couple of days also do you think there's anyone that really in your opinion like kind of like made themselves really that much better?
Buffalo maybe. Well, I'd say no. I can't even say them.
I think they shored up some holes they have, so I don't know. Maybe they did.
Maybe Buffalo.
St. Louis, but no.
St. Louis obviously got worse, but they're trying to.
Yeah, they did what they wanted, at least in that sense.
Honestly, because like, look, Minnesota.
Would you consider Dallas? Minnesota. You know what? Minnesota. Minnesota made a few moves. You added Petrie, you added Brink, you added Foligno. Maybe Minnesota.
Yeah, but then again, Dallas did like add kind of like those exact same pieces. Like
there were no blockbusters, though. If that's what you mean, there were no like blockbuster moves at all.
My point remains the same, Bees guy. I give them next year. If this team hasn't improved and they didn't do anything significant in the summer, that's when I'm going to start pulling out the pitchforks. They've emphasized summer of 26 since 23. So this is their chance. Summer of 26, they better make a splash. Nothing happens, and they're still stagnant next year. I'm calling for their heads. So we'll say that. Not doing anything yet because I love Danny Briere in years 1 and 2. Do not like Danny Briere at 3 so far because the Dvorak contract is still pathetic. That's another thing we need to bring up. Dvorak, you could have fucking traded him for a haul today.
We don't need to bring it up though.
They honestly, he could have went to Colorado for the Nick Roy for that package. It would have been even better.
Dvorak is better than him.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. Like Shen went for a 1 and a 3. I think Roy also went for like a 1 and a 3 or whatever it was. Like, he's better than both those guys right now.
As Jackie Spiegel just came out and said, as some have mentioned, the Flyers did not get their asking price for defenseman Rasmus Ristolainen. The main component of the trade they wanted was a first-round pick. They did not get it. Okay. Now there's an argument to be had.
Yeah, if that's the case, like I said, if
then
there wasn't
I
at least
agree
a
not
first-
moving it. Then I agree. Yeah, then if that's the case. What could move the needle for you? No one is available in free agency, and Danny won't make trades. He's made trades. And that I don't agree with. It's going to be the same team. If it's the same team, that's on him. But this is Danny's job as a GM. They found a way to pry Trevor Zegras for pennies on the dollar last year. And he's going to be a 65, 70-point guy this season probably. So I give him all the opportunity to prove himself. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I'm not going to I'm not going to make any predictions on Danny or like any like big statements on Danny until the offseason, because now this is like, look, like, yeah, he didn't move Risto, but like if what Jackie Spiegel is saying that like there wasn't even a first on the table, then I'm sorry, like I don't trade him. It makes no sense. You revisit it in the summer when there's going to be 31 teams.
Yes, they will. I can't wait till Porter Martone is here next year. Yes, they will. He'll be here probably at the end of the season and playing a few games late.
Yeah, depending on how far his team goes there.
That'll be the big add for this team next year. You're adding your other blue chip winger in Porter Martone. So you have Martone and Michkov. Now, here's the thing. Martone, Michkov, and Konechny are all primary right wingers. Who's the one that moves to the left? Unless if you're going to try to talk me into Porter Martone getting 3 RW minutes.
I heard Martone likes to play on his off wing also, so he would move to the left and Michkov on the right.
He's a guy you could talk me into playing on the left. Because you could talk me into more than Michkov. I agree with that statement.
That would be Jake and G. Jake and G, like when they were both playing on wing, we're both playing their off wings, and we're just playing well and just like had that chemistry. So I could see like Michkov and Martone being like that Jake G 2.0, like both guys on their off wings just like creating together. So we'll see. I'm curious, but Danny definitely has to address the center position this summer. Like that's gonna be a major factor this year.
Johnny Kelta said Bees won the deadline. Who are you? Now I want to know who Bees guy is. Who is this? Is this Joe?
But I think Johnny Kelter is that guy that they were talking about earlier that said that they should.
Johnny Kelter's my buddy. That's Rich Kelter's brother. I want
okay.
Bees guy.
Okay, I thought he was
talking about you. Is that Drew Daly? That's Drew Daly. I'm gonna laugh. I'll find out after. All right. Do we have any other trades to pop in?
I don't see anything.
Doesn't look like it. It's cold in here, by the way, if you wonder why I'm wearing this.
Third rounder for Scott Lawton. Wow.
Think about that. We got a first in Grabankin for him. The Kings only had to give up a third for the same exact player, just 1 year older. I would see that you got to give Danny props for.
Yeah, again, and Danny did the exact same thing with Scott Lawton that he did like with Risto. Like 2 years ago, Scott Lawton was available, and no one wanted to pay the price. Nobody. And
still a few trades in the queue. Incarcerated Bob just said that was 5 minutes ago. Let's see what else pops in.
No, but just back to my point. Like, and he waited, and look what he got for Lawton last year.
Yeah.
So like, look, the big issue I think a lot of Flyers fans has is because of Risto's injury history. And again, it's a chance. It's a chance you take, but if you couldn't even have gotten a first, then I understand why he didn't do it.
What could Tippett have gotten? This is wild. I don't. Tippett could get you a much better package than Risto, because Tippett plays a style of game of both size with combined speed and skill. So he's got another gear people believe hasn't been unlocked yet. So
yeah. Plus, he's on such a sweetheart deal. Like his contract is amazing. So he's not going to go for cheap. Like there's
Brad Trevling is, in my opinion, the third worst GM in hockey, only behind Bowman and Drury.
Oh yeah, Drury has to be number 1 at this point.
Drury's 1, Bowman's 2, and Treveling is 3. Now that's your bottom 3 right there. We got a first for Lot, and the B's got a first and min. Not only did we get a first, we got Nikita Grabenkin too. Yeah. We had a first and a prospect.
Matt thinks Habs got Kadri, but they're still working, or we're just waiting for the cue. He thinks that.
We'll see.
We'll see.
I'll give it till 4:00.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Tommy from Lynn. Oh my God, I didn't even get. What's up, Tommy? I thought that was Joe Daly. Oh my God, he caught me off guard.
If the Habs got Kadri, I wonder what they would give up. It's Line A. Apparently, it's Line A. Line A is going to go the other way.
Yeah, I would have to make the money work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Ducks are done. I still haven't seen anything saying that Montreal is done. So yeah, it's very possible.
Yeah, it's true.
What do you think of this guy? Phil wanted Delorier.
What?
Phil, he's one of my guys. Yeah, he wanted Delorier. He's been telling me this for a while. We've been going back and forth about that for a while.
Well, if you would have traded Jack Guy, you would have been
better. Harbor Jack Guy.
Yeah. Blow it.
No.
Blow it out. You know what?
Deal's a stud. At least he did it. At least Briere got rid of D'Lo. Oh man! But now we'll see who they're gonna call up for Brink.
Yeah,
I'm assuming maybe Alex Bump gets
a call. I think it might be Bump. There's talks that it might be Alex Bump.
And I just wanted to say, just quick on Juracek, because I was seeing on Twitter, and they're like, some people were like, yeah, but he's not even that good. They're keeping him in the AHL. Like they have to keep him in the AHL to make him eligible for the AHL playoffs. He has to be in the AHL past the trade deadline, and then once it's past the deadline, they could actually call him up if need be, and then once the season is over, he could go join the Phantoms and play in the playoffs for the Phantoms. So just to clarify that, if anybody is curious.
Yeah. I'm kidding. It's not Tommy, but I'm not telling you who.
Yeah.
I guess time will tell. I was going to say, I didn't even know that Tommy knew who Michkov was. That kind of surprised me, if so. Let's see. Any of the... Well, if he brought up Johnny Keller, I'm sticking with Joe Daly.
Become a second if the Kings make the playoffs. Oh, okay. So the Lawton pick could become a second if the Kings make the playoffs.
Ooh, Matt might have something there. Kent Hughes' presser has been pushed back.
Maybe there is something with the Habs.
There is something with the Habs.
They wouldn't push it back.
Yeah, they wouldn't push it back. It would have been, and that was the point Matt said just before that he would have had it out there, and they haven't announced it. Now they announced it's pushed back. Something's up.
Listen,
trade.
I would love to make a Risto joke, but it said that he's not getting.
It's not going to be Risto. You know it already. So shut up.
I want something to pop up on Twitter. Wait a minute. There was a last-minute push for Risto. Maybe he is.
Anyways, if it is Kadri, it's probably Jack-Eye going the other way.
I would assume it would have to be a bit more than
Jack-Eye for Kadri. That might be what the deal is.
That sounds like too little of a return.
Yeah, me too. Maybe there's something else there too. I don't know.
It would have to probably be a pick or something.
Something. We'll see. Anyway, we'll see. But something's up. I mean, they don't push the press or back like that because nothing's up.
And they would have already come out saying that like they're done for the day.
And they can't announce it until the NHL approves it and puts it through. He can't come out and talk about it until it's official.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Well, That'll be something to talk about tonight on the show. We got the game tonight at 9. So I got 3 hours of hockey after this. Well, I got a few hours in between, but
well, you guys playing tonight on a Friday, huh?
It's a long day, boys.
Well, what time do you guys play at?
9 till about 11:30, 12, depending.
Oh, you're in Anaheim. Okay.
Yeah, we're in Anaheim.
So it took right until the buzzer for a few trades to happen this year.
It's always like that, though. If there's nothing, but there's always trades at the buzzer, like at the end. We're always waiting in the queue with something. It's just weird. Why are they waiting in the queue? I guess they were really last minute. Like really right at the end, they got it in time. Like that's it. And I'm not sure, but I think if they contact the office and say we're almost there, we got it almost done, I think they might give them a little bit of time. I'm not sure about that, but I think I heard that before. Anyway, listen. We'll see what my team did. Hopefully, whatever they did, it's going to help us get to the playoffs. And I'd like to see 2 rounds. I'm not expecting them to make the cup, but I'd like to see them win a round and maybe a second one, too.
Depends who you face in the first round.
It depends who we just picked up, too, and gave out.
Because if the playoffs began today, you got a date with Tampa, and I think
we're fucked. If that happens, we're fucked. Which, in a way, when you think about it, they would want to do something to sort of get us out of that matchup.
You need to get Detroit or Buffalo.
Yeah.
You get that one of them, you can talk me into it. You get in Tampa, you're going to get your ass kicked.
Yeah. Well, and again, Buffalo might not.
Well, Danny's
Detroit. Yeah, it's not going to be an easy road.
I'll watch it later.
They had to have done something because
right now.
If they're planning to make the playoffs and do something in the playoffs, they needed some help there. Look at the teams they're going to have to face. So yeah. All right. Well, I hope what they did is good. I'm going to trust in it because they've not done bad. I can't say anything that they've done to go, that was horrible. So I'm going to trust that they know what they're doing, and it's going to be good. All right. Well, I'm not drinking that. Something got in there.
I don't think we really got anything else for the last 15 minutes. It doesn't seem like anything else is going to be announced anytime.
Well, we'll go to 4. Even if the Habs thing's not announced, we're stopping at 4.
I just saw now that apparently Buffalo has another minor trade though that's in the queue, but like nothing crazy. So
there are trades coming up.
Why is it taking this long though?
It always does. Sometimes it goes till 5. This is not unusual. It's just that the unusual part is how dead it was all afternoon. Like completely dead.
What do you guys give final grades for your teams? I give the Flyers a D+, C- maybe. Like I like moving Brink and what you got for him, but it just felt underwhelming without moving Ristolainen. So I'll go C-.
Yeah, I'm gonna go C. Just because I really like the Brink trade. I really do. Just the fact that we were able to get anything for fucking Delorier.
Honestly, that's true.
The only thing I don't like, again, I would have liked them to trade Risto. I understand not doing it. I get it, but still, I think something should have happened.
He's going to Seattle. He did get traded. He got traded to Seattle. Yeah. To answer that question, continue, Eric. Sorry.
No, but Juleson, I guess they could have moved Juleson for like a later round pick, I guess. But then again, we're seeing, look at all the movement that happened. Like nothing fucking happened. Like a lot of times you see like these like depth 6-7 guys getting moved at the end, and like
that's what I was expecting. That's what I was expecting this afternoon, and that didn't happen.
So that's why this year was really freaking weird, man. So I'll go with a C, maybe even a B-, because again, I really like the Brink trade. I think just that saved Danny's deadline. So yeah, okay. You know what? I've finished B minus. B minus.
I'm standing firm to my C minus.
For me, I can't.
Rick is NA right now because
to be
we don't know what the Habs have done
it's
yet.
TBD. I'm TBD right now.
Yeah. You give the Bs a C. Why do you give the Bs a C out of curiosity? Because they didn't really do anything. Wait on that. I'll tell you I'll give you a team that gets an A, and I'll give you a team that gets an F. Team that I'm giving an A to is the St. Louis Blues. I 100% agree with Rich. They are without a doubt the winners of this year's trade deadline. They hit a home run in those moves. If I had to pick who I give an F to,
I don't know if I give anybody an F.
I said an F thinking I could think of someone, but you know what? I don't know if anyone gets an F right now, at least.
Yeah, no. It's hard to give somebody like a failing grade just because.
You know what? Maybe Vancouver. They didn't really do much. They got traded Garland, but
yeah, they traded Garland, but again, like they didn't have UFAs to sell. Really, it's all guys with term.
But they needed to move guys out, and they didn't do it at all.
Well, they traded Myers. They got
true. No, that's true.
Myers is gone. Garland is gone. So they did something. I'm surprised that no one.
All right, maybe I'll bump it up to a D. They didn't really work big sellers. And fleece the Flyers, my guy. It was an AHL trade, and there's a reason why Maxime Rizzo has not cracked this team's lineup.
Yeah, no, he was in ECHL at one point. I think he was still. I'm not even sure.
Grendon's unfortunate. I liked Grendon a little bit. He was a nice journeyman 7th-round pick, but that's pretty much saying here's 13 cents for a used Slinky. Who cares?
Justin Fox to Detroit. That came in a while back, no?
Yeah, that did.
I think they're just finalizing what the exact return was.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, it was. Did Pittsburgh do anything? I don't think Pittsburgh did anything.
They did not, but I think standing pat was good for them. I'm trying.
I thought they might add a little something, but
no, nothing major at all.
You think? You know what? I might give the Isles an F because I think that is such an overpayment for Braden Shen at this stage. I think St. Louis hit a home run in that deal. Why are you giving up all of that for Braden Shen, who is on pace for 37 points this year?
We may be waiting for nothing. Someone's reporting, very excited to see Kent Hughes says his press conference was delayed because he was getting a haircut. But I think that could be a joke. He's bald.
Saying me and Kent Hughes got the same mindset on trade deadline day.
He's bald.
That's all right. He's going to use some stuff to grow one ingrown hair.
He didn't get a haircut, so.
He got a hair transplant.
Apparently, TSN not closing the books on the Habs just yet. That's 2 minutes ago.
I'm just trying to think who else.
I can't find anything else.
You know what? For a deadline, I'm not saying this team's bad, but for a deadline, kind of disappointed at what Colorado did. The overpayment for Nicholas Waugh. Maybe I'd give them an F. That was, and that's all they really did.
Yeah.
Did they? Is it?
Yeah, I think that is all they did because they didn't end up getting McMahon. Yeah, it was kind of like how much of an upgrade is like Roy over like Drury, like Jack Drury? Like how much of a really upgrade is that? Like,
yeah, it's not. What does Zeus say? That definitely daily now. I just gave it away.
Jack Drury. Let me see. How many? Yeah, Jack Drury has 21 points in 60 games, and Nicolas Roy has 20 points in whatever amount of games he played. I forgot to check, but
yeah,
like how much of an upgrade is that? Like, are you serious? All right, well, let's see.
Oh, you know what? I'll give you one. Carolina. All they did was add D'Lo.
Yeah, true.
That should be a team that's upset right now where they are, and with how open the East is, and your only addition is Nicholas Delorier. That's bad.
Yeah.
You know what? That's my F. Even though Colorado overpaid, at least they tried adding someone. It's a bad deal, but you made a move. Carolina sat on their hands as probably at worst the second best team in the conference and the top 5 team in the league. You got to do something to keep these teams in the arms race.
Yeah, but Carolina's all. The only thing with Carolina is I find they don't like paying high prices, and I don't think there was anybody really available that was worth a crazy price. Like in my mind for Carolina, that's the only thing that. Why? Like again, I think they should have done something, but I wouldn't have overpaid for whatever was available for them. I don't know. That's the only thing I see with them. But again, like you were saying with, well, like we were talking about just before with the Avs, I think you've convinced me. I think they're the one I kind of maybe give an F to, just because I'm like the price they paid for Nick Roy. Like, I don't know. I find that really fucking weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
I think that was the overpay of the deadline.
I'm trying to think other teams I want to give some props to. I mean, like I said, Blues are the big winners.
Mm. Just that no one did anything.
I'd
really.
say the Wild, you could talk me into being a winner. They probably get like an A- in my eyes, maybe a B+ at worst. They made some nice ads and they didn't really overpay.
Well, like Anaheim for me, like I like the Carlson ad for them. I really like that ad for
I'm
them.
with that. I think Anaheim gets a big thumbs up.
But that's all they did, though. That's the thing.
But that's still significant enough where it carries you.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, because other than that, like what did they? Well, they re-signed Ryan Bailey. I don't know if that counts.
I'd say that counts, and that's a good deal for Pales. He's been good. That dude deserves whatever he got. He's been a class act from day one. And you remember that when we played Anaheim, when all the scrums were happening, and I don't know, I think Rabankin was going to go after Ryan Poehling.
Yeah.
And I don't remember who it was that held him back. I think it was Tippett. Yeah. Tippett said, no, we don't beat him up. He's our guy.
He gets a pass. You don't bother him. He gets a pass.
Yeah, he's one of us. You can chill with him. He's a good dude. That tells you all you need to know about the type of teammate Ryan Poehling is in a good way.
All right, well,
that's probably about it. Like
Tanner Pearson is the one, the Buffalo that I was talking about before.
Tanner Pearson to Buffalo for a 7th.
Yeah, but Tanner Pearson's like cooked.
Fucking I'm hitting.
All right, what was that for?
Tanner Pearson to Buffalo.
Come on.
Listen, Rick, we need any trades getting it at this point. It could be a bowl of mayonnaise for a box of fucking Cheetos.
Well, but it's 4:00, so we're ready to take off now, or you want to wait till last
may
3?
As well. All right.
No, I might as well. Like, this is
yeah.
Rick,
this whole day's been a bit of a stretch.
Lead us out. I don't want to do it tonight.
Yeah, no, that's it. All right. Well, I'll. You want to do it, Eric? You go ahead.
Sure. Well, to everybody that's still here with us, Bees Guy 93, he said thank you guys for all the content today. Well, thank you for listening and chilling with us. It was guys, I'm sorry. It was a bit of a slug of a day.
Yeah, it was.
What can we do, man? Like
it was.
I would have made a lot more trades if I could have, but but yeah, no, but like, thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for taking part in our live stream. If you
Thumbs
can,
up on the way out.
Subscribe, follow, whatever.
All that stuff. Both channels.
Yeah. Us on Rick's channel. Do what you can. Give us tell a friend. Anyway, So yeah, for all of us that are here left, me, Alex, and Rick, guys, thanks a lot. Have a nice evening and enjoy the rest of the day. Let's see.
And go Habs, go. Let's hope we get something good. Ciao, everybody.